To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wọ́n á fi jó aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pa Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pa Jíṣà Tádádé, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí.
Ọ bụ na gịnị ka m na-achọzunu, ịma na Chukwu akọta iwo m, o nyere m iwu. You me. What am I looking for? See my God, He don't bless me, oh. He give you me, give me you. Obuni kife la chasha so, obuni kife me chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, oh. Obuzi ki fe la chasha so. Obuni ki fe la chasha me oh. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kin fe la chasha so. Obuzi ki fe mi chasha me. My baby, you know say you gon' love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, yeah.
And there it is. I wasn't even expecting that music to stop right at that point. But I wonder if the introductions, if the intro space, if that's too long, let me know in the comment section. If you think the introductory phase is too long, then just let me know in the comment section. Sometimes I wonder, and I'm getting a bit fed up with that. What was it called? That what's that Igbo song that we used to Yenda by Yembadeba? A little bit fed up. We might drop it over the next couple of sessions. If you want it back, then just indicate to me in the comment section. Then I know. I'm led, of course, by what you want. So all that. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. I've had a decent day. You know, I've always said I don't like days that I don't like the extremes of the octaves. Let me put it that way. I don't like highly spiked up days of euphoria, and I don't like dampened, depressed days as well. I just prefer steady days, consistency. Just keep it steady and keep it moving along. So that's probably just the best way. You don't really want to be spiking your days too heavily. So hope you've had a thoroughly decent day. I think that's the best I can wish you. The funky stuff, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come and join us, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation. The studio virtually empty at the moment. If you want the conversation to take place, then you have to hop on. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And if you want to come and join us on the screen, and of course, we always encourage you to super chat towards the platform. Maybe we shouldn't be pushing that with the aggression that we have been over the last couple of weeks, however long. But it's just an acknowledgement, isn't it? When you super chat, it's just to acknowledge really an appreciation of the efforts being put in. That's really the sum total of it. Of course, there's a monetary element to it as well. I'm not dismissing that, but it's the real acknowledgement when you see the comment section light up in multicolors of super charts. Then that's somewhat a tacit acknowledgement of an approval of what is going on there. So that's really why that is often encouraged. So all that funky stuff, like, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the screen. And if you feel inclined, click on the $ super chat towards the stream. So all that stuff. So let's just launch straight into it. We launch straight into it and we kick it off with there's going to be a series of videos. this particular session is going to be video led. So there's going to be a series of videos that I will play you at the tail end of the readout. So I'll do the readouts, get them out of the way quickly. Then I'll play you a series of videos, and then that will set the tone for the conversation. Hopefully the conversation does take place as soon as the panel assembles. We notice that they trickle in now rather than stream in. It's just a phase, then we re-emerge. This is where you show consistency. This is where you show backbone. But all that stuff, it is so let's kick it off with this one. It is politically risky to alienate El-Rufai, Yahaya Bello, PDP chieftain. Shoumi tells Tinubu. So PDP chieftain Shoumi, of course, a very good friend of this platform. He has been here before, as you all know, and this is his commentary now to politics as it's playing out in this moment in time. It is politically risky to alienate El-Rufai, Yahaya Bello, PDP chieftain Shoumi tells Tinubu. So I think we get the broad strokes. Even without the readout, you probably already concur with that sentiment, but let's see how he justifies that headline. Right. A prominent member of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Seun Kuti, has said that the ongoing political developments, let's do that again. Yes. It is politically risky to alienate El-Rufai, Yahaya Bello, PDP chieftain Shoumi tells Tinubu. A prominent member of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Seun Kuti, has said that the ongoing political developments suggest that any perceived marginalization of northern figures within the All Progressive Congress APC, who played key roles in securing victory in the 2023 presidential election, could have serious future political repercussions. So yes, it could have serious political repercussions in the future, but it could have serious political repercussions in the future, but that future is still several years away, and there's a lot still to play out before those repercussions come into play. So I think if Tinubu is going to move, then this is the moment to move, because he has the moment to put the shock in, and then the moment to taper it down and make the necessary adjustments before then the next politics comes into play. But then El-Rufai said famously that anybody that offends a Fulani man as put in place a debt that will be repaid, even if it's 1,000 years. So a very vindictive man, El-Rufai. That's not one person you want to be going up against. A prominent member of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Seun Kuti, has said the ongoing political developments suggest that any perceived marginalization of northern figures within the All Progressive Congress APC, who played key roles in securing victory in the 2023 presidential election, could have serious future political repercussions, emphasizing that his political stance does not necessarily make him an enemy of President Bola Tinubu. So you should be an enemy of President Bola Tinubu, by the way, for reasons of being an opposition senior person. Seun Kuti is in play somewhat at a distance, so it's in play to be the next PDP chairman. So it should be your enemy, at least politically, emphasizing that his political stance does not necessarily make him an enemy of President Bola Tinubu. Shoumi, who previously served as a spokesperson for former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, advised President Tinubu to avoid taking actions that could potentially be exploited by political adversaries in the future. So I'm not quite sure if if you were the spokesperson of his arch nemesis, his arch political rival, then you shouldn't want to be giving him advice that undermines him politically. So I don't quite know. This is this straddling of that middleway space that we're seeing a lot of. We see it with Adonyo Okupe, erstwhile Peter Obi, a functionary, now somewhat a quasi-Tinubu apologist. Daniel Bwala, of course, he's already crossed fully. We saw him in Saudi Arabia just as early as today, chasing Tinubu up and down the world. So is that middle space where people purport to be oppositions, but really they want to be in the good books of whoever is in charge of the country, emphasizing that his political stance does not necessarily make him an enemy of President Bola Tinubu. Shoumi, who previously served as a spokesperson for former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, advised President Tinubu to avoid taking actions that could potentially be exploited by political adversaries in the future. In a statement he personally issued and shared with journalists in Abuja on Monday, April the 29th, Shoumi highlighted the current challenges faced by former governors Nasiru El-Rufai and Yahaya Bello, pointing out that they could be entirely misinterpreted to portray President Tinubu in an entirely different light in parts of the North and jeopardize the political understanding between the North and the Southwest. President Tinubu's treatment of these leaders risk undermining the long-standing understanding between the Yorubas and the North, who rallied behind him, particularly against Atiku Abubakar and Rabiu Kwakwanso in 2023. He cautioned President Tinubu that the continued perception of political trials of these Northern APC leaders who contributed to his electoral success in 2023 could adversely affect his aspirations in 2027. And by the way, I'm not quite sure because Tinubu gets the pick of who the next INEC chairman is. And even if it's Mahmoud Yakubu, it would take some shifting to shift him out of power in 2027. In a plea to President Tinubu, Shoumi stressed power must be shared and trust must be maintained. I refuse to ignore actions that could have dire consequences for our shared Yoruba heritage and the broader Nigerian society. Stressing maybe I should invite Segun Shoumi back on the platform again. I think he has something to say. Stressing the need to keep the 2027 political chess game inside. Why is he advising Tinubu is the thing? Is meant to be, at least on paper, an opposition big wig. An opposition big wig is what it's meant to be. Stressing the need to keep the 2027 political chess game inside. Shoumi also expressed fears that let's do that again. Stressing the need to keep the 2027 political chess game inside, Shoumi also expressed fears that just a few official steps can get negatively projected by vested interests that are now focused on how to break a long-term understanding that favors President Tinubu. So he's essentially is admonishing caution. And somewhat, I'm halfway with him, but not fully on board with him, because I think Tinubu has the window to make these moves. So if he makes these moves for 18 months, and then he has 2.5 years to make the necessary adjustments so it doesn't hurt him politically. And this recalibration that Tinubu is doing is very, very, very necessary for the Nigerian polity. So it's not just a case of loot and walk away. We can't have that as a permanence in our politics. So let's go on from there to this. You breached the law by rescuing Yahaya Bello from EFCC arrest, Oshiomhole to Ododo. So yes, Ododo almost certainly will be picked up just as soon as his tenure is over. The senator representing, maybe this will be in the clip that I'm about to play you everyone. The senator representing Edo North in the National Assembly, Adams Oshiomhole, has accused Governor Usman Ododo of Kogi State of breaching the law by shielding his predecessor Yahaya Bello from being arrested by operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. It will be recalled that operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, laid siege. Pardon me. It will be recalled that operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, laid siege around the former governor's residence in on Benghazi Street, Wuse Zone 4, Abuja. The EFCC are accusing. Oh, so let's go to what let's see what right. Speaking, so they're giving us the backdrop, which we already know. Speaking on Saturday at the National Integration Conference, Oshiomhole stated Ododo's rescue of Bello from the EFCC siege is a gross breach, is a gross violation of the law. Pardon me. It's a gross violation of the law. The former governor of Edo State added that the former governor's refusal to show up in court constitutes a breach of the law. Oshiomhole, however, urged citizens to speak up against breaches of the law irrespective of the personalities that are involved. He said, pardon me, he says, if you are afraid, given the fact that you are very vocal, you are independent, he said, if you are afraid, given the fact that you are very vocal, you are independent, you cannot be dismissed, you cannot be promoted or demoted. If you are afraid to mention the name of a former governor who breached the law and a sitting governor who used his immunity to cover the governor that lost immunity, where will the courage come from? So there it is right there. So those are Oshiomhole's thoughts. All right, we leave it there because we still have a clip of Oshiomhole to play. So let's go on from there to this. Tinubu may redeploy Adebayo, Adelabu, Matawale, others underperforming ministers. So that cabinet reshuffle, of course, if there's ever a cabinet reshuffle, the first person to go will be this Oyoman. By the way, yes, President Bola Tinubu is reportedly planning a cabinet reshuffle, which may see some ministers redeployed to different ministries due to underperformance. So that already grates on me. So if a minister is found to be underperforming, I don't think moving him to a different ministry is the answer to that. Or I think a summary dismissal from ministerial duties, I think that is pretty much what the expectation is. So are you redeploying him to another ministry to go there and also underperform? I mean, what's the if you are finding that he's not capable of the task set him, so why would moving him to a different ministry make him more competent? That always, it's not as though we have a dearth of talent. We have a vast pool of talented Nigerians that can fill any ministerial post. So just sack them upright, and then that sends the right signal. President Bola Tinubu is reportedly planning a cabinet reshuffle, which may see some ministers redeployed to different ministries due to underperformance. Correspondents understand that this development comes after Tinubu's threat to sack non-performing ministers during the opening ceremony of a 3-day cabinet retreat in November 2023 to ensure ministers' performance and coordination across ministries, departments, and agencies. Tinubu appointed Hadiza Bala Usman as special advisor on policy coordination. According to sources in the presidency, Tinubu may carry out the cabinet reshuffle as a marks year one in office, having concluded plans before his recent trip to the Netherlands and Saudi Arabia. The power minister, Adebayo Adelabu, is likely to be redeployed to another ministry due to his underperformance. So it's not even the underperformance of Adelabu, because he can only really perform to his capacity. Is the lack of judgment, is the error in judgment to give such an important portfolio to sort of middleweight sort of a personality. So that is where the error was made. He cannot reach beyond himself to perform beyond his capacity. And there is nothing in his backdrop to tell us that he has the capacity to take on a ministry of that weight. The power minister, Adebayo Adelabu, is likely to be redeployed to another ministry due to his underperformance. Adelabu's tenure in the power sector has been marred by issues, including his controversial comments that Nigerians are putting on their freezers and air conditioners due to low electricity tariff, which drew criticism and even prompted Tinubu to threaten him with the sack. The source revealed that Tinubu directed Adelabu to apologize to Nigerians over his statement, justifying the tariff increase for Band A electricity users. Tinubu will reshuffle his cabinet as he clocks the 1 year in office. He has concluded plans before he traveled on who to change and redeploy. Pardon me, the power minister, Adebayo Adelabu, is topping the list of redeployments. He will be taken to another ministry because he underperformed. The whistleblower quoted a source as saying. Additionally, the former governor of Zamfara State, Bello Matawale, who served as the Minister of State for Defense, may be affected by the planned redeployment. So this redeployment hopefully will open the window to bring El Rufai back into government, because there is a gap there and he wants to come in. So it's better they bring him in rather than have him constitute a nuisance for politics to come. Additionally, the former governor of Zamfara State, Bello Matawale, who serves as the Minister of State for Defense, may be affected by the planned redeployment. The cabinet reshuffle is seen as a move by Tinubu to reinvigorate his administration and ensure that his ministers are meeting their responsibilities effectively. So essentially, Bayo Adedibo will be out. That should come as no surprise to anyone, of course. Let's see, what's this one? It says deepfake. Maybe I'll come to this one later. I don't know quite what that one is. Okay, let me give you this one. I'll give you this one as a headline and maybe a couple of paragraphs. Emefiele collects bribes before awarding contracts. XCBN staff testifies. So there's so much evidence against that guy, almost an impossibility that he will not go to prison. Federal government to design new Sokoto Badagry highway. So this is to marry up that Calabar Lagos highway as they continue to then reshape the country. Minister of Works Dave Umahi, pardon me, Minister of Works Dave Umahi says he has been directed to immediately commence design for a 1,000-kilometer Sokoto Badagry highway. Umahi made this. This was news about a couple of days ago, by the way. We just didn't bring it forward we've just not brought it forward till now, is what I should say. Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, says he has been directed to immediately commence design for a 1,000-kilometer Sokoto Badagry highway. Umahi made this known late Sunday whilst inspecting ongoing demolition of structures along the right-of-way of the 700 kilometers Lagos-Calabar coastal highway. So they've already started demolishing, and I think the bulldozers have actually moved to that resort at the beach, the controversial one. The minister added that another road construction from Enugu, Abakaliki, Ogoja to Cameroon, which will cover about 361 kilometers, is under consideration. Umahi, who had flagged off the demolition of structures along the right-of-way of the coastal highway, added that the exercise will continue till kilometer 4 of the road. So they've sent in the bulldozers. No matter what development is taking place, you really don't want to see people's investments destroyed. So this now next one, this is a highly controversial one, but you could see that this one was coming. This is I'm not sure how many of you have watched Star Wars and all that, but this is a case of the Empire Strikes Back. In fact, there are two instances of the Empire Strikes Back that we'll be engaging with in the course of this session. So there are two instances of the Empire Strikes Back. One is coming from Yoruba land and one is coming from Benin. But this one is entirely about the Chinedu space. So this one now, Lagos to celebrate Yoruba Week annually in September. So Lagos is no man's land, and now we get the response. So if they don't move quickly, the people are ready to take Lagos from the Yorubas, and I think we can see it playing out in open glare. And the Yorubas somewhat worryingly, they seem somewhat tepid and complete. So not even not there's an ambivalence in the wider Yoruba space that Lagos is about to be seized from them, and then there's a people complacent with that as well, which is even worse. But the ambivalence is probably the worst thing. But that ambivalence no more. Lagos to celebrate Yoruba Week annually in September. So this is Chinedu being sent back to Anambra State. The Lagos State government has announced plans to dedicate the last week of September every year as Yoruba Week to celebrate the Yoruba culture. In a press statement on Monday by the Chief Press Secretary to the Speaker of the House of Assembly, Aromoshale Ogbamole. So this doesn't sound especially like a Yoruba name to me. I thought they were trying to Yorubify the entirety of the Lagos structure. But the Chief Press Secretary, and I thought the Yoruba, the Speaker of the House of Assembly in Lagos State, I thought he was a Yoruba fundamentalist. Is it Obasa or something like that? I thought he was a Yoruba fundamentalist. But his Chief Press Secretary is called Eromosele, is Eromosele, and then the last name is as Edo as they can be, Egbomele, Ebhomele. So that's as removed from a Yoruba name as you possibly can get. So I'm not quite sure if this is the person that should be announcing the Yoruba Week. Lagos to celebrate Yoruba Week annually in September. So let's take it from the top and speed through. The Lagos State government has announced plans to dedicate the last week of September every year as Yoruba Week to celebrate the Yoruba culture. In a press statement on Monday by the Chief Press Secretary to the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, the Edo-sounding name, the move is to preserve and promote the rich Yoruba cultural heritage. The decision was conveyed to the Lagos State House of Assembly through a letter from the executive arm following a resolution passed by lawmakers on September 19, 2023, calling for the activation of Yoruba cultural heritage and the assignment of a special day as Yoruba Day. The letter, I think this is entirely about what Chinedu Rose Vivo, with the stunt that Chinedu Rose Vivo tried to pull just recently, as early as the last election. So is that the last readout? Let me just see if that is the last readout. All right, so that's the last readout. So I'll play you the Adams Oshiomhole clip, and then a couple more clips, and then hopefully sufficient enough assembled in the room for the session to kick off.
Particular thing. I wanted to listen. I like to learn, and I like learning every day. I wasn't invited. Kuka didn't invite me because I didn't call myself Eric. But I saw an advert yesterday. That was why I came. Nothing to do with politics. I just thought I should come and learn because I'm in the Senate. I like to listen and hear what people say. On the floor of the Senate, when people were talking of Northern senators, Southern senators, Eastern senators, and Western senators, I am on record. I say that I am just a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I am not saying it here. I said it when it matters, on the floor of the Nigeria Senate. Number two, I did hard calls to speak about a month ago, that he tried to understand our security challenges that we face. We must locate the details of the failure of political leadership. And I mean political leadership, including potential politicians here, who have resources to do all of those things that are convenient for them so to do, but refuse. They lack the will to make what I consider to be the most important investment, namely to resolve that never should a child be born in this country and denied the access to go to school. And we must not make laws that we don't have the political will to enforce. And identify the Universal Basic Education Law, under which every child ought to go to school, and if a family or a parent denies the child the right to go to school, there are penalties. How come no parents have been brought to before any magistrate court or alkali court or customary court and is charged for that offense? And I said, as a former governor, I was a member of the National Economic Council, where state governors, some state governors, I must emphasize some, argue that they do not have the resources to pay 50% subsidy in order to ensure that the children of the poor go to school, even where those governors are sending their own children abroad. And what we shouldn't do, sir, is that when we talk and you don't mention name, everybody becomes a suspect. If you are afraid, given the fact that you are very vocal, you are independent, you cannot be dismissed, you cannot be promoted or demoted. If you are afraid to mention the name of a governor, a former governor, who breached the law, and a city governor who used immunity to cover a governor that lost immunity, where will the courage come from? This sophistry of saying
I'm not the biggest fan of Adams Oshiomhole, but anytime he speaks, he always shoots from the hips. There's a lot to be said about him. It's a quality guy. In terms of he was a looter as well, by the way. You only have to see that that wife that he bought from the Seychelles. That's a good $10 million right there. So it's not as though he's not a looter, but it seems to have somewhat rebranded himself as a man of the people. But so yes, that Ododo guy, he cannot get away with this, by the way. And what he's doing is actually inviting the Nigerian state to revisit that immunity that is carte blanche across all the state houses. Because if you can use your immunity to facilitate the escape and then hide away a known criminal, then what purpose is that immunity? The immunity does not serve the best interest of the people. In fact, it counterweights the best interest it weighs against the best interest of the people. So that's what Adams Oshiomhole is saying. I am not his biggest fan. In fact, I am no fan of his at all. I'm a fan of his pretty wife, but no fan of his. But on this case, in this instance, you have to say that he's on point.
As a former governor, I was a member of the National Economic Council, where state governors, some state governors, I must emphasize some, argue that they do not have the resources to pay 50% subsidy in order to ensure that the children of the poor go to school, even where those governors are sending their own children abroad. And what we shouldn't do, sir, is that when we talk and you don't mention name, everybody becomes a suspect. If you are afraid, given the fact that you are very vocal, you are independent, you cannot be dismissed, you cannot be promoted or demoted. If you are afraid to mention the name of a governor, a former governor, who breached the law, and a city governor who used immunity to cover a governor that lost immunity, where will the courage come from? This sophistry of saying we can name the child of a poor man who's still a goat, but we are afraid to mention the name of a big man who breached the law. That, for me, is at the root of our problem. Number two, Bishop Kuka, I also think that religion has been added to our burden of problems. When people preach that if you believe in our Lord Jesus Christ, he will deliver you from poverty, that's a lie. We know it. And I see them every day. And I think Falana made the point that people are setting up business centers. And they cover themselves by saying they are pastors. And in every donation,
if anybody has the reach to reach this guy, by the way, Adams Oshiomhole, I'd love to have him on the platform. I'll make the efforts to try and see if I can reach him as well. I'll use my contacts to see if I can reach to him. But certainly, this is the sort of personality that we want here. So there he is, all guns blazing.
that is being made in church. When the big man dies, that is where Reverend Fathers and pastors, we identify these people to remind us that the church has not been completed. And all those who are to donate are invariably public officers. From their salaries, everybody is contributing to the confusion that we find ourselves in. And I was worried by what word you used at the beginning. Nobody spoke on it. And I think you were trying to be internationally correct. You mustn't try to be. You should be correct within the context of the Nigerian value system. When you spoke to regardless of sexual orientation, no. That is fashionable in the West.
And by the way, the person is speaking to is Bishop Kukau, who is talking about sexual orientation. So when somebody like Bishop Kuka is talking about sexual orientation, then that tells us then that that same gender global phenomenon is something that has now seeped very heavily into our societal structures, because it's a senior voice that carries authority, Bishop Kuka. So if he's using that now new woke sort of terminology, same gender coupling, he's a bishop, by the way. He knows the law in Nigeria does not facilitate for it. So if Bishop Kuka is saying that same gender, if he's referencing same gender coupling as something that's been mainstreamed, then that is a cause for concern. And this is what Adams Oshiomhole is speaking to.
In Nigeria, sexual orientation, where you spoke to regardless of sexual orientation, no. That is fashionable in the West. In Nigeria, sexual orientation matters. A man should not sleep with a man. And a woman should not sleep with a woman. If they do, it must not be acknowledged by the Nigerian state. We must discourage the Yoruba, because if you begin to use that regardless, it.
I wonder how long Nigeria can maintain that stance. You know, I know in the North, they have a very rigid conservative view about it, but I wonder how long Nigeria can hold on to that stance as a position, because it's a global phenomenon and it's increasing rather than decreasing. So very, very soon, you find yourself somewhat isolated and somewhat maybe even backwards in those views. It's not something I endorse myself, but it's the way of the world now. I wonder how long we can maintain a hard stance on same gender coupling.
With a woman, if they do, it must not be acknowledged by the Nigerian state. We must discourage the Yoruba, because if you begin to use that regardless, it matters. I will not. I'm sorry for any people, those who have subscribed to Western values. I would employ any man or a woman or support or vote for or vote because of his sexual orientation. I need to know it, so that there are core values to Nigeria that we must defend. Number two, when people talk about this restructuring, you know, local government elections and so on, unfortunately, truth be told, there is no local government election. There is no local government that is elected. You can speak to the formality where results are written, or where blatantly no protest was made, and therefore people are just put it to.
I think INEC should take over that local government elections. It shouldn't be in the purview of the states. We can see that somebody like Yahaya Bello, for instance, he did not even make any pretensions at Peter Obi never held any local government elections when he was governor, by the way, but then none of them did, so we can't even single him out. So I think that local government election space, it should be removed. I'm not quite sure if but then you need a constitutional amendment, wouldn't you? And they are very powerful in the Senate.
Office, you don't need law to enforce this. When I was chairman of APC, I told President Buhari, invite all the governors and invite the National Association of local government, and ask the governors what are they doing with the allocation that is given to them. Gentlemen, the law can never capture everything. What we need to reform is not the Constitution. What we need to reform is our value system, our commitment to strong ethics, that this is not fair. If you ask me, my background is to be suspicious about laws because they represent the thinking of the aggregate views of the ruling elite, they do not necessarily translate to fairness and justice. And I see contradiction from your explanations. You refer to a Supreme Court or judicial system that declares somebody officially elected because of internationalization of the party, and some other people who also went through the same system and they were free. If court that operates like that, I also give you the responsibility to appoint INEC. With the bias that we see in their pronouncement, will they be free from not negotiating at night before they break, and then they appoint somebody? At the heart of our
Okay. So, and by the way, there's plenty of room in the studio. Anybody that wants to come on. Let me send the link again. So, by the way, Adams of Oshiomhole is doing an excellent job identifying the problems, but is doing zero job preferring solutions. So what are the solutions to all these? Is really the wider question.
Our problem, if you ask me, sir, I have been an observer, I've been a player, and I'm seeing the system, is the issue of corruption. Whether whoever appoints, I never knew until Mr. Trump became president of US. I didn't know that a US president can hire and fire the chief of CIA or the FBI because of the way in which a CIA man was reported to have tapped and listened to conversation of US president. And he knows that he can be fired. So it is not about the law. It's about a society where people seek to defend privileges, defend their jobs, even without knowing the purpose. If you are not ready to die for something, you will die for nothing. That for me is at the heart of it, the courage. And lastly, sir, this thing you call inclusion, if we reduce it to basic ABC, you will find that people are looking at Federal Canada Commission, how many Igbos are in employment, how many Yorubas, how many Hausas, even with the forgotten majority. Because the forgotten majority is the subtotal of all the minorities, and I'm one of them. Truth is, sir, when I came to Kaduna, and I'm very proud of this, and it should tell the whole story. I didn't know anybody in Kaduna, and I slept in a police station for 3 consecutive nights before I found accommodation with some Gwari people inside the bush. They didn't care where I come from. But the point is, as we pursue liberal economy policy.
Just to add to what Adams Oshiomhole said there, the Northerners are the least tribalized Nigerians on an individual level. Of course, they prefer their own, but they don't object to you. That's the thing. So yes, the North will go with the North, but they don't object to you. But with virtually every other tribe in Nigeria, they prefer their own and they object to you. So that's the distinction that I think Adams Oshiomhole is emphasizing.
Because we need to have a holistic view as to how we got here. Like a German chancellor once told me, a German consul general, when you underdevelop a nation, all the industries are closed, warehouses have become churches. All those workers who were working in Kaduna, their jobs, factories closed, over 30,000 workers lost their job, which means times 2, 60,000. An average of 4 families, over 170,000. The same thing in Kano, the same thing in Lagos, the same thing in Aba, the same thing in Port Harcourt. These are victims of wrong industrial and trade policies. We must revise these things. When I got a job in Kaduna, nobody cares whether I was from Edo, whether I was from Lagos, and I found everybody working everywhere. For as long as 10 people are chasing 1,000 jobs, when all the objective criteria has been used to identify the 10 and you can't find it, where you come from, naturally become an answer. If you ask the speaker as represented here, even the personal appointment we have in our offices, do they reflect federal character?
All right. So that's the tail end. Okay, let me just play to the end. It's only a couple more minutes. Let's hear him to the end. But it was a masterful performance by Adams Oshiomhole. I am no fan of this, the short little man from the creeks, but you have to applaud where applause is is warranted.
They don't. Everybody be from his own place. That is the truth. But I do pray that we get the right policies in place. Go ask Dangote. Don't ask him. Go to the refinery and do federal character, because you will find that more non-northern people are working for Dangote refinery because he needs the skills. But because the private sector is not working, it's completely destroyed based on our liberal economic policies. The only business is tied is politics, and we want to try and manage poverty. We can never have equity in poverty. May we have equity in prosperity. That is given to the
okay, so that was Adams Oshiomhole, probably the most impressive that I've yet ever seen him. So the most impressive I've yet ever seen him. He talked on all of the topical issues of the day. He spoke to the same gender. I was going to say virus, but let's call it a malaise. He spoke to the same gender space, and it wasn't wishy-washy about it. He landed it on a conservative note that no, we are Africans, and there are certain things that we do not abide, and we do not abide that sort of culture. So but it's a more nuanced, more delicate topic, by the way, than this binary position that Adams Oshiomhole adopts. Because on that same gender thing, I am not as a right-wing as Adams Oshiomhole, but I am not left-wing liberal on it as well. Because I acknowledge that there's some people, they are innately that way inclined, because they even find that culture in the animal kingdom. So there's some people that's just born like that, and it's not an ailment, it's just the way people are. But the abundance of it is what I am against, because it seems more like a social culture than a way of being. And that is where my objection is. But that is Adams Oshiomhole putting up a stellar performance. Still about 3 more videos to go through, 4 more videos to go through actually, and then we open up the space. So I did say that there were 2 Empire Strike Backs, one from the Southwest and one from the Creeks. So now the Southwest, of course, they've now designated a day, a week even, as Yoruba Week in Lagos State to reaffirm and solidify that Lagos is no man's land. Is not no man's land, but it's Yoruba land. So that comes into effect as early as this year. So come September, which is a couple of months from now, and my birthday is in September, by the way. So get all your wallets ready for my birthday. But September is going to mark the birthing of a Yoruba Week in Lagos, just to clear the fog and the wood from the eyes of Chinedu Rose Vivor that feels that Lagos is no man's land. So that's the first Empire Strikes Back. So the second Empire Strikes Back is coming from Edo State. So now when those functionaries of the palace, when they went to the Ooni's palace, the functionaries of the Edo palace, when they went to the Ooni's palace to give a known account of history and wave the white flag, that the Yorubas are their progenitors and their daddies, when they went to say that, that set Edo State aflame. So they were suspended, and then subsequently this. So watch this.
The Benin Traditional Council has banished some traditional functionaries from the Oba's palace in Benin City who engaged themselves in a sacrilegious show of shame and falsehood against the Benin custom. The statement by the Chief Press Secretary to the Oba of Benin, Mr. Osagbovo Igwobao, identified the banished palace functionaries as John Bull, Igbinosun, Idunhare Ihogbe, S.E. Agbereme, Efesogoba Ugbelaka, and 2 other Ugbelaka functionaries, Ugbede Osage and Osamujeme Edo, for falsely claiming to be emissaries of the Omonoba Nedu Ukwa Polopolo, His Royal Majesty Ewa II Oba of Benin, in the presence of the Oni of Ife, His Imperial Majesty Oba Adeye Eniton Uguwusi Ojaja II. The statement said at the palace of the Oni, the banished palace functionaries rendered inaccurate and disjointed account of the link between the Benin royal dynasty and the ownership of Ife at Oni of Ife's palace in Osun State recently. It said the affected individuals admitted before the committee led by Chief Ehoriye Obiasugi, the Uwangwe of Benin, that they erred against Benin customs. Consequently, they were also stripped of Benin royal beads, recognition as palace functionaries, and their traditional titles, which were handed over to the ancestors. The suspended palace functionaries were also barred from parading themselves as Benin palace functionaries and stopped from participating in any traditional rites in Benin before they were thereafter escorted out of the palace by chiefs, including Ewaise traditional seers with hospital horns, invoked ancestral spirits to bear witness.
So right, that's the worst condemnation that you can get in Benin, by the way, to be stripped of your title, and then when they take the beads off you in Benin, it's almost an invitation for you to fall on your sword. So it's almost an invitation for you to fall on your sword. So we're getting towards bringing on the panelist, but there is this little spat that is going on between, curiously enough, the Southwest and the Southeast, but wayward Southwesterner versus wayward Southeasterner. So now, for those of you who have been following this platform for long enough, yes, okay, I'll do it like that. So for those of you that have been following this platform for long enough, you've always had me run commentaries on Simon Ekpa, calling him a cross-dresser. So I'm not quite sure where this person picked up the language from, but he seems to concur. So let me play you then this clip, this part between a wayward chap from the Southwest versus a cross-dresser from the Southeast.
That you want to be, and why do you look gay? Not that I'm saying being gay is wrong. Is it because you have the white people, you have a white boyfriend? Because the makeup on your face is too much. You and Bobrisky, they do competition. Why they wear makeup past Bobrisky? Why they wear makeup past Bobrisky, Simon? Is that why the Europeans are protecting you? Because of your makeup? Is that why? Is that why the Europeans are protecting you, my brother? Your makeup? I don't get makeup. I don't get makeup. Why do you wear makeup like that on your face? I'm asking. No, I'm just saying. Is that why? Is that why? Because me going sometimes they paint my nails for one hand.
All right. So that was Seun Kuti firing a shot across the bows of Simon Ekpa. So of course, very quickly he responds, and here it is. So this place, I'm looking forward to this particular fight because it's going to be very delicious. But here is Simon Ekpa clapping back. And by the way, yes, that guy, he wears a lot of makeup, and the way he dresses it dresses like Liberace, sort of like a cross-dressing sort of a thing. I've said that countlessly. We all know it anyway. I'm sure he's being shafted by some white person in Finland, but here he is clapping back.
Seun Kuti, I see you again ranting. You even call yourself a hero. I don't know which of the hero you are, but all I can see is somebody whose brain has been damaged by over smoking of weed. You know, somebody like you, if you are sensible enough, should be in the forefront of fighting those who killed your father, killed your grandmother. But here you are, as a coward that no longer reasoned properly. You're mentioning people who died without achieving the reason they went to fight in the first place. You are mentioning them. We don't fight like that. We are learning, we have learned from what happened to those people you mentioned who you see as a hero, why they fought and died without achieving the aim of the struggle, of their own struggle. No, we've learned from them. So we're not going to give ourselves away to become a hero after we are gone. We must fight to achieve the aim of fighting. And that is the reason some of us are fighting from outside. And as a face of a struggle, we cannot fight like other people who fought and lost and died. No. So we are fighting wisely, fighting from outside as the face of the struggle. I want you to understand there is difference between the face of the struggle and those who are actually making things happen. So we have people who make things happen, and we have the face of the struggle. I am the face of Biafra struggle today. As the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, you don't need to agree you are not a Biafran. And even if you are a Biafran, you don't need to agree. That's why we are human. But let me tell you, you said that we are in democracy. What is democracy? Can you define democracy? Does Nigeria look like a country that is in democracy today? The answer is no. And that's why I said you don't have sense. You are just a boy who have the opportunity to smoke weed at early stage. And this is the result. Senseless reasoning. You are saying that now we are in democracy. So there is House of Assembly. There is House of this and House of that. Does Nigeria actually, as you are now, you come out and say that Nigeria is a democracy? Do you see democratic system where military are mounting roadblock and checkpoint, enforcing disappearance of their citizens every day? No, that's not democracy. The democratic is just quoting on what is going on in Nigeria. Nigeria is not a democratic system. Military, the rulership is there. It's not democratic. We saw what happened in the last election, which Biafra did not take part in the last election. And people were killed, butchered, humiliated, assaulted in Lagos. So, Seun, I think that you need some kind of rehabilitation so that your brain can work, if your brain can still work at all. You need rehabilitation. And next time you are talking something, addressing me or want to address Biafrans, please, we are very decent people. Wear some shirt, okay? Don't just come. This is not Nigeria. We are not. If you want to talk about Nigeria, you can dress anyhow you want. But when you want to talk about Biafra or refer to us or make reference to us, dress decently. And if you want to go to gym, like me, I usually do, you can also be, topless in the gym. Not when you come to make video, you showing your lizard body. If you have muscle like me, I don't know whether you'll be making live video naked or something. So please, next time you want to talk to me, be decent, okay? Dress like me, dress very decently, so that some of us will close our eyes and listen to what you want to say, if there is anything you are saying at all. But when people forward your video to me, I want to look at somebody talking, like a vulture that was beaten by rain. This hair is here, another hair is here, another two hair is here. I don't know, so you look very unkept. Please. Last time you slapped a policeman, very calmly policeman, who was not very aggressive towards you. That was wrong. We don't fight like women. Okay? I fight those that carries gun to kill my people. I don't go fight innocent policemen who are very calm like what you did and displayed very, very stupid behavior of you. Slapping a policeman who doesn't have a gun, who was not even reacting or shouting at you, you were slapping him. The first, the second, you pushed. And this is somebody who will be influencer, who will be talking and some people are sharing the video. You don't have that particular, dignity for to advise people who are reasonable. But I'm making this video because I watched you talk about you are in democracy. Nigeria is not a democracy. It's not a democratic country. In Biafra land, we have military leaders everywhere. Maybe they are not in Yoruba land. So before you talk about the ordeal of Biafra people, go there, travel to Biafra land, and see things for yourself and stop making fool of yourself. You should be the one in the forefront of Yoruba agitation because your father, your grandmother died like chicken. You even added flies. That's exactly how they die. And today, you are supporting those who killed them. Obasanjo, your father called Obasanjo international thief. Obasanjo, your father called Abiola international thief. Today, where is your father? Where is Abiola? Where is Obasanjo? They are there. Obasanjo is there. Abiola is dead. Abiola was killed. The same people who killed your father killed Abiola. So it is only a fool that will come on social media with the kind of history your family have and be talking in favor of those who put you in this condition you are today. Thank you.
All right. So I'm looking forward to that. So there's going to be blood on the dance floor. It's going to be messy. Simon Ekpa versus Seun Kuti. I wonder, place your bet. Who are you placing money on? I'm 50-50 actually. I think Simon Ekpa might be able to take him. I'm not talking a physical fight, of course. These are online fight because Simon Ekpa has an army, but Seun Kuti, he just has a loud mouth. And Seun Kuti is not as clever as he imagines himself to be. I've tried to watch him many times. I just couldn't stomach it. He's not educated enough, and it is not intellectually equipped enough, and it doesn't have the mental enough acuity for the positions he wants to adopt. But then neither is Simon Ekpa, but Simon Ekpa is more street and he has an army. So Simon Ekpa versus Seun Kuti, place your bets now. I could play you one more clip, but I could just go to the Kegites. But let me just play you this. It's still Seun Kuti, but on a different topic.
80,000 millions, meaning that somebody with 80 billion can spend 1 million naira a day for 80,000 days. I want to know who needs this kind of money. Is it that you need it? I want to know. So now, 1 million naira a day for 80,000 days. 80,000 days is 261 years. 80,000 days is 261 years of spending 1 million naira every day. Are you telling me that this person needs this money, or this person just wants to make sure that that money does not use for the betterment of your life? I repeat, does this person need this money? Do anybody in their family, all of them combined, do they need all this money, really need this money? Or for them, they have to take it so that you don't have it? Which is it? Is it that they really need the money, or they take that money to make sure that their people are suffering, to make sure that people are dying, to make sure that people don't have dignity, to make sure that people are useless, to make sure that people don't have a future? Answer me. Is this money taken because it is needed? 1 million naira every day for 80,000 days for 261 years, that nobody alive in his family today will be alive when that kind of money will finish. Do you need it, or you are just so wicked and you have planned with people that hate your people to make sure that your job is to make sure that your people never see that money in their lives? Because you can steal 10 billion. You can steal 5 billion and be okay. You can steal 1 billion and be okay.
All right, so it goes on and on like that for another minute, but you get the gist of what you see. That's why I say that Seun Kuti is not especially clever. So when these people, when they loot the money, it's not an act of wickedness. I think we all know that. It's an act of greed. You know, it's an act of greed, and that's one. And then it's also a competition. Because of course, all this looted funds. Look at Matawale, for instance, the Minister of State for Defense. He looted so much under their backer space that the Americans are recovering money from him now. So you can imagine, look at the sort of life. So the lifestyle that they live, they want to compete. They are not buying houses in Dubai anymore. These people are buying estates. This Atiku Abubakar recently, maybe not recently, a couple of years ago, he bought an island in Italy. What is the nature of his job? He worked in a public service all the way through his working life, and then he has businesses that's just wrapped in vagueness. So what's the nature of his job that's able to buy an island in Italy? And this Adams Oshiomhole that's preaching chapter and verse. He has an airline in Canada. He bought himself a $10 million wife from the Seychelles. So it's not wickedness. It's just greed, and I think really that's really it just to the point that Seun Kuti not especially clever, even though he wants to be opinionated. So not especially clever, even though he wants to be opinionated. To the Kegites and then to the panelists assembled.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi ya kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Chief Waila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
All right. That Kegite song was glitching for whatever reason, but you know how it goes. And all that. King, can you double click on your click the mute button twice because your device is not connecting properly. But properly connected are Solly. So Solly joins us. Always good to say Solly. Ajale Koko is in the house. Always good to say Ajale Koko. Back from a hibernation. King Emeka in the house. Prince Daddy makes up the list. King. If you double tap on your mute button, that should fix it. Your device is not connecting properly, or go out and come back in. So go out and come back in. But let's kick the session off with Solly if it's there. Solly, Baoni.
I'm there. Look, you this stupid Nwachuku. Don't say anything stupid about me, because if you insult me, I will insult your entire family and your generations.
Are you coming back as you left?
No, what is always wrong with these illiterate people? The first thing they do is start insulting you and start talking nonsense. Very uncivilized set of people. I don't even understand. When I first came to this platform, you kept on saying, "Oh, we need to civilize the North," but I've never seen any tribe as uncivilized as this.
Let's not start it off with that now.
Stupid idiots.
And
the worst part is that you'll be in his house and you'll be suffering. You'll be insulting people that are better than him.
Solly. Just let's not start with that.
I've not even started. The idiot is already starting. Don't start with this. God will punish your children.
That's too much now. One, Nwachuku does not insult people. And two, you shouldn't pay too much attention to the comment section.
It is getting tiring. Can't you just fucking act civilized for once in your fucking life?
No.
Ostracizing yourself from everybody.
No. Just stop. Reset. No. It is tiring. If you want to be taken on the comment section, then you will know no peace. Just let them be. Just ignore it. You don't have to read it now. Just stay you're in the studio now. You can't be in the studio and in the comment section at the same time. Go to the politics and the talking points. Good to see you, Solid.
Illiterate. Just always spoiling my mood.
All right. Do you have any thoughts on that? Do you want to speak to the Seun Kuti versus Simon Ekpa bit? I think that would interest you.
Fuck your tribe. Fuck your tribe. Use like
no.
One man remove that guy from this platform for first. He's angry now.
No, it's too much. Sorry, you need to calm it down. I'm going to bring you back. If you continue to swear, then I have to remove you. Just calm it down. Ignore the comment section and just stay in the studio. But please, no swearing. Sorry, go to Simon Ekpa.
I'm the one that always has to act civilized every time.
No, sorry, go to Simon Ekpa now. What's all this now, guy? Please now. If this is not the way to start the session, just go to Simon Ekpa.
I don't know why they didn't just stay in their
all right. Let me start with someone else. Let me kick it off with King Emeka. Sorry, maybe you need a moment to soothe yourself. Actually, let me start with you, King, because you seem to be a new voice here. Good to meet you. Come into the conversation at whichever.
I'm not a new voice, one man. This is Kigo.
Yeah, Ego again. You come under a different name still. Okay, then let me start with Patrick Uche, who I think is a new voice. Patrick, are you ready? Patrick Uche. Oh, you have to unmute yourself. Patrick Uche. Oh, it's gone. All right. Let's start it with King Emeka then, who hopefully is ready. Mekus. All right, it's going very well.
Please, I've calmed down. Let me speak, please.
Yes, but please, sorry. Just let me say this: you cannot pay too much attention to the comment section.
One man.
No,
please,
you cannot now.
Yes, it is very infuriating when it's always one section that is always doing that, and they're always playing victim. You start the section, right. You say you don't want to, and then you now put your hand behind your back and say, "Oh, I didn't insult you first, though."
Oh,
nonsense. Solely, you just listen. You can't be in the studio at the same time. You want to tackle people in the comment section. They are doing their own. Let them do their own. They will call you name.
When you keep on they are suffering.
If you respond to them, they will
insult you more now. What's all this now? Sorry,
why are you acting like
you're not new here now? You know how it goes.
You just give them weapon. When you are responding in this manner, you are giving them weapon to keep coming after you.
More. Are we going to?
They will not leave you alone.
Just let it go, man. What's all this,
man?
Sorry, the best way to address this is just focus on the studio. You just don't need to look at the
why can't they caution them? You put
Who
these people on timeout.
They are doing their own.
You are giving these people access to continue to bully. You are not cautioning them in any way.
You talk a lot, but you don't listen. Okay.
Okay,
how many of them are we going to put on timeout?
Okay.
Can you just hold on? What are you doing now?
Oh, my you can't be cautioning me all the
No. Just sorry, please, slow it down. Just slow it down. You are saying Onwachuku is calling you names. You are raging and riling in the studio. So now, Jude is now joining him because he sees you are triggered and you're still raging and riling. And then another person, should we clear the whole of them? Just let it go. We've all said it now, so just let it go. Go to Simon Ekpa versus Seun Kuti.
I'm only acting like a child because you are online. If I was not online, I would have stabbed you in your neck, you this fool.
That's not necessary.
All right. Sorry. I think you need a moment. Let's start with Emeka.
I don't like online.
Please.
I really don't like online confidence because you cannot say this kind of things in front of me. Most of these people are cowards.
You're not to be on social media now. What's all this now? You cannot
speak like this in front of me.
All right, take a moment. All right, go have a glass of water. Sorry, have a glass of water. Let Emeka kick things off. Make us rescue us.
Yeah. Good evening. Solly, just my this is Solly. Just take it.
I just know nobody should caution me. Nobody.
We are not cautioning you. We are not cautioning you.
It's not caution. Hear anybody's opinion. If you cannot help me, if you cannot help me to caution the people in the comments, then don't give me a comment. Don't try to advise me. I don't want your advice.
No problem. It's okay.
I don't want your advice.
Nobody's
advise the people in the comments to act civilized. Don't talk to me. I never start anything, and that is a fact. Ever since I came to this platform, I've never ever started anything with anybody. Never. You can check back. You keep on advising me. You keep on cautioning me. Why don't you advise those people?
All right. So, can we move on?
Let me give my point, then I can drop.
No, I don't want to hear anybody's advice. Caution them.
I'm not advising you. I'm not advising you. I just want to express my opinion. Let me express my opinion, then I can bounce, right?
Yeah.
I think listening to Samuel Ekpa and Seun Kuti, right? I think, I don't really enjoy personal insults. They can both disagree on ideologies, right? Opinions and diverse views. They can disagree on things. It's fine. But when you are not going into personal insults, you lose credibility. Like Samuel Ekpa talking about Fela being killed by the government. That's not true. Fela died in 1997, and we all know what the mainstream media at that point, they told us the reason for his death, why he was, a lot of people turned up during his burial. So I think Samuel Ekpa was wrong on that note. Probably he must have forgotten, or he was probably a child and at that point in time. Then speaking about his grandmom, so it's quite an unfortunate situation. I think that was clearly unnecessary. I could tell Samuel Ekpa was upset with the homosexual related statement
because that is gaining traction, isn't it? People are speculating about his sexuality, and I think he's aware.
Yeah, when it showed the guts to him. The best way to respond is if you are not homosexual, and if you are homosexual, what is it? What's the problem? Yeah, that's your sexuality. That's your orientation. As long as you are not, I don't think he has rubbed it on anybody's face, or he's coming out and trying to promote it. So whatever he does in his bedroom is nobody's business. Just like whatever we do in our bedroom is nobody's business. So if they call you out on it and you are not, it's something to look at and just laugh, and you say probably yes, you are just purely ignorant, and stick to the issue, right? He started well with his response to Seun Kuti, but lost it with going personal. You try to be a bigger man by addressing the issue. What that would do is to force Seun to respond to the issues you have brought, and not trying to. Now it will not go there. This one will come up. Oh, I didn't dress well. Oh, you dress well. You are looking like Hulk Hogan. You are looking gay. That's not the point of we are looking. He said something that I really like. That Seun, you should be on the forefront pursuing the agenda of either the Yoruba people or the focusing on the government addressing the Nigerian problem. I think that was a direct challenge.
Are you surprised that Seun Kuti is not an obedient? Because his backdrop and his politics, it leans towards being an obedient.
Oh, I'm not surprised, right? A lot of us, when the obedient movement started, a lot of us were a bit sympathetic to the movement. We now saw that this is now being hijacked by a crazy set of people. Why? Because many of us share something similar with the obedience. Black poor leadership, corrupt politicians, poor governance implementation programs, and the lack of decisive leadership, right? We all sympathize with that cause because that is what we want the country to look like. We want people who are going to be responsive enough to implement good programs for the country, and any government that is doing that, we would fall in line with such. We were all sympathetic till we began to see some nonsense going on, and like, okay, why are you insulting me for my own opinions? Why are you trying to tell me to hush when I want to express my opinion? And then that made us to now critically begin to look at Peter Obi and say, I think this guy is full of shit. Let's just leave it that way. But regardless of who the principal is or who the principal will look like, many of us still subscribe to the tenets of the obedient people. Let's be very honest with it. That we do not want to call ourselves obedient is because it has been hijacked by a lot of despondent and irresponsible individuals who at some point do not even understand, one, the politics of the country, two, the things that they are even fighting for, and three, they have incited a lot of ethnicity and tribalism into their movement. And some of us who want to tribalize Nigeria will look at it and say, you guys are just a bunch of idiots. I cannot subscribe to this. Look at a whole Wole Soyinka who fought on the side of Biafra. Is looking at that movement and saying, these guys are just bad words and bunch of idiots. I can't do this with you people. And he bounced. A Wole Soyinka has always been on the forefront has always been a freedom fighter from day one. From day one. Nobody will rule that out from Wole Soyinka. Nobody, clearly.
Sorry, quick 5-second interjection. My perception about the obedience is like they shroud themselves in the cloak of good governance, but it's a lie because that's the only option they have. Of course, it's a proposition that anyone with common sense would want to gravitate to. Good governance. Who doesn't want good governance? But that's a lie. The whole gamut of the obedience is not based on good governance. Just like that leader, it's all fraud. That's just the appearance that they give. It's more like, if we can have it, then nobody should have it. See, the obedience, they're not about good governance. Because if they were, they would talk about governance on how to move the country forward. They're happy to see the currency go down the toilet. They're happy to see Tinubu fail as a president and the whole country go to heck. Put it that way. That's what they're all about. So I don't see, just like Peter Obi's accomplishment. I don't want people to be deceived about what these people truly are.
Yeah, well said, Praise Daddy. But I think what is really happening is because many of them are coming into the Nigeria political space for the very first time. Many of them who were at some point in their life disinterested in politics, and because of the economic hardship in the country, decided to be involved. And when they were getting involved, they got involved emotionally. So losing that election was a huge heartbreak for them. They are just sore losers. But for them to appreciate that we lost this election, the loss of this election is painful, but we still have a country to run, is now what they cannot really reconcile, and is now turning them to look like witches and wizards. Because how can you see a country, struggling, and you are so happy to report bad news? And this is not just taking on the obedience alone. Please, I'm not doing it. Look at the principal itself. He is a reporter of bad news in the country, and that is sickening. That is sickening. You can't be rejoicing when people are suffering. If you have this solution and you truly claim you love the country called Nigeria and you think you can help, why don't you go and advise the government? You never do that. But when things are going better, you keep quiet. That is witchcraft. Nothing but witchcraft. But when things get worse, you're like, yeah. But again, in our lives, let's look at our individualistic life. We are faced with challenges at certain point in our life. What those challenges do for us is to put us on the edge to look for solutions to solve them. And once we solve those challenges, we move on to become better people and we learn the lessons and we move on. Never a time in our lives, let everybody do an introspection that we have ever had a smooth sailing. We all come with challenges, regardless of what those challenges look like. So how do we expect the country to continue to be seamless? Such country will go through challenges. And if the government is doing something to solve those challenges and it's not working, and you think you have a better solution, and you claim you love Nigeria, why don't you communicate your solution? But no, that is why I say you are a witchcraft. This is witchcraft, nothing but it. I can't see my country born. If Peter Obi was the president, I can't say because Peter Obi, I didn't support him. As a matter of fact, if he had become the president, I would stylishly be very happy as an Igbo man. Say, oh, well, he did it. I'm glad. But that the country is not working, I would say, let everywhere burn. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. God forbid bad thing. I've not seen such kind of behavior from devilish people. This is devilish witchcraft, in my opinion. That you lost an election? To fear. No.
All right. Talking about the country burning, Emeka, you breached the law by rescuing Yahaya Bello from EFCC. So this is Adams Oshiomhole, who has come to the national space to speak on contemporary, current politics. So what are you making of?
I salute the courage of Adams Oshiomhole. I do, and this is silly, clearly ridiculous. I don't understand it in my point of view. That one, like what Oshiomhole said, we make laws, we have good laws, but implementing those laws is the problem. Implementing the laws is just the problem. How come you want to go and arrest a governor and you come in with your own security forces as a sitting governor to protect your godfather? I've never seen this before. And this is so now what Olodo has done is to rail out a template for other successful governments to do in the future. If we don't curb it, we are creating a monster in our country. Now, when looking at this, I was thinking, if the senators and the House of Representatives are very honest and sincere with themselves, and we know they are not, all what they need to do is to try to sit up and make an amendment to remove the immunities of governors. I think that is one way we'll be heading in the right direction, because if the immunity of governors is completely taken away from them, it means law enforcement officers can go and pick you up at any point in time when they think you are doing things like siphoning money out of the government. Just look at only one issue being raised over like $1 billion, over $1 million. I beg your pardon, sorry, $1 million sent to his children's school. Then, what is even more annoying, you now have young Nigerians coming out to protest on his behalf. You see, another reason you don't take young Nigerians seriously, clearly, you just don't take them serious, regardless of what they are saying. As long as you pay them, they will sing your music, and they will sing you to the high heavens. Nobody is willing to come out to die for something. And like Oshiomhole has said, if you don't die for something, you die for nothing. I like his courage. I like what he said. He was open. He was not biased. He said it. And he's now pointing to his colleagues to do the right thing. And I think our senators and our House of Representatives, our legislators should arise on the occasion and save the country. Or else what we are doing is not going to be a template. It's just a copy and paste template. We can't have governors steal the country dry and refuse to stand for the crimes that they have perpetrated. It should not be happening in the country. And I think this is the time our president must express an opinion on this, regardless of whatever political faction it may look like. Our president should not keep quiet. This is what I will hold the president for. You can't have this kind of situation whereby, regardless of whatever political structure you think this person has, or whatever political party he belongs, we can't have a situation where a governor an ex-governor would think he is bigger than the law. Else we are creating monsters. What we will now have are politicians who will not respond to the law and act like they are bigger than the law and get away with the law. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Still on that theme, actually, let me take you here first. I was going to take you to Segun Kuti. Tinubu may redeploy Adebayo, Adelabu, Matawale, others underperforming ministers. So the speculation is that to mark his year in office, Tinubu will do a bit of reshuffling. But my argument is, if you have identified that these are non-performing ministers, why have them at all? Why not just get rid of them? I don't think any portfolio Adelabu will be able to handle it. At best, it's the head of some satellite agency that means nothing. So what are you making of Tinubu's plan to reshuffle, but then that reshuffle meaning redeployment?
Yeah, the names on the screen, they are holding very important portfolios, right? That cut across every Nigerian in the country. You see, we've complained bitterly on this platform about this Minister of Power. And even, was it today or yesterday, he was talking that the country needs $10 billion on an annual basis to revitalize the power sector. Why he's responding to the speculation that he's going to be redeployed. It shows a complete colossal failure from his part. We have said this. We have also talked about Watale, the Minister of Defense, and we've seen no improvement or any influence or impact, whether even positive or negative from their own side, to show that they are functioning or working at all. So redeployment, yes, they should be redeployed. If the president thinks he wants to redeploy them to lesser portfolio where they can go and chill, that's at the discretion of the government, right, or the president. The ministers serve at his own calling and beckoning, so he can do that. But these important strategic positions for ministries should be given to ministers that know their onions, that are passionate to work, that want to do something for the country. So not for people who just want to sit down and pursue whatever political ambition they have, or they are just occupying some space because they have some political clout or calling. No. Would I fault the president for giving them the portfolio? No. I don't think the president is an oracle to know that these people are just dummies that cannot work. But since they've seen the failings, then you just take them off. For me, like what you're saying, why redeploy them to another ministry? Why don't you just sack them completely? Maybe they have some political assets or usefulness in the future. So keeping them, but putting them in the ministry like, Ministry of Youth Affairs or whatever, just let them sit there and do whatever they want to do. But strategic portfolio should be given to ministers that are passionate enough to do the job. Even Ekiyamo, who is Minister of Aviation, without any knowledge in aviation, you can see his passion. You can see what he's trying to do. You can see that he is also learning. He's hungry to learn and he's hungry to also do the job. So I want them. We want them to be gone as soon as possible. I don't know why they are waiting till May.
Festus Keyamo is one of the better performing ministers.
Yes.
If you measure Tinubu's cabinet against Buhari's cabinet, in fact, if we look at the entirety of the Fourth Republic, cabinet for cabinet, you probably say Obasanjo had the best cabinet, but Tinubu has a strong cabinet. Tunji Ojo is a performer, and I think Umahi is probably the best minister Nigeria has ever had. Wike is not doing badly. Festus Keyamo is doing excellently well.
We have some very good ministers that are working. We have some ministers that understand the portfolio, and we also have some ministers that are holding very important portfolios that are not doing anything. The Minister of Education, Minister of Trade and Investment, Minister of when the Minister of Mineral Resources is trying, we can see some of this initiative. Minister of Agriculture, what are they doing? We are not seeing any impact. A few months alone is enough for you to understand your portfolio. Is enough for you to understand the objective, is enough for you to start to implement. If you know what you're supposed to do, you will get that done, or you get your plans running at this point in time. If you don't know what you are supposed to do, you will not do anything at all. That is what you have. Look at them all with what's our very good what I'm trying to remember his name now, has done the assessment. I think he should come back again by May 29th to do another assessment of these ministers, and let's give them the Fs.
Kolata, you mean?
Kolata, thank you. To give them the Fs that they deserve, and those who are doing well, we give them the As they also deserve. Some of them, if you ask me, many of them, I would rather say 85% of the ministers in Tinubu cabinet are doing awfully, they are doing a bad job. They are terribly doing a bad job. And this is a man who, needs to galvanize the country together and get away. Yes, we are seeing some signs, we are seeing some good news, we are seeing his passion, we are seeing that he's going around and speaking the good things that we want to hear, talking to investors, talking to potential investors, talking to the general public and the international community, selling Nigeria and giving Nigeria a good facelift. But again, your soldiers behind you, what are they doing? Do they even believe in your dream? Do they even believe in what you're trying to implement? Just a few of them. Those who don't believe, you get rid of them instantly and put passionate people behind you. Those are the people who implement what you are supposed to do, what you dare to do. You told Nigerians that you wanted the job, you asked for the job, you have the job now. And if your soldiers are not willing to die with you on this job, you can pick people who will align with you completely. So this is not the time for excuses. I said it. I'll give the president 1 year. From the look of things, I think the president holistically is failing. He's failing. D. He has a D. So he must be able to by May 29th, say what he has done, what he has achieved, and what he's going to do. Only a very few ministers are working. Only few soldiers are aligning to the goals and objectives. The rest are just there having a sweat time. I don't know what they are up to. Sack them and replace them. Simple and short. Nigeria, you see, we left a very bad situation and we're entering a phase where we can't just mess things up. This is not the room to mess things up.
If Tinubu fails, it will be very difficult for Nigeria to recover. Especially if he gets 2 terms. If he gets 2 terms and it fails, it will be very difficult for that country to recover.
Anything worse than a Buhari's administration is death. Anything worse than that is death. So you are actually, at this point in time, we're also hearing fuel scarcity. We should not be hearing fuel scarcity in that country. Regardless, it shows poor planning. What we are reading from the pages of newspapers is that the scarcity is as a result of European refineries doing overhaul maintenance. What the hell is that? Can't you plan properly? What kind of excuses are we giving? And the licensing of
the European refineries, Emeka, the European refineries would have given them forewarning, even if they are doing whatever. So, like you said, I mean, it's not as though they just
You stock up. Then the licensing of marketers, you should know that is what you see. I think we have a planning issue in the country. If you ask me, we have a planning issue in the country. And I also think maybe the president needs to take some drastic actions to some certain ministers or head of commissions so that the rest will wake up. Sack a few, tell them to get out. The rest will sit up. The rest will sit up and get their job done. He has not done it. I don't know why he has not done it, but let's see how it goes. And like I said, May 29th, after May 29th, I'll be very aggressive with Tinubu because it shows clearly he's driving somewhere. Maybe he has missed the road. He's supposed to go through two junction, the T junction. He went through the wrong one. He needs to reverse and take the right route. So by May 30th, if I'm not seeing visible signs, I'll be very brash with him because it's not an excuse. It's clearly a failure of leadership and he's responsible for it. Clearly, at this point. Clearly.
All right, brilliant. It'll be very interesting to see what presentation they put forward to mark his 1 year anniversary.
No, sorry to interject you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
It is not what you are going to do, we want to hear. You start with what you have done. Though no, he keeps going to the international communities to tell them he has removed fuel subsidy. Fine, you can tell a new set of investors or potential investors what you have done economically, the challenges, the hurdles, the pain points, the bottlenecks you have done, to make things look better, and the transparency initiative you are coming up with, right? But by May 29th, you have to tell the Nigerian public, tell those who elected you and those who are looking at you, especially those who want you to fail, the things you have accomplished. And what you have accomplished, you fill up like 4 or 8 A4 papers, what you have accomplished. But from the look of things, it's not looking like that. Then when you are done with your accomplishment, yeah?
Any score sheet without that Port Harcourt refinery inclusive is 0 in my considered opinion. I'm so disappointed that refinery.
I agree with you, Baba, completely. So if the president is not rolling out achievement in for 1 year, that we fill up for A sheet, that's a D. Then you can now begin to now talk about what you want to do. You see, that is why I say that communication failure from Buhari has now been taken over. In short, that parasitic failure has now infected the communication department of the Asiwaju administration. So we are not seeing, we are not reading, we are not knowing what they are doing, what they have achieved, and what they intend to do. By now, many of us, he should come with a different style. Many of us would already know by heart what he has achieved. When he's saying it, we are all smiling and nodding our head. And many of us will know the plans that they have because the communication team is vibrant and up to doing their tasks. But clearly, we are all in the dark. There seems to be a communication gap right from the right from Buhari administration that has taken over. Almost looking like the same thing, doing the same thing, and not communicating properly. Or
do you think that during Galali, do you think is the wrong choice to be the spokesperson?
Always the wrong choice. Let's be very realistic. He was part of the Buhari administration. Always the wrong choice. That's what I was talking about. The wrong choice. So that communication team is doing a bad job. Well, maybe they are not doing a bad job. What I'm now thinking, I think we should leave that part that they are not doing a bad job to reflect the reality that probably the president is not doing his job very well. The president and his team, when I mean his team, the soldiers, the ministers, they are not doing their job, they are not working, they are not communicating. At least those who are working, we are seeing them. Kiyamo, Wike, Bumi, Umahi, we are seeing them, they are visible. Umahi does not need to go and speak on channels. You see him going around and you see the work he's doing. We see it. So he doesn't need to go, but he can now probably channel his communication. That's what he has done to the communication team and let the communication team speak. We are seeing what Wale do and Kadosu, they're also doing in terms of the economy. But what are the rest doing? Now the president has visited so many countries. Let's be realistic. In 1 year, he has visited more countries than
health. Education. They're not hearing anything.
Exactly. The president has visited more countries than we can anticipate in just 1 year. But what has that visit done for the country? What has that visit? Let me land this point. Sorry, don't be angry. Has that visit translated to dollars or naira and kobo? We're not seeing anything. And he keeps visiting, he keeps speaking, he keeps talking to people, he keeps speaking to new crowd. He spoke to Germany crowd, he spoke to India businessmen, he spoke to Saudi businessmen, he spoke to Qatar businessmen. He has been speaking. Has that investment now? He spoke to is it the Netherlands, right? If you look at last year, when I saw him going to the Netherlands to discuss, I said this is a good move because last year the Netherlands were the major importers of our crude oil. So I see that significant. I say, okay, this is good, but let them translate to naira and kobo. Let's see the impact. Let's see our unemployment rate going down. Let's see our standard of living improving. Let's see our GDP pushing ahead. Let's see salaries looking better. Let's see Nigerians complaining less. Let's see supply of fuel all across the country. Let's see visible sign, Mr. President. That is my own pursuit. And I'm saying this, the next time I'm going to come by automatically by June, I'm like, Tinubu is not working, in my opinion. If I look at what he's saying, it does not mean that he's not working. He's not working, in my opinion. And I will maintain that stance there. I begin to see visible signs. I begin to see clear roadmaps. I begin to see economic policies that are reaping fruits, not the ones I'm hearing. We are past the stage of hearing things. They must begin to reap fruits that we can eat, suck, and get the juice and let it go into our bloodstream. Thank you.
Yeah, quickly make on the point. Go ahead,
No, carry on. I was going to move him on, but carry on. Let the conversation take place.
Yeah, on the issue about communication, right? I can agree with you, I guess, in its entirety. But I say I'd like you to offer your best method of communication to Nigerians by the Tinubu administration that you think will be the most effective and way they should craft their messages and the medium by which they should communicate. But I'll tell you though, when it comes to when the administration does something bad, like when Rice Television had a segment mocking Kiyamo for being a salesperson for Airbus in France. Okay, my point here is that we do hear when they do something wrong in the media, the administration, what is going wrong, but maybe not so much about what they are doing that is good, like Umai and Kiyamo, you know, and the Ojo guy, minister. So just like in the United States, they do have a daily press briefing that the House, the White House press secretary communicates with the media in an open session whereby they exchange based on their findings.
Pataki or Pataki.
She's long gone. They had this other lady there, Jean-Pierre. But anyways, yeah, that's the way most American we don't. The government doesn't communicate like directly with the people. It's the media machine that does that. If they want to spread the bad news, they do so, and good news not so much. You got to go to selective outlets to hear good news. So in Tinubu's case, administration, maybe they need to do more of that. So is the media that's the life of the people really? No, we know nothing if the media doesn't tell us. We don't do research. We nobody goes out. We all have our own daily lives. And you don't expect an average Nigerian to be too overly concerned about what Tinubu is doing if he's not communicating properly. So yes, they should communicate. Maybe they have a better way of communicating. We talk a lot about Umai, quite frankly, and we know he's doing a great job. What about the others? They may be doing something good. They may be. I mean, again, unlike you guys, Emeka and Co, I would say, maybe guys are too overly optimistic about this administration. I'm not because I don't think they'll do a good job. I just think they need time, given where they're coming from. They're coming from a rotten, broken system. And if you're going to see a real manifestation of good deeds, it's going to take time. So I'm not bothered. You know, I'm not really bothered. But are they implementing systematically plans in place to make such a progress? That's the question. And that's the question. And I don't know. And I'm open for Tinubu being criticized by people like yourself. You're a supporter, but I like your position that, hey, come next year, after 1 year, if nothing is transparent, that's inspiring to the people or the common people, then we should criticize them. Down for that. Absolutely. But before I'd like you to wrap up, though, by telling us, what do you think should be the best way to communicate with the Nigerian people? Thanks.
You see, let's be very realistic, right? In Nigeria currently, everything is bad. There's bad news. It's not just there's bad news. The impact economically, security-wise, we can tell the results. People are suffering. People are complaining. We don't need to know. We know. We see it. We see, we read, we hear. So now, in terms of communication, like I said, if you don't have anything to communicate, you can't communicate. If you are not doing anything, you can't communicate. And Umai is not going to channels to talk. Festus Keyamo has gone, maybe because he was criticized and they are fighting him in his ministry. He had to go and express his opinion. But we are seeing the result, what he's trying to do, and the changes he's trying to make. We saw what he's trying to do with Dana. He's not trying to kill Dana, but he's like, get your house up, get your act right. And how can a minister tell the head of a commission to do his job? That is the problem we are having in the country, number one. Then again, we have how many portfolio? It was in the news. The president appointed more ministers than his predecessor. So if you appoint more ministers than your predecessors, and you only have a few number of ministers that are working, all these ministers have budgets. What are they doing with their budgets? What is the Minister of Education? I know the Minister of Education. I have told his PA, tell this man to use the media, communicate. Tell Nigerians what you want to do, what you have done, and what you intend to do. I have said it 3 times, but apparently the man seems to be a cake. He's old. He's not in line with technology trend, new age media, and what to do. Go to the Twitter of Minister of, it's not functional. Minister of Education is not functional. Instagram not functional. What again? Not functional. So how is he communicating? What do you think you know that the Minister of Education wants to do? Nothing. I sent someone to go and meet him. I sent someone to meet him, talk to you. Have to use the media and tell Nigerians what to do. So Nigerians can, 1, put a face to your name, 2, understand your plans, 3, think you know what you are doing.
Emeka,
That's how it is.
Emeka, you see, it is very, very easy to blame the ministers for not communicating. But I think when we criticizing them for not communicating, we should as well look at the president. What is his policy on education? What agenda does he have for the country? See, when the president doesn't have a policy on how he wants to transform the educational sector or the health sector, it's little that the minister can do. He's the one that can put them to work. If it doesn't,
I disagree with you, but you can continue with your point.
Hold on. Don't disagree with me. Every administration must come with a clear policy on how they want to transform the society, particularly on each sectors that borders on the life, on everyday life of the people, particularly in the area of education, healthcare, and and some other social matters. If an administration comes to power and doesn't have a clear agenda, that is where you will have this kind of situation. So what you are going to see is individual effort at different level of the government or a different sector where these ministers cover. They are just running their individual distance, but there's no a common agenda and approach to achieve that agenda. That is what I see here. What is the president? What is his agenda on healthcare?
Baba Jalikoko, thank you. Sorry, let me just round off with this and hand it over to the next person. You see, when you say what's the agenda of the president on education and health, I think we can see in terms of the student loan, affordability and accessibility to all Nigerians who want to go to school to be able to go to school.
That.
Yes, he communicated that. Now, healthcare, same thing, affordability and availability of healthcare to the entire Nigerians.
What is the president agenda on that?
That's it. That is what is in the manifesto. Okay.
Yeah,
now, as the president, why we would blame the president? We will keep blaming him because he is the leader of the country. He is the bus driver and the train driver of the country and will direct every one of us. He is the one who handpicked his ministers, and he should be picking the best of the very best in the country. You see, that is where we will continue to hold the president responsible. If the ministers do not understand their portfolio, if the buck stops at the president, we must criticize him. And it appears, not that let me just use, it appears that for the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health, both of them do not understand their portfolio. Now, if the president is appointing me as a minister, now, the first thing I need to go and do is to understand, like which you have rightly said, what is the president's directive on this specific ministry? And then sit down to see how can I implement, what is my strategic intent? Even though I might not have the idea, I would now seek to get consultants. And 3 months is enough to put up a strategic document on that. I will take that strategic document after I've gotten my head of commissions to agree and buy in and go to the public and communicate. If I am afraid or I'm too shy to speak in media stations, I will put it on newspaper. This is what I told the Minister of Education via his PA, his special assistant. Communicate, get this strategic document. What is your strategic document? And tell Nigerians. Yeah, nothing. So if you cannot do that, because when you communicate, the first thing you do is some people may just know your name. They don't know your face. But as you have communicated, they can put a face on your name. And you have told Nigerians, this is what you want to do. This is the current space or the current state of things in education or in health. Now, this is the next phase. This is what you want to put. You explain the gap analysis and the time frame you intend to implement on a monthly basis. What are you doing? You can communicate. As you are doing that, the impression you are creating is that I think this man knows his job. Yes, there may be challenges. Of course, we all experience challenges, but probably there's funding problem. But he knows his job. Now, what that thing does alone too is to communicate to stakeholders who may have an interest in your ministry on what you intend to implement. Those gaps you have identified. Some ministers, like Ministry of Health, a brigade, even though our opinion may differ with what he's doing, has a huge interest in the health industry in the country. He can bring his funds. I say, I see what you want to do. Are you having funding challenges? Okay, let's bring this fund. What is the need for me? You explain and you go into that partner initiative. Ministry of Health, the same thing. But when you are not communicating, when you are not addressing, when you don't even know what you are doing, so how do you get the help that you need? Thank you very much. Good night.
I still want to disagree with you that it is the party that drive the policy on how to govern, on how to effect governance. But when you see a party that is not prepared in the first place to transform their society, this is what you see. So the party and the president have to be blamed. In a normal political party, the democratic system, when a party is taken over the reign of power, from day one, they will start to effect the agenda for the nation that will transform the social life of the people, economic life of the people. And, in the areas of education, healthcare, government assistance to the people, and other things. People must start to feel the impact from day one. So, but what have we got from day one from this administration? It's a different ball game. So when a party and the head of the government does not have a clear agenda on how to solve the problem on healthcare, everybody benefits from healthcare program if it is, you know, a people's driven, if it's a program that will benefit everybody, which you start feeling it. But what does this party and this administration have for Nigerian people on healthcare? We don't know. I don't know.
Let's go. Sorry. What does it say on their manifesto? You said it. And by the way, they had a plan from day one.
Okay,
the
fine.
Removal of subsidy. The removal of subsidy. The remove subsidy. Yeah, obviously we don't like the impact or the effect of that decision in the immediate term. But nonetheless, they had a plan.
Oh, hold on. What is their plan on health care? Because everybody will benefit from health care if it is a program that is good for the people.
Well, you should know now. It should be in their manifesto. What does it say in their manifesto?
Hold on. Have they effected it?
No, really. I mean,
problem. Look, you don't have to get to the government before you are prepared. You must prepare before you take over the government. It is when you take over the government, you start effecting your policy in accordance to your manifesto from day one.
Yeah, it's well said on paper, but if the plan in the manifesto, which I don't know, I guess that's what we should know and should be communicated to the Nigerian people. But if we knew, right, let's say they wanted to build, I don't know, 1,000 hospitals across the country. Is that going to happen in a year's time? It takes time.
Prince Daddy, I think while I do not expect the president to come to the public domain to brief us on what is going on, I expect the ministers, the sector ministers, you understand, to do their job. They are like governors of states. Look at what Sanwo-Olu is doing. He's selling his state. Everyone knows exactly what programs they are pursuing. I don't think it has anything to do with party. The sector ministers should come out and tell us. If you ask me what the housing policy is, I've listened to the minister in charge and those committee appointed everything. If you ask me aviation, I've heard what Festus has to sell. Umahi and
sorry, I get your point, but just like I agree with Emeka. This is the buck stops at Tinubu's table. This is a problem of a centralized communication method or program in which they don't have one. See, if they had one, then they will engage the ministers and make sure they have the right information from these people, get them to the podium if they have to, press conferences, to communicate with the people. But it's up to the administration to design that plan. That's came to do so. See, you know very well, coming from Buhari and even with Jonathan, we don't have that culture of communicating. We live in a culture whereby the ministers of people in power see themselves doing a favor to the people. It's not been the other way around, where you can challenge the people in power as they do so very well in the West, right? So it's up to the administration to fashion this program to communicate, to the people. And we don't have that culture. Maybe they can start today. That would help.
Yeah, to some extent, because you don't just keep quiet. particularly in a volatile situation where you have the opposition speaking so loud and making so much noise. You have to match their noise too with a decibel of yours. If yours can be higher, at least let it be on the same level in terms of decibel. People should know. I mean, I like what is happening in other sectors. We have the ministers coming out, even going to hostile press houses to propagate whatever they are doing, whether the opposition agrees or not. At least they are out there putting it out. But too many of them have been very silent, and that silence, I mean, as far as Nigerians are concerned, means they are doing nothing. And it's about optics in our country. It's what they see, they believe. You understand? Even if you don't, if you sleep in boys' quarters and come out with a G-Wagon with all your shoes and toothbrush in the boots, as far as Nigerians are concerned, for the optics, you are a big boy, even though you don't have anywhere to sleep. That's how Nigerians are. So show them something, tell them something every day, morning, noon, and night.
All right, brilliant. Excellent. So thank you, Emeka. So it's been a while. Don't leave it too long, Emeka, to join us again. I know it's work and commitment and the late start, but the gap that your voice left, it was quite visible.
Yes, so, do come often, okay? Emeka, yes. Salutations.
All right, so that's the excellent Emeka. So from the excellent Emeka, so to now hopefully they calmed down Solly. So Solly, you're up next. Solly.
One man, sorry for disrespecting your platform. I've even removed my comments. I'm not going to be seeing any comments, but I'm just going to say my piece, and I'm not even going to insult anybody or say any curse words. You may throw stones and hide your hands, and it may work for your low IQ people, but it does not work for me. What you said, if you were standing in front of a white man, you would have never said it. And these white people see you as a monkey.
Hey, you said you calm down, Solly. Come on.
No, I'm not insulting. Am I insulting him? I'm just stating the facts because he's throwing stones and he wants to pretend he did not know the disrespect that he did.
Solly, you have to let it go now.
I'm not insulting him. I listened to his disrespect. So let me address it also.
You always get disrespected online. No, this is just the thing. Even Baba gets this. If Baba can get disrespected, then who are you or who am I that we can't get?
Let me just say my piece.
All right.
What you said, you could have never said it if you were standing in front of your Lord and Savior Nnamdi Kanu. So if you could not do those things in front of those people, but you are doing it in front of me, it shows that you know what you are doing, but your low IQ is trying to play a silly game, which can work with your people, but does not work with me. In real life, I don't hang around with disrespectful people like you. Even online, I don't hang around with disrespectful people like you that throw stones and pretend that what they are doing is not disrespectful. You could never do that to from your tribe, you could probably do it to your father and your mother.
All right, sorry. We don't want to be in this space. I think you have to cap it off now.
Please let me
you've already had a piece of it, and then we went to Emeka, and
you have apologized. You said you are moving away from there.
I'm almost, but I'm not insulting anybody. I'm just
just let it go now. I mean, you will say this, and then they will insult you. They will insult you more in the comment section. And then you get angry again. They've already started to insult you back again. So
yes, I'm just pointing it out.
Just let it go now. We all get it. They're not picking on you. If you think they're picking on you, we all get it.
No, it's not even about back there. It's not about
Kulata is enough now. Kulata.
Can I
finish?
Can we move forward in this place, Mr. Kulata?
Can I just finish?
No,
this is not Kulata.
That's ego now. You know ego.
Can I just finish?
Ego, that's ego, your friend.
Can I just finish?
Sorry, just let it go, man. It's getting too much. Yeah.
It's not about no. Me, I like this platform. When I came here, there was not all this disrespect. It is when Biafra channel died that all the nonsense started coming here and started continuing their disrespect and insult. I like coming here, but I will not come back here if there's continuous disrespect. If you allow these people to continue to enter your comment section and
hold on 1 second. Look, you're always welcome here, and we love your voice, but we cannot hold the the moderators are there to moderate it, but we cannot look. If you look at that, they're all coming after you because you have taken this stance. So we all get insulted in the comment section. So it's not you, it's just the nature of the space. We all know that. So why don't you just let it go? I mean,
this is different from when I came. You know that. There's always been.
All right, thank you, Solly. I think I'm going to have to leave you out. Do you want to speak to the politics or not? This is getting too much. Then go to the politics. We've addressed it now. We've addressed it. What do you want me to do? You want me to clear all of the comment section?
But there's something you have to respect that this is a show, number one. You must respect that this is a show. So if your emotions cannot allow you,
just let him go straight to the point. Stop it, Emeka. Don't plead. If he doesn't want to talk, let him go for today. He can come back another time.
I will even come back.
Repeating the same thing.
Surely you are disrespecting this platform.
The show has to go on. The show has to go on.
Disrespect has been increasing and increasing and increasing.
The show is bigger than your emotions. If you cannot control your emotions, then you have to stop.
Allow us to enjoy this platform. Then I will excuse myself. There's no point.
Then excuse yourself. Excuse because the show is bigger than your emotions.
I have to say that I'm disappointed somewhat, Solly, because you had a moment. We calmed it down. Emeka had a good go. Anyway, it's just. The comment section will always be the comment section now. Who doesn't get up? Emeka, how many times have you been insulted there?
Millions. I'm a target now.
Who doesn't get? How many times have I been insulted there? I mean, we all get it. Enigmatic gets insulted all the time. We all get insulted.
Everybody.
The only person that doesn't get insulted is Chris Daddy because they all know Chris Daddy.
We even insult ourselves on the platform. So what are we going to do?
So I mean, if you don't want to be insulted, though, I should be going around cautioning every insult. I mean, how can I do that? Come on, Solly, man. It's an unreasonable expectation that you have, Solly. But there it is. I don't know. Maybe you should start smoking that thing again. Maybe coming off it is not the best move for you. But that was Solly who had just a moment. Let's go to Enigmatic just to break it up. We'll come to you next, Ego, and then Baba. But let's go to Enigmatic. Enigmatic, Hondi.
Thank you.
You were wondering what you walked into. They only just said, you know what the guy said? I said I'm going to start with Solly. I said I don't start with Solly. I don't think that's the height of abuse. They've insulted my mother on this platform. I mean, oh God. Anyways, Enigmatic, rescue us.
Yeah, I would just say you shouldn't have taken it. I will respect anyone. I mean, having their perspective and their opinion, provided they are not trying to make it personal. They are not trying to personalize issues. Instead of just trying to face that guy, just face the Aguluma, face Peter Obi. That will hurt them more. That's the way to easily do it. Just take the stand of somebody like Reno Mokri. Reno Mokri is not taking things personal, but it's hurting them where they always cry. Hit Peter Obi, and that will be the end of the game. So let me just say this. But I'll start with this. It's politically risky to eliminate El-Rufai and Yahya Bello. Nothing is risky. Nothing is politically risky. It's not even politically expedient to
exactly
anybody. So some people you don't have to over estimate their value, especially who knows what can Yaya Bello amount to in North Central politics or in Nigeria politics, even Kogi State politics. In Kogi State, he won election through the barrel of the gun every time. He wouldn't win any election free of, a very free election. Everybody knows that he's a thug. And then El-Rufai, I love El-Rufai so much. And then, but when we are talking northern politics, it's not a big factor in northern politics. And he has a lot of political, he has a lot of political baggage and skirmishes that he needs to fix in the north. So it's not actually in the good books of a lot of, the northern political apparatchiks up there. So he has bigger problem to take care of. And you should know, Mr. Chief Otumba Segun Sowunmi, she's been trying to pander to a certain political narrative for a while. If he's not trying to champion the Southeast, agenda, he's trying to champion the Northern agenda about Tinubu having a certain, appointment or thereabout. So that is basically saying the same thing he's saying all over. But in summary, El-Rufai is just, if you are talking about maybe somebody like Ganduje, right? Okay, you could probably say okay, or some other individuals. But El-Rufai, I'm not trying to relegate his political influence, and I'm not trying to relegate. Of course, we all know his intellectual capacity and how intelligent he is.
El-Rufai is a very big voice in the north, and it commands a lot of following. I don't think. Why make unnecessary enemies is more the wider point that I think Segun Sowunmi is making.
But it's not, when you are talking of necessary enemy, nobody has made El-Rufai an enemy. When you are looking at the political dynamics of it, right? Sometimes you have to, you could think you are making a political enemy in El-Rufai. What if you make a bigger enemy in the entire north, right? Trying to satisfy El-Rufai because of the people who do not actually even want El-Rufai around you. So like I said, I've said it before. It's a big piece of a puzzle, and until he finds a way to fix his problem in the north, right? Nobody will have to take the political vicarious liability of what it brings to the table. At least when you weigh it versus what the advantage of it and the disadvantage of it. It's better you have issues with an El-Rufai than having issues with a bigger political apparatchiks in a certain region. So that is the way you look at it. And then when you look at El-Rufai's influence too, in Kaduna State, he has a lot of issues going on with him. He barely won the gubernatorial election in Kaduna State. Are you aware of that, one man? They lost all the senatorial districts, all the senatorial election. They lost.
The gubernatorial or the local government election? You mean the local government election?
The gubernatorial election. Go and look at the margin. The margin was less than 10K. I think it was 5,000 or 6,000. They won the gubernatorial election by a whisker. And it was a bloodbath for APC in Kaduna State. Go and check the numbers in 2023 election. Check the numbers of the House of Rep. I think they lost more than 80% of the House of Rep to PDP. They lost almost 90% of all of the statewide to PDP. The PDP almost, what's his name? Is it Ashiru? He almost flipped the state.
Tinubu lost there too. Am I correct?
And Tinubu lost in Kaduna State. So when you are, yes, he's a prominent dude in the north, but there's always a limit to his politics. And that's what I'm talking about. You have to weigh the advantage and the disadvantage it brings on board, the strength and the weakness of El-Rufai. El-Rufai is a
but what about his intellectual sagacity? Is that not
I'm talking about that now? When you take cognizance of the or the fecundity of his ideas, of course you will say he's a man you want to have around your corner. But when you're talking about the politics of it, first of all, Tinubu is not having a direct conflict. They are not having issues. He's not having issues with El-Rufai, right? El-Rufai is having issues with northern people, especially within the political landscape of the north. So he has a lot of issues going on in Kaduna State, and in the northwest politics, he's got a lot of issues. So El-Rufai in the north, do not forget El-Rufai from northwest. And when you are counting the Northwestern political Iroquois, let me use that now, right? You can't mention El Rufai in the same breath that you mention Kwankwaso in terms of relevance and in terms of patronage and popularity, because sometimes El Rufai can be so divisive, and he has a tailored and well recorded history of a lot of things. I wouldn't want to say it, religious extremism and a lot of stuff. He was the one that actually, when he was supposed to pick a VP from the Christian part of Kaduna State, from the southern Kaduna, right? He chose a Muslim, and he stood by it. And when they actually even tried to have an information, a very, let me say, convivial interaction with him, he shut it down, and he said, you could see probably what he said. So he justified it. There are ways you could justify things by ways of persuasion, but when you become so arrogant, so you have to look at this. I will have El Rufai. I would prefer to have El Rufai in my corner, right? When it comes to the intellectual aspect of having to have a good cabinet, and probably it could be a very big factor, in probably leveraging my KPIs, and then doing a good job for my administration. But when you flip it on the other side, when you look at the board on the political side of it, people who are against him are more than people who are for him in the north, because basically they still have issues with him within the cabal. They still have issues with him within the northern parashik. They still have issues with him in Kaduna State. So, and then there has never been a direct. I know people that will say, okay, the president is the numero uno, is the CNC. If he says, I want this man by force, by fire, the Senate should ensure they make him go through the process easily, right? But it goes beyond that. It really goes beyond that. So, and the vice president, you still have to give the vice president the choice of first refusal in some instances. You still have to think about somebody like Nuhu Ribadu, and you still have to look at the future of your politics itself as a president. So you cannot say because you want an individual or at all costs in your administration or in your cabinet, then you want to have a political fisticuff with an entire region, especially people who you know that when it comes to the political gravitas of it and the political bona fide, they are better suited than this guy when it comes to the calculation of it. So I will leave it at that. Nobody is indispensable in politics, especially when you know the numbers and when you know where where it falls. So on Yaya Bello, I don't know what Yaya Bello brings on board, honestly, except that he's youthful, but his youthfulness is a disadvantage because he had a state to govern for 8 years. He basically ran it down. He ran it, he couldn't do anything that will actually propel any youth or could make any youth proud. So now that wraps it up. Then if I have to talk about the Tinubu redeploying some certain ministers, I would say yes. And how Bayo Adelabu would have been a fantastic minister of economic plan and budget. I was expecting him to be drafted to that ministry, but I mean, because of the El Rufai fiasco, they have to find a way to put him somewhere. So because he had a financial background, he's a chartered accountant. He's a first-class dude from OAU. He has been in the corporate industry. He has been in the public sector as the deputy governor of CBN. So, and then in the global financial space too, he's been quite evident from what he's been able to do. So he has the brains. People shouldn't there shouldn't be any misconception about his intellectualism. He does. He's very intelligent. He graduated very early, and he's had a very robust professional career. He has worked in one of the big fours and that executive level, and he has worked in almost all the banks that he has worked with, or probably in his professional life as executive. Basically, so he does have what it takes to be a very good cabinet member, but it's a mismatch of a portfolio that is affecting him now. And then when you have to, this is where I miss.
So, do you think it's a mismatch or a lack of passion?
No, it's not. You could be passionate and not really have the political, let me say, the political bravery, right? The political bravery and the political goodwill that cut across border. You have a negotiating, you have a negotiating leverage over certain sector. He does not have it versus El-Rufai. El-Rufai is a bulldozer. If you keep El-Rufai in Ministry of where he is, Ministry of Energy, at this ministry now, El-Rufai would have stepped on so many toes without blinking an eye. This guy does not have he does not have that political capital as El-Rufai. So El-Rufai, he has a resume of an ex-governor. Do not forget that. He has a resume to have been in the political space for a while. And then we know what he can do when it comes to being stubborn and being stubbornness is what could do anyone who is coming to this industry. What's his name? This Ministry of Power, right, in Nigeria. There are some portfolio if that you need some amount of craziness, the Niger weary, right, to deal with them. For instance, when you want to be a minister and a very accomplished one in the aviation ministry, you must be able to fight some certain cabal. So Adelabu does not have the political backbone to fight those cabal. Do you know Atiku, all of them, they are invested heavily, right? They are big player in the energy sector in Nigeria.
It's a big mistake for Tinubu not to give El-Rufai that portfolio, no matter what.
You can't say it's a big mistake, one man. There are things that go beyond. You can be a president, right? Regardless of the fact that Tinubu won the election by his own by his own means, right? He wasn't like an anointed candidate like Fubara or Ododo and then the incumbent president basically did not work for him. The entire cabal worked against him, right? In the history of incumbency, the states that APC never lost in the north, they lost them. Gombe State, Yobe State, where they had a Senate president, and Balabuni, they lost all those states. So all those guys worked against him. In Kebbi State, the likes of Malami, but he still found a way to win the election. So now he has the say to pick whoever he wants to pick. And it was very clear that El-Rufai would have been a fantastic, nobody is doubting the fact that he would have stepped on toes, he would have been Dave Umar number 2 or Nyesom Wike. Look at when Nyesom Wike got to FCT. The first 3 months it was turbulence. It was hectic for him, campaign of calumny from certain sector, a lot of things. But we know who Wike is. He was able to stand his ground and say, look, provided I have, the backing of the CNC, whatever you guys are doing, whatever you guys are saying, you are just wasting time. So regardless of whatever they try to throw, whatever stones they're trying to throw at Wike, he stood his ground. If he had to revoke licenses, he does that without blinking an eye. If you have to bulldoze your structure, he does that without having to think twice. So that is exactly what El-Rufai would have brought to that ministry.
Yeah, but Adedibo doesn't have that cachet, as you said.
Absolutely.
And we knew that all the way through. So why did they appoint him in the first instance? They knew that was a high-profile portfolio which needed a heavy weight. And for all of his academic credentials and all of his backdrop CV that you've just done this, he is not a heavyweight in anything in the Nigeria. They will bully him now.
No, I'm not. But you are not listening to me, one man. I said he is in terms of competence, academic qualification, right, professional efficacy. He checked all those boxes. But
yeah,
like
but those are not the boxes for that portfolio. You need a bruiser. If
I
you need
like
a bully. You
yeah,
need a
secret to
bully.
my opening statement, right? That versus El-Rufai in that ministry, and I said he would have been a fantastic minister of economic planning and budget, where the ministry where Bagudu is assigned to now would have been a fantastic forte for Adelabu, while El-Rufai would have been a good guy in the ministry of power, right? So I'm just trying to tell you what El-Rufai would have brought on board that this guy does not have. And do not forget, in the political space of Nigeria, they look at faces, one man. They look at faces and they know who is who. You know what I'm saying, right? They know who is who. Adelabu cannot, regardless of how Tinubu will only support you when you push to a certain extent. And Tinubu will say, yes, that's my minister. Yeah, I gave him the instruction. He's got my backing, right? Like what you see Dave Umahi doing now. The guy in Lagos State, Landmark, that is basically crying all over the place in the social media, right? You could see at a point they tried to like have conversation with him, but when they know that he's going political, they left him alone and they left him to do what he needs to do, right? But you could see the minister, Dave Umahi, is not shifting his ground. It's not fidgeting. It's not skeptical about taking decisions. It's not even.
They've started demolishing the place already.
Yeah, it's not even feigning to be nice, right? He's telling them what he needs to do, and that's what I'm going to do. You saw the meeting he was having with the contractors the other time. Why would you take 17 different contracts when you know you don't have capacity to even execute 4? And you just run down the bill all through the years without doing nothing. So that is what El-Rufai would have brought on to that ministry times 10. Because El-Rufai would look at all the substituting contracts, all the discos, right? All the shenanigans that is going on there. He will first dismantle everything. Because by the time you execute a comprehensive gap analysis to know the status of where you are starting from.
And enigmatic, what is this talk about El-Rufai, a man that bankrupted his state?
No, we are not, Baba, please.
Yeah.
We are really not. If we want to talk about the disadvantage of El-Rufai now, then we can talk like that. But I'm just explaining to one man.
He has bankrupt. He cannot even do anything good. A man that bankrupt. How do you think he can solve problem in the electricity?
El-Rufai has nothing to offer. He has nothing to offer.
Oh, okay, but I understand what you are saying. I take your point respectfully. I take your point. But what I'm saying is, if he had bankrupted the state or not, I think it's 800 billion from the way I see it, right? In 8 years. In 8 years, 800 billion, but he's been able to transform and change the face of governance and the infrastructural capital of Kaduna State. If in 8 years, let me use an example now, we have an incumbent governor now, right? We have Alex Oti in Abia State. He's been in government for less than a year, right? He has over 1 trillion naira in debt already. Over 1 trillion in less than a year. So, and then if he's able in the next 4 years to change the infrastructural capital of Abia State, and is able to change the face of governance in Abia State, yes, that debt will be a conversation, right? But there's another bigger conversation to say this is what he's been able to achieve over the years. That is the conversation of El-Rufai. El-Rufai turned things around in Kaduna State in the same vein, right? He incurred a lot of debt on Kaduna State. So that is the same. That will be the lot of Abians who are listening now. But Alex Oti is even going faster than El-Rufai. El-Rufai is 800 billion in 8 years, or 900 billion in 8 years. Alex Oti is over 1 trillion already in less than a year. So you have to look at that.
For real?
Yes.
The guy wants to bankrupt our state.
Don't take my word for it. Like Reno Omokri will say, fact check me.
Okay.
Fact check me.
That's excessive. Bro.
Yes, over $1 trillion already in less than a year. So we can compare oranges and apple. But what we are sticking to a certain conversation. Would El-Rufai have been able to do something as a minister of power in Nigeria as against what Adelabu is doing? I pity Adelabu. One, I do not envy him. Two, I doff my hat for him that he has not collapsed of hypertension yet. Because he's dealing with, one man, there are some portfolio in Nigeria that you only survive on the job, right? If you are a boy on the corridor. Usually in political terms, a boy on the corridor is people like Wike, like El-Rufai, right? Like Umai, who knows the language of cabals in certain industries. So when you know the languages of those cabals in those industries, you'll be a bulldozer while the president is supporting you. Unfortunately, Adelabu does not have that gravitas, unfortunately. But what I would have expected Mr. President to do now, he shouldn't throw him out. He should switch his ministry. Swap him with Bagudu at budget and planning, right? He held this same position at I think in three or two of his in a professional career. So he's very vast in that. So if there's a way you can move Bagudu to another ministry, good. Matawali is the Minister of State for Defense. How are we going to score Matawali as defense? Have we seen a shift in defense or in the security of Nigeria so far? If the answer is yes, but when the substantive minister is what's the substantive minister's name? That former governor of Jigawa State, right? That white-bearded man. So if there's a shift, positive shift in the security architecture of Nigeria or security situation of Nigeria, if that's a yes, then you cannot say Matawali is not performing because Matawali is a junior minister in the Ministry of Defense, right? But the problem Matawali is having is political. Do not forget a big Badaru. Thank you, Badaru. A big chunk of the northern people, they do not want Matawali as minister. He had issues in Zamfara State, right? So they were so happy that he lost his rerun election, his gubernatorial rerun election in Zamfara State. So a lot of his political adversaries considered that a political death for him. But all of a sudden, he became a minister of state for defense. And I like what the president did in that place. He shows that ministry and he gave it to the northern people so that the senior minister is a northerner, the junior minister is a northerner. So there shouldn't be any excuse why they shouldn't see to the insecurity issues, right, in the north and by extension, Nigeria. So now Matawali's problem is more political than performance because you cannot say he's not performing while in the same breath you will say Ministry of Defense is performing under Badaru. Badaru is the senior man while Matawali is the junior man, and they all have their cut out. They have their roles. Their roles are cut out for them individually. And so far, so good. He's been doing what he's supposed to do. But like I said, he's fighting with the elders, the Northern Elders Forum. He's fighting with his successor in Zamfara State, right? And he's fighting a lot of political battle because there's this feeling that Matawali is going to run again for second term, right, in Zamfara State. So it's better for the opposition in his state and his traducers now to continue to stoke the ember of that political calumny against him, as looking forward to the rerun in 2027. So they just want to basically whittle down his political capital, and then they've written a lot of petition to Asiwaju to remove him. But if there will be any reshuffling of cabinet, first, I think somebody mentioned communication. Emeka, you did a very good job. At least we can see that you can be supportive of an administration and at the same time be critical of what you are not really satisfied with, especially if they are not fulfilling your expectation. Right? That is intelligence in objective criticism. That's what you're doing. But you got it wrong. What I see is that we have some moribund and out of touch ministers, right, in this administration. Nobody will know what you're doing if you are not
enigmatic.
Yeah.
Give me 1 sec, please. Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Are we seeing some friends and family because somebody lost an election, they don't want to rubbish him in the state, then let me pick him for minister? Or are we talking about competency? You mentioned about Matawale now. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, brother.
Okay, let me answer this in a very simple way. Look, there's always political exigency and contingency of plans when you're making appointments. You have to basically structure your appointment in three different elements or three different factors. Competence, one. That competence, one. Politics, two. Right? And technocrat. The technocrats most of the time we come with the competence side by side, but the politics of it, you are looking at a semblance of, in this region. For instance, let me use Southeast for instance for example now. Look at Dave Umahi now. He was a competent governor, right? We saw his workings. He did excellently well as a minister, but as a governor. But in the same vein, right? If Hope Uzodinma, right, wasn't running for second term, and there's a possibility of being appointed a minister, there will be a debate of has he been appointed a minister on the basis of competence or politics? I will choose politics from what he brings, or what he will bring on board when it comes to the politics of it in the Southeast. That is one thing that Matawale will represent and represents that El-Rufai will not represent. El-Rufai will be appointed on the basis of competence and intelligence. Matawale, politics involved, and then political payback will be involved, number two, right? And then loyalty too. He was one of those people that were very close to Buhari. This is just, I think Emeka should know this. He was one of those people that were very close to Buhari. He was the few ones that challenged.
All right. Anybody start to bring that space home. I want to take you to one more space.
Okay. Okay. He was one of those few ones that challenged the Naira wherever then, including El-Rufai and Yaya Bello, right? So, but a lot of people thought, it was a political suicide for him, because at that point, it's like he crossed the line with the cabal, and they swore to deal with him. Ask anybody from Zamfara State, right, how the Zamfara State election was conducted, right? They Matawale they deployed everything against him. So it was a compensation for him to come on board as a junior minister. But like I said, if he had been appointed a substantive minister, it could be a different conversation. That's why he's a junior minister now. Then if there's a reason for him to be redeployed, then they could take him. Maybe if I will take him around, I'll make him special duties minister, because it doesn't really bring much on board intellectually. I'll make him a special duties minister as a substantive minister. Then instead of having a big portfolio, a big ministry, a big portfolio as a substantive minister, where he will have more bashing. I won't do that. But that is just to answer that. So, and then there are other ministers that some of them should go. Like Musawa, I don't see what she's doing. Minister of Trade, they've not really, and then they need to invest in communication. Somebody mentioned Lagos State. Whatever is happening in Lagos State on a daily basis, right? They have channels, they have faces of information dissemination to the entire nation.
Honestly speaking.
Yeah, they don't have it.
They are communicating real-time basis.
Yeah, they don't have it in this, and then I blame, and I see that things will change. If one man, your friend, what's his name? Buala. If Buala will be coming to this administration, I won't be surprised if they put him in one of the communication space. And then the Minister of Communication is not effective, right?
Do you think they should swap Buala with Ajuri?
No, Ajuri is perfect.
No, they can work separately and work well.
Buala deserves to be a minister. Minister of Communication would be good for him.
They won't give him a ministerial
post. They won't give him a minister
because it's a crossover politician. It's a
I forgot.
He crossed over and is from Borno State, right? And Borno State is Shetima's. Will pick anyone from that place. So when we are mentioning some ministers so they need to invest. Look at what this guy, what's his name? Apart from what Dave Umar is doing, apart from what Wale Edun and Cardoso, you will see Cardoso is coming intermittently, randomly to give report, right, of what he's doing in his office. The same thing with and then Wike. Some people may hate Wike for his style of politicking, but Wike is effective, right? He's telling you what he's doing monthly basis in the administration of FCT. Every minister should have that capacity to do that. You should have your own communication team in each of the ministry.
Spot on.
Yeah, and this is what I think the president should insist on going forward. Each of the ministries should have their information dissemination mechanism to let you know what people are doing. Minister of Education, I don't even know what it looks like when he speaks. Nobody knows what he's doing. The Ministry of Health, Babaja, they are doing a lot. They had almost over a $2 billion this thing from Gavi. Do not forget they brought that guy from Gavi. And the junior minister came from the US. The two of them came from the US, coincidentally. But they are not communicating. Communicating is communication has been the albatross of these ministers, and they should look into that. So that is the way I'll put it. Bosun Tijani, now I'm happy they gave Bosun Tijani a portfolio, so he can see that it's easy, right, to drive it's easy to condemn, right, to criticize. Now he's having a whole portfolio in his hands, and we have not really seen his working. So I want to see.
Is it one of the letdowns? He came in as a star boy, but he's not putting in a stellar performance.
He has not impressed.
Because you were eulogizing about him, and Emeka as well. You and Emeka were eulogizing about him.
I'm not impressed.
Yeah, I was.
Who is that? Who are you guys talking about?
Tijani, the communications guy, that they were saying is the IT this and is the this, that,
the digital guy.
Yes,
but the problem is
that guy that is training a lot of youth for IT. So what are you guys going?
Those things are not. We can't really. But what I want to see,
those are just. It's not even his job. That's the Ministry of Education. It should be putting.
It's not education.
It should be putting some
training them
high level. It should be building Nigeria into a digital hub.
That is what he's doing.
That's his
you
plan.
guys are not following this guy.
I was highly optimistic with him, right? The strategic drive, I like it. But again, just like what Enigmatica said, communication, communication, and communication. The last time
because
he
he was in
spoke,
Davos, and I had him
exactly.
speak.
Yeah, the last time
he's doing something, but no, it's not
he is,
propagating
but
it.
communication. What are you doing? Even if there are challenges, come and tell us. Of course, there will be challenges.
Let me say this thing. Some people who believe that they work in IT and Bosun Tijani is doing something. Even Bosun Tijani's, forte in IT is in the marketing and commercialization. That's what his area, right? But of course, you could say he has a connection with Google and all those things. But what we are talking about when it comes to digital infrastructure, that is what I'm talking about. I'm not saying it's working in that regard. Things could work out, but look, either you like it or not, when you like, why is Alex Oti trending all over the nation? Because the obedient, right, are basically communicating and disseminating communication about his doings, even though we know most of those things are propaganda most of the time. But why are we not hearing the same thing from Anambra State in Soludo? They are not propagating because they hate him. So that is what communication will do for you. Why are we seeing what Umai is doing and Wike is doing? We all know what Wike is doing. Wike in the history of FCT, they now have a FCT Civil Service Commission.
Enigmatic. Right? You can't even count Wike's press conferences.
Okay.
Over 20 this year alone.
Apart from Wike speaking by himself, he has a director of information chief press secretary for himself, right? And then director of information for the entire FCT. So these ministers, they have look at Tunji Ojo now.
All those ones you are mentioning, enigmatic, director of information, we can't see them doing it. Wike is the one. Wike understand how
communication
works.
But you understand the larger picture of what I'm trying to say.
Carry media around. You see,
you will see.
Yeah, but it's been orchestrated, isn't it? By his phone.
And it costs money to communicate too. If you really want to communicate effectively, have all those mainstream media, you know.
But Baba, you know what? You know what? Money. You in each ministry, you have budget for all those things. But it be like say all these people that will just sit down for that budget instead of using the budget.
Thank you.
Every ministry they have budget. They have their Ministry of Communication. I mean, their Department of Communication.
Directorate of Communication.
And God bless you. So it behooves all this. Look at what Sanwo-Olu is doing now on a daily basis. Whatever Sanwo-Olu is doing immediately is all over the place. So why would you be a minister of health? Nobody knows what you are doing. Nobody knows what you are doing as Minister of Information. I mean, do you know, Baba Aja, if I ask you now, do you know what the minister of that minister from Enugu State, the one in Emeka, do you know ministry of the ministry that this man that just died from Abia
talking
State?
About Emeka girlfriend, trade and commerce. Is that
no be that one. Emeka, you know this man that just died from Abia State, Onu, right?
Okay, yeah. That's the Ministry of Communication now. He was the Minister of Communication before.
Minister of
Technology.
Science and Technology.
Science and Technology.
Do you know anything that the minister is doing now? Nobody knows.
No, nobody knows.
So that's what we are talking about. These ministers,
they are really messing up Asiwaju. Honestly, let's be very realistic.
What about this blue ocean something? This blue ocean something.
Thank you.
What of President brother? Blue ocean.
Blue ocean something.
Blue economy. What about blue economy?
It should be green economy. Because
that guy never talked once with the press. He never talked once with the press.
Baba, the same thing that killed Oyetola as governor.
It's the same thing. Communication.
To the same.
It doesn't talk.
Ministry. Do you know that ministry? That ministry is one of the most lucrative ministry in Nigeria. He has not even completed the entire gamut of the full appurtenances of offices of appointments in that ministry, like the DGs. Like they have like almost 13 or 14 directorates in that ministry. They have not had the full complement of the director generals in each of those in that ministry. So what I think Asiwaju should do, and then to Nigerians, to all of you listening here, they have a website, right, that you can log into and go and grade all these people, review them, and you can be a part of the process too for the KPI that Bala.
But enigmatic, those new military ministry like that of Bonsun and that of
Bonsun's ministry is not new. Bonsun's ministry is not new.
They are new ministry. I think we should give them time to grow. They have to put in place infrastructure.
I don't have issues.
What Asiwaju needs is Kolata to go on Channels Television and go and rate them.
I don't
so that
have
they will
issues.
see their score.
Yeah, I think we should do that maybe once before the. But what, Baba, I don't have issue with those.
We'll do that in May when they clock a year in power. Then we will audit both the presidency and the ministers.
So I don't have issues with each of the ministries, but I have issues, right, with their communication style. Look at they can copy from Wiki, but they don't want to spend money. For you to be relevant in politics, you got to spend. These people are so clueless about what information and communication can do to them.
If they have the good communication, you don't need to spend that much.
He said he's collaborating with.
If you have good,
he said he's collaborating with some maybe US or some of these.
That is, I'm telling you. Okay,
but we don't see him in the way we see Wike, Umahi, Tunji Ojo. So I mean, they're working equally.
But let me ask you a question.
They should their work.
Let me ask you a question. Now. Okay, do you think if Asiwaju make it mandatory to them, like I want to, for instance, I'm just hypothetical, right? I want all of you, my ministers, right? I want to see you. I want a template. Wiki is my template in terms of communication. You guys will follow Wiki. I want to see what you guys are doing on a monthly basis in your ministry. If you don't do it, you are fired. Do you think they won't do it? Do you think we won't see a spike in communication in all the ministries?
With speed, they will do it.
So sometimes you need to be mad with it. Okay, look at, we have National Orientation Agency. Larry Issa Onilu, he held a Zoom whatever 2 days during the weekend.
Enigmatic, 10 seconds, please. But if they are not showcasing what they are doing, maybe they are even doing more than Wiki that is doing for camera. Don't you think that? Maybe they are working. They are not just speaking.
What is the essence of politics?
Enigmatic, give me 1 minute. I think the problem with us, give me 1 minute, please. I think the problem with us is that all of us in diaspora are more of YouTube information. We get more of our information from YouTube. We don't go to NTA. I think if we monitor NTA, that is where we can get a lot of information as to how these people are working.
Baba, let me tell you something.
Yes.
To be sincere, right? To be sincere with you, I just don't want to say I'm not trying to say these are what these people are doing. I'm basically focusing on the communication. From what I know, from the hindsight, a lot of them are really doing a lot. These ministers.
Communication, I believe if we follow NTA is the government media house that effectively communicates.
NTA is on Twitter.
NTA is on Twitter, but I don't. We are following them, but we are not getting.
We are following them.
Saying, Baba, you are not getting it.
When Dele Alake.
Hold on a second, please. Hold on a second. Let me give you a scenario. Do you know, like, 2 weeks ago? Between 2 weeks ago, or let's say just 3 weeks ago, maximum, when Dave Umai saw a certain campaign against his ministry about their project, about the coastal line or the coastal road or whatever, about the guy in Lagos who is the one who that resort place, right? Have you seen that he embarked on back-to-back media tour to sensitize Nigerians about the real facts and figures of what is happening? Because if he hadn't done that, right, they would have turned the narrative around that the Lagos, Umai, Tinubu, the government, right, they are doing this. So he came.
Yeah, he did well. He did well by going on sham offensive.
Yes, he even replied article with numbers, with figures. He went technical at the point. Then on the issue of having to demolish buildings, structures, and everything, he came to speak. So look, I can be here and be saying this is what each minister is doing, right? I will say it until tomorrow. But if you as a minister, if you are not showing what you are doing to Nigerians, then what is my job trying to convince people who are not convinced at all, or probably they've taken a position? So nobody can take a certain position against Wike ministry now. They will tell you, go and look at it. Or Umai, right? They will tell you, okay, now look at where when Wike came to office. We know that we've had one of the most ineffective. I don't want to be bogus with the words. I would have said one of the shambolic vagabonds in administrative history of FCT, the last minister, right? Now people know that they have a minister in FCT. If Wike hadn't been coming on board to say things, how would we know? The last time that he was demolishing a certain structure and the developer came on the TV trying to say something, Wike, coincidentally, during that week, he had his media press conference and he addressed that, and that he killed that thing naturally. Now we have a ministry of blue ocean or blue whale. Are you aware of the guy that this same Oyetola? I want to tell you.
Blue economy.
Oyetola has met with Blinken 4 times, the Secretary of State in the US. He has met with like 4 different secretaries in the US. Secretaries of State, secretary means ministers. He has been to the US almost 10 times, but nobody knows that, because the fool is not speaking and he's not coordinating his ministry, very well. And you are dealing. This is so how would people know that you are okay? Now nobody knows what you're doing in that blue economy ministry, but you've seen the Secretary of State in the US 4 different times. When he was in Nigeria, he came to that ministry, and you have a budget, and the president supports you. Do you want the president to come and coordinate the communication for you in your ministry again? What else do you want? The president has given you the job. You have free hand to do what you are supposed to do. So look, we can criticize the president, right? But let's look at the lieutenants too, who have the paraphernalia of office 100%, but you are not using it. So I will say, Tinubu, if anybody knows them, I know a lot of them, right, that are doing a human job. Look at the minister of the woman that came from Anambra State, Minister of Women Affairs. Nobody knows what he's doing to. Nobody knows. That one is like even confused.
Start to bring it home, enigmatic.
So this is what we have to focus on. So by the time Tinubu is assessing the ministers, the one that will be left behind, they have to give them one thing. Look, communication, number 1. Number 2, communication. Number 3, communication. Because you are dealing with PDP, which are very moderate, they are very friendly, but you are dealing with, a bunch of headless mobs out there who their basic job is to go out and denigrate and tarnish the image of the country, regardless of whose horse is guard. So they need to look at that. Then, which other topic, briefly?
Yes, a very brief one on this skirmish between Seun Kuti and Simon Ekpa. I'm pretty sure you watched that space, but I think it's lining up to be a very delicious rough fight.
Well, the 2 of them are 2 different individuals. They are on 2 different wavelengths. Seun we can say he's a freedom fighter. He has his own mind. He's anti oppression, anti-establishment, and stuff like that. On the other hand, this one is a cash out lord. He's killing his people. He's not fighting for anything but for his pocket. Because and he's a coward. If he's not a coward, he should be, as a soldier, as a commander, as a general, you'll be in the front, fighting from the front, not hiding in Finland.
He's prime minister.
Okay, prime minister that. Prime.
but enigmatic, you have to be careful though, because anytime people run Tinubu down here, people are always angry that you can't speak about the president of a country like that. So how can you speak of a prime minister in such a disparaging fashion?
Prime minister of where?
Biafra in diaspora. Online Biafra. It's the prime minister of online Biafra.
Even this guy, that is why I will.
Oh, sorry, everybody. If he's the prime minister, what is in
Nnamdi
Kanu? That's the question, no. And he keeps saying he's a disciple of
Nnamdi Kanu is ceremonial president.
Yes, ceremonial. Is the Tafawa Balewa to Nnamdi Kanu's?
They seem to be confused. They seem to be confused in that they are. So look, to be honest with you,
in that their country,
I listen to Seun carefully, right?
That's the Mecca country. That's the prime minister of Mecca.
Mecca is a Nigeria, no.
I'm a full Nigerian. I don't know what is going on
with a solid green passport.
I'm a complete Nigerian.
So you see, Seun basically, I would say if you speak like that, and if you react to me in that manner, the way Ekpa done, I would say, where's your sense of humor? Number one. And I would say, why are you so triggered? Right? Did I strike any nerve? Because Seun was speaking to the fact. Do you have makeup on your face? Yes or no? The answer is obvious. So he was speaking to that. And then he went further to say, okay, blah, 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 blah. But you went on a tangent of derogatory, language.
Yeah, he was responding to Shehu very well in the beginning, and I just don't know what got into his brain. He just decided to start going somewhere else. There were things he said to Shehu that if I was Shehu, I would look at it as I think this guy has spoken right. Shehu should be at the forefront of freedom fighting in the country, but it appears Shehu is not taking a back seat. Why?
No, you are not right, because if you are following Shehu very well, Shehu does spaces talking about, I think it's maybe once or twice in a week, right? But yeah, Shehu is still doing what he needs to do, sensitizing Nigerians, right? And if you could see during the election, the only candidate he probably was supporting was Omoyele Sowore, the one that appeals to his type of politics or to his type of political ideology, right? He wasn't supporting Ashwaju, he wasn't supporting Atiku, he wasn't supporting the Agulu man, right? But of course, that's why the headless mob. And let me put this correct. When I mention headless mob, I believe we don't have any headless mob on the platform. But if you're a headless mob, well, God bless you. And if you're an obedient, God bless you. Do not forget we have two different ones. So
don't ask for the solid treatment, though. We've just done that round. Don't let them start.
Well, if you're an obedient, you can be triggered. If you're a headless mob, you can be triggered. If you're none of those, nothing should trigger you. It's so easy, one man, right? So if you come here, if you say Agbado, if I'm not Agbado, my name is not Agbado, right? I'm not con.
But is your name Ewado? Your name is not Agbado, but is it Ewa?
Ewa.
Are you?
No, my name is none of those. So I will.
Are you sure? I've heard the rumor. Do you want to hear the rumor I've heard about you?
Oh yeah, go ahead now.
All right. Are you sure you want to hear it?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, here it is. Yeah, so that's the rumor. Agbado Ewa. Well, sorry, I'm just being silly. Carry on. Bring it home, and then we go on to ego, and then Papa after that.
Yeah, but what, my politics is so sweet when you have a free mind and you don't take all these people seriously. like Prince Daddy now. I know Prince Daddy is a Trump supporter, but you see me most of the time, I'll take a jab at him, call him MAGA, right? And then even Joe Biden, they will call him Sleepy Joe and stuff like that. He will laugh it off, and then he will call Donald Trump Sleeping Don now. So when you have that kind of mindset, except the only thing is, and we will always say that, people will always say that I'm always cautioned to ensure that I do not have a personal confrontation with anyone, especially when we are talking of politicians. So Omoyele, yeah, I can talk about him in a certain fashion. But any other one, right? None of them is they are all equal opportunity, nuisance, bundle of nuisances to me, and I will not sweat over them. But talking about these two guys now, I know Seun will come back with a salvo, and Seun does not back down. You know that one man. So he was trying to shame Seun.
Yeah, but I think Simon Ekpa can take him down, not physically, but
let me tell you where Simon Ekpa will lose it.
Media jousting.
Let me tell you where Simon Ekpa will lose it. That he's already losing it. Seun is a jovial. Is what he does normally. He comes on live, not wearing shirt, just his normal life. He's not poor, right? And he's wealthy, but he's not rich.
And rap is marijuana.
So, right? So nothing stops him from doing what he's not looking for validation from anybody. He's not looking to sound politically correct. He doesn't want you to like him. He doesn't want you to love him. He just wants you to see things in a rational mind, with a rational opinion. That's what he wants. But where this guy will lose, Simon Ekpa, that is already losing now, is that he's getting emotional with his. She will never get emotional. She will go the robber. You know, when you are robbing, when you are robbing the distance, iodine on an open wound. That's what she won't be doing. So she will troll him, and he will make a mess of himself. He will make a caricature of himself. Seun has nothing to lose. Seun is like very dark man, right? That the guy, but one man, right? That very dark man.
Yes, I'm expecting him to come into that fight as well, because that's and of course,
and he will support Seun.
That the freeze will start to
Seun will have a lot of support, right?
Maybe we should start doing those sort of streams, all these fele sort of whatever it is.
So Simon Ekpa is already getting emotional. Why Seun will be laughing it off? Because it's like somebody who is already on the ground. Right? Where else do you want to push him to? Except you dig the ground 6 feet to put him there and bury him. That's Seun for you. That's somebody like a very dark man for you. Unlike Simon Ekpa, that still wants his dollars from the Biafran people, right? That still wants to, remain relevant in that space. And then he gets triggered now because he called him out for his makeup and everything. Seun does not come on live with any makeup. He doesn't even have a shirt on most of the time. He's smoking his weed, right? So those are the differences. So when you don't have nothing to lose, nothing will trigger you. When you have nothing to lose, you will never be emotional about certain things. When you don't have nothing to lose, when you don't have to validate, when you are not living your life on the terms of people, on the terms of what people will say, how people will judge you, how people will you are not trying to make friends, right? But you are trying to make comrades. That's what Seun is. If you are not in that capacity, then you may not be able to function in that level of his intellectual, conversation. So that's where he will defeat this guy, basically. And it will be a fun at the end of the day. Let's look at it.
All right, brilliant. We'll certainly be keeping tabs on that space. I'm excited by it. I love those sort of I like it when it's those sort of elements. I don't like it when it's entertainment people, some Nollywood or those tonto. But if it's this sort of characters, which is on the cusp of the political space, yes, we'll monitor that certainly. So that is the majestic, enigmatic, of course.
Face to face, Mama. If it is boss to boss, this guy go buy. He go buy.
He will tie one hand behind his back and give him the flogging of his life.
He will buy. He will do
He feels like a boxer,
Yeah.
All right, but excellent. So let's go to Igo. Igo, you're up next. It's been a while, almost a year since you last joined us, and then suddenly we resurfaced. We were going to put a poster out that are missing. How you doing now? What happened?
I'm all right, man. I'm all right. I'm fine. I just surfaced. Man's a little bit busy. You know, the country now, Nigeria is a funny place, you know.
Yeah, but you don't Japan now.
No. They're around. I came back to Nigeria. I told you that they're about 3 months ago. They're back.
All right. Say you still the flex. Remember when you used to drive around?
Where you go?
When you used to drive around palace, boasting and showing off. And we don't see a lot on this stream. Do you remember when you'll be in some bear parlor with some babes? They're showing off.
It's just cruising now. You know what's up.
Ego, where you go? Where you go? Where
I can't let you go.
Where you go?
My warrior.
Where you
know you'll be the
come back.
I know you'll be the first person to ask.
Okay, tell us now where you go, where you carry go.
I travel to Vietnam.
Vietnam.
Yes.
For all these places, for this one, now Vietnam you can't go. Where did they go?
Of course, I went for imports now. Now where you get business, you they go now. When I don't have any business in US, what do you expect me to come and do there? You're right. So you have business, you go to.
You don't have to answer, but what's there to import in Vietnam?
Oh, it's the largest garment factory they have all over the world.
A lot, one man is what you know. You talk about a lot to import from that area.
More than the office dresses women wear. They are mainly made in Vietnam.
America is developing that place as alternative to China.
Do you know most of the
American businesses are moving to Vietnam?
Vietnam is a big market now. Vietnam is a big market now.
Yeah,
most of the fashion in the fashion industry, at least 60% of the of those Zara, all of them, they make their stuff in Vietnam.
Okay.
For cheap labor.
But what is that? But you can get it equally cheaper in China now, can you not? Whatever it is in Vietnam.
In most cases, their quality are even better than China. Yeah. Their quality is sometimes superior than the Chinese.
But brother, now wow, Vietnam of all places, you get
of all places.
They have better quality product there. They make better quality product than China.
They have good workforce. That's why everybody is going there.
Of course.
To manufacture.
Vietnam is a good country. They are a great country also. It's not only America, London, or wherever.
What are the people like? How did they interact with you? Were they friendly?
They are wonderful people. They are friendly. They speak English normally, apart from their Vietnamese language. They're an English-speaking zone. Even when you go there, you will still be seeing some of those areas that they use in fighting the US during the Vietnam War and other things. They said they are trapped doing many things in the country. You will see some monuments there that are just kept, for like tourists also to come and be viewing how they defeat the US. They live in Vietnam that they defeat US now during the Vietnam War. So it's a great country and they are good people, very hospitable.
Now, wow. Travel.
Let's move on to business. Let's talk about Aerofire.
Welcome, Igor. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Ajaleko. Quite a long time. I really do miss you guys. But sometimes I do come to the platform. I just enter briefly or maybe drop some comment. Even when I was not around, I normally drop some comment once in a while, though. Yeah. So one man.
Yes, take us to El-Rufai. That's where you want to start. Take us to El-Rufai.
Yes. To my own, though we understand that El-Rufai is a good supporter of Tinubu, and they are all the same what do you call it, political party. I think that they should have given him one of this position, like the minister or so. But if they did give it to him, I don't think that there is anything he's going to cause in 2027. I believe that Tinubu will still remain there for the next 8 years. And moreover, I don't think that Tinubu is the one that is really pushing him aside. Maybe some of those ministers are not really happy with him, even his party men that are not really in line with him. I guess they are the one pushing him aside. Not that it's not going to do well, but there's other better, big names that can do good job. Like even as yes, I was even thinking that Tinubu will give somebody one of these big whatever to manage for us, so that those things he did in Lagos, he can take it to federal. But up until now, we didn't hear anything about that guy. And also, there are lots of people. This reshuffling of cabinet of 18 or this redeployment or whatever, we don't think we need redeployment at this stage. The ministers that are working, the whole Nigerians are seeing it. If those ones that think that they are working and cannot come to the TV or to the public space and tell the Nigerian people, I don't think we should see them as people that are really working. They should put people there that will be telling Nigerians what they are doing for them, not the ones that are going to NTA, that Nigerians are not there. They should come to Arise News. They should come to, TVC and other stations to tell Nigerians what they are doing. And if Tinubu understand that some of these people, they are not really performing, there is no need of redeploying them. They should be sacked and new people should be brought in to fit in for this job. There are lots of Nigerians, so I don't think some people should be given privilege or whatever, or should be seen as those that can do the job. I believe we have lots of competence in Nigeria people, and just that the criminals are more than the, whatever. The issue of Matawale, I think, is the thing of paddy minister they give to him. They just, like his own position is like paddy, just compensation. Say, okay, don't be out of government, just stay there, because I don't think Matawale really has done any good, even in his states or before coming to, the ministerial position that he's holding now. Going on to Samuel Ekpa, what he's doing with Seun.
Ego. But your man no disappoint us. So
who?
Wike.
I told you he's a nice guy now. Wike is doing very well. Wike and Umahi, we are seeing them all over Lagos now. Even let me say, because Lagos is Tinubu's home or wherever, they are really changing the face of Lagos. If you come to Lagos now, all the bridges in Lagos, they are lighting it up. All bridges in Lagos, and they are retouching the whole of them. They are just trying to, as the home of the president. It's normal if you are a leader, some leaders tend to develop their state. Some not really they care. But here in Lagos, some difference are really, we are seeing the difference. Come to think about it. The Wike, Wike from time, he has been a dogged kind of man. He does the things the way he wants it, and then he's doing very well as at today. If you look at people like them, what do you call this former minister of FTC? What is this guy? This guy in is it Bauchi? That Bauchi guy. Okay, still in the PDP. I think that one was the minister also under Goodluck Jonathan, yes, before Buhari came in or whatever. The whole FCT minister of all this time, apart from that time of El-Rufai, that he went on rapid demolition also of people's property then during the Obasanjo regime. The only minister we've gotten since then is Wike. They've never been any FTC minister. People don't even know what they are doing, They just bear in, like those ones we are not hearing of now. Believe me, I bet you they are not in NTA, they are not in nowhere, they are not doing anything for this country. Let nobody just be blindfolding us or be deceiving us that they are somewhere, they are doing job, they are not announcing it. Wike is too loud, it's a lie from the pit of hell. Nigerians want you people to announce it. We want you to announce it so that we can see. Because Nigeria now is what we see that we believe. We don't believe in what we don't see. You understand? So those ministers, we don't think they need redeployment. We think they should be fired and the new ones replace them. So that's what Nigeria want. That's what Nigerians believe right now. If Tinubu regime will be able to deliver for us, but the guy is trying. The Tinubu himself is trying. Regardless of
let me ask you one question again. Wike and his boy for Rivers,
Wait till you think. What's your take on
Fubara?
Fubara.
At the end of the day, I think what I think will happen to that guy, although he's trying to garner some kind of support or wherever for some of those political bigwigs also in Rivers. But what I think will happen to him is what happened to Ambode. That's what I think, because these people like them Wiki and all these people versus the Tinubu, because that Fubara now look like someone that is even fighting the presidency. So when you look at it, these politicians that are ahead before you, sometimes you don't just undermine what they can do. They can go and learn to just bring you down. So me, I felt at the end of the day, Fubara might end up being a one-term governor. That is where it will end, because these two people, they will never agree no matter what. The fight will continue. The exchange of word will continue. They will keep fighting themselves till 2027. So at the end of the day, Wike might end up defeating him, because Wike still have a lot of, supporters and still very strong, in Rivers State as at today. That's my thought.
All right, brilliant. Do you have any thoughts on Yahaya Bello? Do you want to give us a little flavor? Adams Oshiomhole came out earlier on today speaking to that space. And also he spoke about how Ododo used his immunity to help him escape the illegality of it.
Adams Oshiomhole has outspoken. He normally sometimes he also, although it's not a fanatic, it's not a religious whatever. Adams is like R-O-F-I one way or the other, because he normally sometimes he speak out. He's very good in speaking out some kind of time. He will just bring the story. He will just knock it the way it's supposed to look like, make Nigeria understand that this is what is going on. But at the end of the day, I don't think that Yahaya Bello is a talk now. We don't think that they are going to arrest him. Nigerian politics now. We don't think they will see him to arrest for the moment, because he's in Abuja there. Who is telling us that they don't know where Yahaya Bello is? That's a lie. Yahaya Bello is in Abuja. If they want to arrest him, they should go and arrest him. At the end of the day, they will just do this matter all one kind, and the guy will just walk scot-freely. He will just be in what do you call it? I think the judge, they are threatening the EFCC boss now to come to the court now, right? I don't know what that is supposed to mean. The court, the high court of wherever, Kogi, is it Kogi? I believe from yes, Kogi. The high court of Kogi State, I think they are inviting the EFCC chairman to come and wherever. Is that not a threat, or is that not a way of trying to, I don't know. But at the end of the day, I just think that those that have the money and they are in power, I think they still have the money and they have the power. So nothing will happen to that guy at the end of the day. They might not end up even arresting him, because the drama in this country is getting too much. Every day we see different drama. So Yahaya Bello is there in Kogi State, and then the EFCC boss, he has promised us that he's going to resign. We are waiting for him. If he fails to arrest Yahaya Bello, he must resign. We are still going to call him out if he fails to arrest Yahaya Bello, because he has told us that if they did not prosecute that young man, that he will resign his job. So we are just waiting. We are waiting.
Sorry, just let me put something clear to you. As it is now, they don't really need Yahaya Bello again. They don't have to arrest him.
Okay, they don't need him again, right?
No, they don't. They have already they've proceeded to file charges against him, and the court process will continue, even if he has to. Because he's in Nigeria, but he's in the government house, right, in Kogi State. So they were trying to have him in there at first instance, but the way things have turned out, they've taken a new course. So under the law, they don't really need his presence, so they can proceed with the charges, and then they will continue. But don't forget that he's on a bolo already, right? He has been declared wanted, and when you are declared wanted, automatically Interpol is involved, and a couple of international agencies are involved. So that's just to put things straight to you.
You know here in Nigeria, sometimes we can say whatever we want to say, you understand? Here in Nigeria, it's not how it works over there that you are. That's not how it works here. A lot of things are going on in this country.
It's only when the government, only when the government is, when the central government, right, is ready to shield you.
Exactly.
That's when it will work.
But nobody knows now if the central government is shading him or not.
No, the people are saying, you know, this guy no send any one of them. Oh.
Because nobody knows. Yeah, because they are not making it public. They will not come and tell you. They are the one that tell us.
They are not shielding.
I think Enigmatic is right. Yayabelo has beaten more than he can chew. He has beaten more than he can chew.
No, I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not right, and I'm not saying they might not end up arresting him. But we are just waiting because it's like a drama in this country.
They don't need to arrest him. Look,
going now.
Sorry, once again, let me just clear you one thing. Now, as I'm speaking to you, right?
Yeah.
Even some Yayabelo's colleagues, governors, ex-governors, they are not happy with it because a lot of them are going through EFCC's prosecution under the radar. All of them, they are going through prosecution under the radar. They are doing plea bargaining behind the scene, so that they won't. They are not.
Thank you. Behind the scene, all these things will go behind the scene.
They are not listening. Hold on. Don't be skeptical. Don't be skeptical. I'm telling you some things. Look, when you work with it's just like in the US here, right? When you work with the system, they will find a way to work with you. But when you want, like Yayabelo, he has brought himself out unnecessarily. That's what I'm telling you. If you're an ex-governor, so Fayose was an ex-governor now. They said they will arrest him. He said, "You don't need to arrest me. Just wait until I have until I have no immunity any longer." On the day that he signed off in office, he took himself by himself to AFCC headquarters, right? So Yayabelo, the government will only support you if you are honorable. Why are you running in the first instance? Are you the only governor? Is Obano not there? Obano has charges now, right? They arrested him. He said, "Please let me go to the US and take care of my health, and I'll be back the time you want me. The time my stuff." So within 2 months, his doctor cleared him. He came back to Nigeria, right? Then he has been able to secure his bail, and they are prosecuting his case. Almost 15 governors are going through the same prosecution. Delta State governor is one of them. A lot of them they are doing the same thing. But
which of the Delta State governor? Okowa.
All of them. A lot of them are even in Ondo State. Like 3 different commissioners are the one who actually runs.
That's true. Okowa cannot go scot free, right?
So, but when you know you are a big man in the country, right? Don't try to challenge and then you want the president to shield you. What about others? Why are you different?
I will agree with you, Enigma, but let's just watch. It's just now 4 years. Let's see if any of these folks will go to prison. Because here in this country that we are, we know how this country works. We know how it runs things. People have stolen billions and trillions. Nobody's in prison. We must understand all these things then. So let's
just no prison now. I say Ojuzo Kalu is not in prison anyway. A lot of if we actually
before Ojuzo Kalu went to prison, how many of them were they after? It was only Oji at the end of the day that they ended up sending to prison. They were after many of them after them.
No Nigerian let me just say no Nigerian governor would have been working free if, of course, if you know, ceteris paribus,
okay.
But we know
you just said it all. But all of them are working freely in this country. If not that Ibori ran that time to London, Ibori will not go to prison. Even if he's here, before we stay in prison or go to the court for 1 year, his case will also die. So these things we know. You know, so this is what we are saying. Nobody goes to prison. They only tell us these things. They announce it. They do it one kind. At the end of it, they are all politicians. So we are just praying that you should think about Nigeria. They should put Nigeria first before their own personal interest.
All right, brilliant. Excellent. Thank you, Igor. So let's go on, Igor, from YouTube. Baba, who takes the floor next?
If Larry is ready, or Ajanle Kuku, I'm a little bit tired.
All right.
Larry or Ajanle Kuku?
All right, let's go to Ajanle Kuku then, and then after Ajanle Kuku, Larry. Ajanle Kuku, are you ready?
Hello.
Yes, hello. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
All right, brilliant. So to the conversation, we kicked it off with where did we even kick it off? We the note of caution from Segun Kuti the political risk of alienating El Rufai and Yahaya Bello. Yes, El Rufai, I can see it, and I can join the argument that is playing high tension politics with El Rufai, but Yahaya Bello is just a boy. He doesn't really carry any political weight. But what are you making of Segun Kuti advice to the presidency?
Yeah, thank you, man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, I don't know the politics that Segun Kuti is playing. For him to say the president playing a political risk with, alienation of Yahaya Bello. I don't know what Yahaya Bello. I don't know what he can still do in the politics of that state. Now that it is evidently clear that he's a corrupt guy, he's running away from justice. He's already embarrassed and ridiculed his personality. His opponent already, they are weaponized with all these shenanigans that he's doing. So I don't know how he'll be able to win election in the future in that country, except if people the people of that state are Beudani people, stupid people. That is when they want to follow this man that is being declared as the looter of their resources. So I don't know how I don't know his political worth now. Those ladies, Natasha and what do you call some other politicians, even within the party, you're going to see some strong opposition against him within APC. They're going to come out strongly against him, and even the governor of the state in the next election cycle. That's going to be, they're going to make reference to all of this, and they're going to rope him and the present governor up together, because the present governor is handpicked. So I don't know. I don't know his political worth. Nigerians should not follow such a highly corrupt person anymore, or even listen to them, or give them political space to even operate at all. So that's about that. And El Rufai, El Rufai have a problem too.
El Rufai could prove to be a very big mistake if Tinubu doesn't handle him properly.
Woman, let me just ask you one question. If you were to be Tinubu and you were to choose between El Rufai and the governor, will you go for El Rufai against the governor? This is a political game now. The North, when we talk about all this godfatherism, it doesn't work in the North. The governor is trying to hold his own feet now, and is currently against El Rufai. So if somebody like Tinubu would rather want to go for a sitting governor who has the power than go for an El Rufai. So it's a win-win for him. So he's just standing and let them do the thing in Kaduna. See El Rufai's son, challenging the governor. See what they did to him. So what El Rufai is even facing now is even bigger than him in Kaduna. So it's a win-win for Tinubu himself than to stay with the governor who has the power than El Rufai who's out of government. So Segun Kuti does not even understand all these games.
But El Rufai has a lot of clout in the North, He's Buhari's boy.
Segun Kuti is looking for a slot.
See,
because that guy normally
El Rufai you are saying El Rufai has a lot of this, El Rufai has a lot of that. El Rufai has a lot of that when he has the power. There is difference between you having the power and you not having that power.
No, he has a lot of influence. Do you remember
which influence does El-Rufai has now?
El-Rufai has a very close relationship with Buhari. Buhari still controls the north.
See, that same El-Rufai that you said, if you ask people from Katsina, they will still tell you El-Rufai is more of an infidel. El-Rufai has worked with all those people and he has stabbed them at several times. When you are saying that people that have influence in
this
the
is
north,
Larry, right? Sorry, Larry.
What do you say?
Larry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was. He has worked with Atiku now.
So you see, when you are talking about people that have influence in the north, if you are talking about people like Sanusi, yeah, those are people that have influence. You see, El-Rufai that you're saying, El-Rufai had influence when he had power. Because at that time, he was so powerful in the north in the sense that, they see him as this powerful person, powerful governor. It's not like he has in Northwest, not to talk of North, he doesn't have any influence in Northeast. In Northwest, you can't be comparing El-Rufai with the likes of Kwankwaso now. El-Rufai does not have any influence in Kano. What makes the North? Is it just Kaduna? You are talking about states like Katsina. You are talking about states like, does El-Rufai have any influence in Katsina? No. Does El-Rufai have any influence in Kano? No. Right? So El-Rufai, I understand. Yeah, El-Rufai, you can't.
El-Rufai is you know that Sanusi owes El-Rufai a favor the way he handled him when he was impeached. He was the rescue. So he has that. He has Buhari. There's even images after he was betrayed. He went to Buhari and he made sure they put out the pictures of
all those ones are normal.
Yeah, those are influences. So those are more to it. He has a very potent voice.
No.
If El-Rufai starts to campaign against Tinubu will feel it.
You have to look at the relevance in the north.
Don't equate political relevance, right, to normal personal relevance. Political relevance in the north, if you are talking about the north now, in Kaduna as Kaduna is, every other person that were previously aligning with El-Rufai are currently aligning with the present governor. So it's either you are with El-Rufai or you are with the governor now in Kaduna. So the way it is now, as it is now, even the El-Rufai's boy, they have some plans to discipline him even in House of Reps. As I'm telling you now, even that committee that, is presently the chairman, Senate House Committee on banking. If he's not careful, he might lose it. Because I know there's 1 or 2 games going on in House of Reps now.
You mean his son?
Yes, his son is the chairman House Committee on banking. And it was the governor that, talked with Abbas, and that was how he got that. Because the governor was formerly chairman Senate Committee on banking.
And that El-Rufai son, Bello, actually is the current incumbent governor's mentee.
So that time, that boy was the current governor's SLA when he was in Senate. So all these El-Rufai, you see, all these El-Rufai, I understand the fact that El-Rufai is, he has that influence. But he doesn't have that influence. Even in Kaduna, the way Kaduna is presently, right? If not for 1 or 2 things, El-Rufai, they will have lost Kaduna now, governorship. So it's not like, as people are seeing it like, oh, El-Rufai can command. You can't command anything when you have a sitting governor that is looking for influence, that needs that seat. Because presently now, the governor had not even come out before. This is the first time he's coming out directly, man to man, face to face. So if El-Rufai even does anything, you can, look at when Ganduje and Kwankwaso were having issue in Kano. What happened? Ganduje ran Kwankwaso out of Kano now. So even El-Rufai cannot even afford to face the governor now, because he will run him out of Kaduna State. El-Rufai has committed a lot of things now. Why do you think every governor need, their successors to cover them. Because if you open everything, everywhere will scatter now. So Tinubu, I like what Tinubu is doing. He's not supporting and he's not against. And he can't use the Wike pattern in Kaduna. You can't use that pattern because an average northerner, wants to have their own voice. And that's exactly what is happening now. So El-Rufai can only, try, but I don't see that influence. I don't see that influence because El-Rufai does not even have the key states in that Northwest. El-Rufai does not even have that influence. Does El-Rufai have influence in the likes of Katsina? No. Kano? No. So the way the game is, forget about Segun Showunmi. You see, for me personally, and the way Segun Showunmi came to your platform, you remember I asked him one question because I know Segun very well. He's from Ogun State. I'm from Ogun State. Most of the problem PDP has in Ogun State are part of things that Segun himself caused. Always going to court every now and then. Any small thing is in court. Any small thing is in court. Any small thing is in court. So, anybody can just say all this.
The guy is looking for slots. It's in here and there.
What do you want El-Rufai to do? So, Tinubu should support El-Rufai against the governor. That means he wants to just.
I think Tinubu should support the El-Rufai against the governor because El-Rufai is a national figure. It's a senior figure within the North. And
we've been teaching you politics now, man. Where you want to get here, you want to exit that Shakeni, man.
Even in Kaduna now.
You don't touch your hair, man.
In Kaduna now, his influence has dropped in Kaduna. So where do you want him to go?
Man, Google it. Check the numbers in the last election. You will see then the numbers will tell you what happened in Kaduna. They almost lost Kaduna State.
El-Rufai influence has dropped in Kaduna.
To PDP. I lie. Go and check the numbers now. Look at the numbers
of. I'm not lying. That was what happened.
They lost. Look at the numbers of House of Rep they lost, and look at the senators. The senators representing Kaduna now. Right? So he was a man that was loved so much when he came on board, but his polarized political tendencies caused him a lot of political capital. And the way he handled the religious part of it, the Muslim, Christian, the Southern Kaduna, and so it's a lot of things. I know he's stubborn and he's intelligent. Sometimes he allows that intelligence to supersede his political sagacity and how he needs to intellectually maneuver the political space, especially in a state like Kaduna State. Kaduna is a unique state in the northwest, northwest particularly, because it tilts a little bit to the north central, right, and a little bit to the northwest. So it's like in the middle. So you have to find a way to balance that. Mm-hmm. So he failed woefully in balancing the political, the political tendencies from the southern part of Kaduna, and that it became a lot of resentment.
When he came up with this Muslim etiquette,
that
was the nailing on the coffin of.
Even besides, everybody saying Tinubu did this for El-Rufai. El-Rufai has been adequately compensated now.
With what?
The minister, he was the one that submitted the minister for Kaduna now. You submitted minister for Kaduna. Your boy that is the first timer, they gave him chairman Senate Committee on Banking.
Who is that? The minister from Kaduna State?
Yeah,
Who is that minister?
Lawaka Zauri. Yeah,
no, one guy, one of El-Rufai's former commissioner now.
What of the speaker?
Even the speaker self, even Abbas.
One man, he has a lot of one of the guys from Datijo. Do you know Datijo? Datijo lost his senatorial bid. Then they make him the deputy governor of CBN. So there are so many people from.
So
they've compensated him enough.
They've compensated him adequately, self.
Yeah.
So will you go to House of Rep as a first time? How old are you that they will give you that high ranking committee?
Banking, for that matter.
When there are people that are going to House of Rep third time, fourth time, that they're not even getting.
You know what banking means?
That one surprised me a lot, though. That small boy, chairman.
You know what banking means? It means if he writes a letter, to Cardoso, the better bring his house.
Instantly, he can invite Cardoso. Cardoso must turn up.
And then while they do all of them, they go.
So a lot of people are just saying, "Oh, this, and that." What
them go wrong? Quick, go answer.
Even Bala, Adiza Bala, she's still part of El-Rufai's.
Yes, now.
So what else do you want, one man?
If Tinubu had allowed El-Rufai, in this government, El-Rufai would have tried to use that government to be one powerful minister from the north. And I'm telling you, El-Rufai is going to contest in 2027.
And then El-Rufai will even give. El-Rufai will give. We have a lot of disrespect to the president, to the VP.
So what I would say, El-Rufai, if El-Rufai had that opportunity as that minister, he would do everything. He would be that powerful minister from the north, and he would do that same thing. Just go and check. You just see that by 2026, he will start doing all this. Is northern. They will start doing northern Elders Forum, northern this, northern this. 2026.
And then, Larry, let me give you another angle to it. If he had been because look, even there are so many political considerations with one man. If El-Rufai has been a minister now, there will be a clash between El-Rufai and Shettima.
Of course.
Right? And do not forget, Shettima is a minority from the northeast. Then El-Rufai will want to leverage on the superiority power of the northwest to cause issues in his administration. And then New Ribadu, the NSA, is still there from a minority group to in the northeast as Shettima. So there will be so many distractions from only one man. So it's better they have a ton of his lieutenants in the administration to show that, yes, we are with you, but for political exigencies and political consideration, things cannot work this way. And they expected, that's why you see that they are measured to handle him. And if the people did handling him are not thorough politicians, they would have made an error, a mistake to actually miscalculate and put him on board. And by now, you'll be having issues.
Enigmatic. El-Rufai was a trap set for Tinubu from the north. But he was so smart to have understood what was really coming. If El-Rufai had been that minister from the giving power, El-Rufai will perform. But El-Rufai will not leave the northern politics. By 2026, if El-Rufai will resign from that government, 2026, and there will be a lot of issues, even in APC itself. And you see El-Rufai telling you that he wants to contest. And you now start seeing that northern bias. So the way it is now, if you are facing somebody that you know is powerful, the best thing you need to do is to, like, number one, take out his power. Once you take
render him useless. That's what they've done to him.
Then you can move. Why will you want somebody that you know that potentially this person might actually come against you? You want to give him that power? No, nobody does that. That's politics. You don't give somebody that you know that might actually potentially come against you tomorrow and give him that power. Nobody does that. So it's just normal politics, and he's playing the politics well. Because the governor presently wants that power. He wants to be on his own. He wants to dictate things on his own. He doesn't want this El-Rufai.
Hold on. Who's potentially likely to go against him between El-Rufai and Wike? You give Wike power now.
Wike will not go against.
Wike will not go against Tinubu.
Never.
Wike is in PDP now.
He has even stated publicly that he will not.
Even the Wike, why did they give Wike? Why
trust Wike like that?
Wike, no, Baba, trust Wike. Wike knows the intrigues and the dynamics of politics than you think.
It will not be a good feeling.
He's no longer interested in being president.
No. You see, why do they?
Even if he wants to, know that going to the show will be difficult for him.
So why didn't they give Wike any other minister than FCT? Because they know Wike likes power, and the best place to curtail Wike is to give him a place like FCT.
It's like a governor now in FCT, and you see,
yes.
so
Wike's ambition now is to be vice president in 2031. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Which is very possible.
It's almost a certainty now.
Because
whoever, yeah.
One man, you will see Wike, you will see what Wike will do in the South in 2027. I was still discussing it with some political people. Wike will be the marshal. You know what? It will be the marshal of the APC and National re-election in South in 2027. Because what the South will be trying to do, they will want to position themselves effectively for the vice presidential position when it comes back to the North.
There's a subplot. Sorry, enigmatic. There's a subplot to the politics playing as well, which people may not be paying attention to. There's the NEC meeting of PDP is taking place now, and it's a battle between Atiku and Wike who gets to pick the chairman. So if Wike wins through, which is likely to, what you may find in 2027 is PDP saying they endorse Tinubu.
Yes. The governors, the PDP governors are already.
One man, do you know that you are missing it? It's not Wike against Atiku. It's presently Bala Mohammed against Atiku. But Bala Mohammed is just behind. It's Bala Mohammed against Atiku. And it's basically the PDP governors forum against Atiku.
They are tired of that man.
So people are just thinking, oh, it's Wike. It's not Wike. But those are the organs. Those organs, they want to take back the party. They want to take it away from the likes of Dino Melaya and these Atiku gangs. And that's why when you see them, they always like, oh, we want to have our caucus meeting. We are the neck, we are the this, we are the that.
What position is El-Rufai holding? What position is El-Rufai holding in Tinubu's government right now?
0.
No, it's not.
That's wicked from Tinubu, man. That's wicked.
No, you cannot say 0.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like,
on a personal level,
that's just wicked, man.
On a personal level,
I think it's wicked.
Is the reason why Showumi is crying out now?
Why would Tinubu not give El-Rufai a position in the government?
Showumi is playing.
But the whole thing, even the whole thing,
is looking for slots.
Even the whole thing, if El-Rufai had played his game well, it was El-Rufai himself that said, because at that point, Ashwaju told him that can he still wait a little bit and let him resolve it? And El-Rufai came back and said he's not even interested again.
Then he moved out of the country.
And he moved out of the country. So immediately he said,
do you remember when he was playing Bob Marley's song on social media, El-Rufai? I can go and bring you the clip. He says, I will go and bring you that clip.
So I think, Eze, you say Wike will not be anything in South. Let me just tell you what will happen in South, right? South, if you see, I don't know, probably one man or anybody, are you guys seeing that South? It's like they are positioning themselves and they are coalescing around themselves now. It's like they are trying to form. They are trying to really be in the center. Even when you look at the governors,
they are more organized than the Southeast now.
Yes, when you look at the governors under PDP now, even in South, right, they are like tilting towards the center because what will happen in 2027, Wike may not be. I understand what you are saying, Eze. Wike may not, because at the end of the day, the VP will have to be anointed, right? Wike may not be the anointed VP candidate, but there's a possibility. It will be one of the top 3 in the South for that VP slot if it comes to the position of selecting who is going to be VP to a northern candidate. Then Wike will be on. If Wike is still all things being equal now, let's put it that way. Centric parables. Wike will be a big contention for the VP slot from South. Possibly Adams Oshiomhole if he's still all things being equal too, right? And then a very big possibility of Akpabio. Those 3 people, go and put them down.
Yeah, those 3.
I want to chime in on this.
Yes, before you chime in, sorry, Igo. Gentlemen, let me take a window and bail out. Ajale Koko, I have an early appointment, so I have to bail. But Ajale Koko still has the floor. Acknowledging the super chatters, Tope O, of course, a series from Ayo, still Ayo going still. Still Ayo, you probably guessed. Tim Ajek joins in there. Prince makes his return to the super chat space. Tim Ajek carries on still. So Tim Ajek comes in with a decent one right there. Emeka acknowledges Enigmatic's contribution with a super chat. Oscar Blackbone, who does that occasionally, does it on this occasion, and there it is. So let's see. So Tim Ajeka said he's not even set the bar, but it's matched the bar. I wonder if we're ever going to surpass that bar. I suspect we will. So thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Mike is here. Thomas is here. So the conversation carries on.
One man, before you exit, I wanted to comment on what you were having a conversation with Larry, who made quite an excellent analysis. So take a minute before you go. Let me chime in, and then I will leave with you. Now, I was enjoying the analysis that was brought in by Life's Good and then Larry, because they were calling it now politically purely on Wiki. Of course, they didn't go to the genesis of it, which is how El-Rufai actually got power, which is through Obasanjo, right? So they stripped him naked. You, though, you have the fear that if El-Rufai is not there and all these powerful men, these thugs that we have that supported Tinubu the last time, if you strip him of all those people, then he'll be naked, right? So we know what happened in that election. Nobody's talking about it. It's not a political genius from Tinubu. It's Buhari and the confusion in the north, right? They're scared to death. Dubai tea, incertitude. That's a confusion in the north. It's perplexing. There's a discomposure of what's about to happen. Now, Tinubu, without what's the guy, the militant in the South, he's already disavowed his relationship with Tinubu. Somebody, what's the name?
Dokubo.
Dokubo, right? Then you have El-Rufai, who Life is Good, and Larry, if you put them together. So now, what do we do when we look at your fears and then the absolute no power that El-Rufai, he doesn't have any power right now. He was nominated by Tinubu to have a post, and he was voted down, right? He was rejected, even for a cabinet post. So now that you don't have Buhari anymore, when we come around to 2027, I mean, somebody actually said, hey, look, does the former Kaduna governor have power? He started naming out all the states, including his own state. Now, so now what is the boogeyman effect is to try to make the Abuja minister there to be such a big factor. His successors wrestled him to the ground already in River State. So the carcass that's known as PDP is just hubris. Or he has nobody. There's no state that the minister in Abuja could carry right now. If there's an election, he definitely will not win his state. Is it the southeastern states, or is he going to win the southwestern states in any capacity? So what we have to do is to be honest. That political analysis that was like 10 minutes in span between Life is Good and Larry, it's the way we should be talking when we come here to talk about politics. We have to tell the truth. We have to. They stripped him bare and stripped him naked. He has no power. He cannot do anything. But unfortunately, then Tinubu has no. Where did Tinubu win? He didn't win anywhere. So there's no among thieves. There's no honor. They've gone and they've captured this thing, and then they're gonna fight amongst themselves. That's what normally happens with bank robbers. The Nigerian people are savvy. When you look at this, the way that Life is Good and Larry spoke here, that is the way we have to do it. I'll just end it with that because I don't know if we're gonna get it ever again. Why are they telling the truth? Because obviously this El-Rufai is going against their man.
Sorry, you just said Tinubu didn't win anywhere.
But well, it's a big conversation. I
No,
don't
no,
want
no,
us.
no. We are not going there. We are not going there. Please,
we're not going there
we've had
because
enough about that.
yeah,
Okay,
that's my position. But
Thank you,
I don't want that.
Pasat. Yeah,
you're welcome.
yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks for listening. One man, I'll see you guys soon.
Yeah,
Please let's
thank you so much.
repeat that. Life is good, and Larry, try to be that way, and then we're gonna do very well in that country.
Yeah, thank you, Pasat. Yeah, Ajali Kuku. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you, Mama. Thank you. Ajali Kuku. Yeah, you have the floor. Yeah.
Okay, so I think
I don't want Pasat want to take us to another Bula Baloo. I don't have time for that. Yeah, go on, Baba.
So the El-Rufai, I think he has lost political ground in that state, state of Kaduna. I think for what the governor did by telling us how he financially financially bankrupt that state.
But Ajali Kuku, if Ashiwaju is looking like this guy being rubbish with all his support for him, don't you think you're supposed to rescue him somewhat?
No, he doesn't need to rescue him. You should let him face the consequences of his deed.
Action.
Yeah, he stepped on so many people's toe, and
El-Rufai.
Yes, he steps on so many people's toes in that state. The Christians, he bullied them and used his power as the governor, to disfavor the Christian,
Yes, no.
time. So such a man is not fit for a political position or executive position by any means. All these people like this should be taken out of the state completely, particularly a reckless person when it comes to the management of the resources of the state. He has put that state in a state of indebtedness that the state is financially handicapped to even pay the salary of workers, to even carry out anything now. It's a big problem. And if you compare what he said he did in terms of infrastructure against the loan that he borrowed to build those infrastructure, they are not commensurable. You can't. I mean, what did he do with the money? What did he do?
Well, we all know that, regardless of how he performs in state, whatever, but we know him to be a competent person that can perform. Because looking at the antecedents, being Minister of FCT, and also, I don't think it's a good look on Tinubu for, you got to, El-Rufai is not someone you just cut off like that,
I was talking like that. I was talking the same way some few weeks ago. But since that incident of poor management of the finances of the state, since he came out from the governor, and I think I changed my mind on him. I think it is not a good.
But that's just the governor's
not
word.
a good manager.
He didn't give his own side of the story now. We can't just take
not
one
side. There's evidence to that effect. He has borrowed so much.
One side of story, Michael. The state treasury is showing it now.
The state treasury is down.
They don't have. They don't look. He has.
You go now, you talk like this.
Collateralized. Mike, he has collateralized
Me, Mike.
the revenue, the internally revenue generation against debt. He has collateralized, what do you call it? The federal allocation against debt as well. So what is left after they taken all these loan out from federal allocation and internally generation? It's not enough to even pay workers, talk less of even doing anything at all in the state. You can't manage the state. How can you do that? You can't. And some few days before he left office, maybe like 24 hours before he left, this guy borrowed 20 billion.
For what?
What is below now? Took the money away. What is below? So look, these people, person like this should be taken out of the stage. It's not fit for any purpose. It's a vagabond when it comes to financial management. He cannot manage anything. So all this noise we have been is competent. There are a lot of people that are more competent than him in their country.
Yes.
Look, Nigeria is 200 million population. Competent people. Can we ever imagine that the Minister of Internal Affairs can do anything what he has done now? If you want to apply for Nigerian passport or renew your passport, it's very easy now. And you don't need to contact nobody. You don't need to pay anything. You just go online, do your thing, and then you book your date of appointment, and then boom, it's done. You make your payment
from your house, from your
house. Whoever thought that something like that can be done? And that guy assured us since day one that I will fix this problem, and he gave a timeline, and he fixed it without that period of time that he promised us. So what are we talking about?
To apply for Nigerian passport now, you just apply from your own, and you don't need to show for biometrics and things like that. I mean, I don't get.
No, you will show up. You will show up. Once you apply, you make your payment, you did everything, you post your picture, then the system will take you to when you want to go for appointment.
They will give you date. Yes.
Yes. You will get date. You will see available date. Then you will pick the date. And you won't be disappointed. You just go, the moment you pick that date, then you go and show up. And they will do your biometric, and boom, they will tell you your passport will come within, 8 weeks. You will get your passport within 8 weeks. So it's look, Rufai should be packed away. I'm no more interested in him since all these finances recklessness came out. I'm no more. I used to like him, but I don't like people that are so reckless and cannot.
Did he steal the money, or is just the performance? Which one it is?
He stole the money. There are so many projects that he claimed that he did that are abandoned, and he already paid.
Ghost projects.
A ghost project all over the scatter everywhere. I bet is fit for no purpose. So I don't know what Seun is talking about. That Tinubu has nothing to lose because the governor from his state. Even do you know? Look at the last election for the presidential election. He lost all the local government except one. Only one local government that Tinubu won in the presidential election in Kaduna State.
People are not happy with El-Rufai in Kaduna now.
Yes.
People don't understand the politics on ground here. They are not happy with him. He divided Kaduna. El-Rufai is the one that divided Kaduna between Christian and Muslim.
So the local government that Tinubu won is a local government that Tinubu went to campaign in the night. In the night, he went there to campaign. And the people were so surprised that they can come to campaign to them in the night. And that place is terrorist-prone local government. So the people the Emir and the people were shocked that, wow, for this man to take the risk to come and campaign, to come and talk to us, to come and see us, we will give him our vote. That is the only local government that Tinubu won. That was the only local government that Tinubu won. Among how many local government they have? Maybe around 30 something or so.
He came to the screen and he was claiming that some people wrote result. Why didn't he write his own state result?
He's lying, don't mind him. People have fell out with him. People don't like his step on so many toes, and people, we are getting back at him. Now, I mean, they got back at him during that election, just to send a message that, look, this man is fit for no purpose. So that you just let him go, Gary. He can't do anything. When the governors already turned against him, and the senators, I mean, what do you call the assemblymen in the state too, have turned against him. What does he want? What else remains for him? That is his political base. If you can't have the support of your political base, what else do you have? You have nothing. You have lost it. So that's the problem with Rufai. So show me, he's just talking gibberish. I don't know what he's talking about. So, Thomas, let's move on.
Nobody has come from that Kaduna to defend Rufai or be talking in favor of Rufai. From that same Kaduna there, I've not seen one person being
everybody that has spoken from, like you said, Ego, everybody that's spoken on TV from Rufai, from Kaduna are all talking against him. So why?
Against him.
So he's not a manager. He can't manage resources and he can't manage people as well. That is why you see everybody, all the political power weight in the state from his party are talking against him. So that you just, he doesn't have the support of the people. He doesn't have the support of the government. He's gone. So on the issue of what do I say? On let me talk on what do you call this guy? Oshiomhole. I think Oshiomhole did very good. The speech he delivered, I think I'm totally on board with him. With everything he said concerning the what do you call the Yaya Bello and his deputy. I think I totally agree with him. And I think politicians with credibility, particularly in APC, should stand up against that guy. Now, they should be speaking so that the reputation of their party will not be rubbish. The more they are quiet, the more the people will rob them of this guy's criminality. So this guy have destroyed the image of the party now. Though he destroyed his own image, but he's robbing it on the party. So it is time for the party to stand up and then, disassociate with him. And what do you call this guy? Oshiomhole did by disassociating himself from.
Babajale I always see Oshiomhole as the best politician from Edo State. I don't know how Edo people just turned against him. When Obaseki started turning against him, I was thinking the people would side with Oshiomhole because the guy he's always been a solid guy. I mean, so I always thought the guy was a solid guy. I don't know why people just turn against him.
Was it not one of the founders of the Labour Party, the original during the Labour? He was one of the founders of Labour Party now.
Yeah. Because what Oshiomhole wanted to do, he wanted to copy what he wanted to do in Edo State was do Lagos model, like where they draw the blueprint for Edo State, and then they follow through. You understand? That was his plan for the state. But because the house
actually he would have won that election, but Tinubu comment angered the people. Tinubu make it that we are going
Yeah.
to winning on those states. Then the youth said, oh no, don't know be Lagos. You can't dictate our politics.
But those youth are, I don't know how to describe them. How can he said though as great as Lagos has those people, they just have ego, like this ego mentality.
No, Mike,
Okay, how can you
I
say
disagree with
is
you.
that
No,
as
no,
great
no.
as Lagos?
No,
How can you
they
say go be Lagos?
No,
So,
no,
okay,
no, Mike, I disagree with you. I like the Edo politics. The Edo politics, they say, now who we want, we go vote. We are going to vote who we want.
which
That is
makes
one
sense,
thing
but it's
in
not
Edo
like
politics today.
it's good to say but vote for the right thing. Don't say because of your ego. It was clear. Oshiomhole had plan for that state. He already drew the blueprint. Let's
But he
follow the
ran his 8
blueprint.
years. He already ran his 8 years now.
I know, but what he wanted was
And he
what
did very well. He did well.
exactly. He did
According
very
to
well. But okay, he saw what was going on in Lagos, right? He saw that the Lagos they drew a blueprint, right? Tinubu did it, and what's his name came after Tinubu, Fashola. They continued with that plan, and Ambode came continued that plan. So Oluna came. Now you see how Lagos, because he's to build a state or a city is not a one-day job. It's a continuous process. You have to set a blueprint. So Oshiomhole set the blueprint, wanted to do the Lagos model. And then Obaseki came and started being knucklehead and start doing, start trying to change the whole plan. Okay, now where are they now? Are they, they could have gone far, but
it was Tinubu intervention. It was Tinubu interference into their party and to their politics.
No, I think it was too. But I think it was too involved because remember he made this he made this public video.
Now? Go
No,
hold your Lagos now. Waiting concern you with Edo now.
Mike,
You want
Tinubu
to
make
control
it.
Lagos, they control us again.
Good morning, Baba Jare.
And I like what they did. I like what they did. The way they stood up.
Well, how is it favor them
Of
now?
course, he would like
Good,
favor
Baba
one.
Jare, good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Mike, BT, Alpha.
Yeah, see my Alpha now.
Yeah. I want to, Baba Jare, I want to ask you a question about Eru5.
You don't greet general.
I know you don't stay. Why? That's why I don't talk, because I know maybe you have wandered away your usual way. You might not be there, and you just so I don't want to be wasting my saliva.
General.
Only right.
Even if you go, I thought Thomas already went away.
I'm here now.
Because for a while, it didn't have Babati. I'm like, okay, guilty Lord.
What you said about the Eru5, we are all here and we are claiming, hey, Eru5 would be the best administrator. Why can't Tinubu give him a ministerial appointment? I will have been one of the best ministers. If you are giving him power ministry and all those things. But what you are saying, this one is contrary to what you used to say about him before. Why, Baba Jare Koko?
Yeah, I said when the hold on.
America
Lego has stated the reason why he come against him. He said that he ran the state aground. And when he had the story that the state was run aground, he decided not to support him again. So I think he has expressed that maybe you're not.
So does that mean that some of the things that we used to say, maybe we don't have enough information? Sometimes we just say something, a lot of things that we don't even understand, and we think that we are making sense.
Normally, new information do surface now. Some new information emerges. Maybe after you might have gone through your findings, new ones will surface. So maybe you will judge from the recent one also.
That's right. Yeah, that's what is
right. But are we sure that even the information that is coming out now is actually true?
It's true.
Has nothing to offer.
When the treasury of the state is bankrupt, the guy has he has bankrupted the treasury of the state already. They can't even
but we have another one in the making now that people are already championing now. We have another governor that's about to bankrupt another state now. I bet everybody is healthy now.
But we can't compare. But look, let me tell you, Aletosi borrowed. I hope he borrowed for production. You know, Aba is a commercial nerve center of the East. So if he really borrowed to you know, to support the productivity in that state, yeah, they could get that money easily. They can get the money back, you know, threefold. But that of Buhari, I mean Rufai, he borrowed. He was claiming he was building some kind of project. A lot of projects are abandoned, and he already paid. And
Yeah.
you know,
So basically, what is the return on investment on the money spent?
that is
What
it.
what is the return on investment? How are you going to get the money back? You can't compare that to Aban. Aban still has a chance, but his own, I don't know.
BT. What money can a governor spend on production that will have a good return on investment?
Simba.
Look, okay, let me tell you, we saw his
Let's
budget.
respond now. No, you ask a question now. No, you ask a question now. You say what money? You can target like the easiest one any government in that country can target is agriculture. That is the easiest way to get it. To me, my own opinion, no, the best way to get your money back as a state governor, if you invest in agriculture in your state, you will get the money back. Second of all, increasing your IGR to taxation. Okay, you can tax things that usually you can expand the tax net in your state. You will get money back. Okay, transportation, those areas. I mean, you must invest money. I mean, if you have money for train lines, whatever. Now you have power for. You have the right to invest in power, generation, distribution. You can make money from that too. So there are many things you can do as a state to raise more money. So that's what I'm saying. It depends on where you invest the money into the area you invest the money, long term or short term. But it's possible for you to make the money back. But to me, short term to medium term, agriculture should be the best. You should invest your money as a state government because of the entire value chain of that sector, and it sprinkles down to other sectors into manufacturing because they need those produce to manufacture. So if you invest in that one and also invest in the entire value chain, not your money necessarily, but through incentives and tax, credits for people that don't have enough funds. So let's say you do cassava now. Okay, how do we place cassava? Okay, Simba wants to do it. Okay, I'll give you money, loans to go and start processing cassava flour, all those kind of things. So it trickles down. Then you tax those companies that are making that. You can make your money back in the long term. Medium term, you get some gains back. Short term, you can get quick. So those ones, in my opinion, once again, agriculture will be where they should invest in as a governor.
Well, I don't. It depends on the priority of that state.
That's my point now. Serious, not me. Serious, that's the problem now.
Yeah. So like Abana, we know that Aba, when it comes to
industrial production.
So if the government can, give them support to improve on their productivity in what they are known for or what they are best known to do the best.
Manufacturing.
Manufacturing. I think they can recover that money. They can get it because
for instance now, if I the governor of Abana, I would say federal government, let me work with you. If anybody is importing anything to my state for manufacturing, they should have some form of tax waiver from the seaport. You make a deal with the federal government. If you want to buy fuel or buy diesel, if you can prove that it's for your business, we will give you discount rate. Even for power generation, if you want to use it for manufacturing, we'll give it to you at a discount rate. So you will lower their cost of production.
Yeah.
So they can produce more.
They can produce
That's
more.
the way you do it, yeah.
Yeah. So I hope that is what he borrowed that money for and not for...
But we saw the budget now. When we analyze the budget on this platform, do we see him in that direction?
Well, we have to wait. Let's see what the outcome is going to, look like at the end of the year. Then we can, evaluate his performance. So, but that of Buhari, Rufai, that Senator Sonny was fighting hard against him, against that borrowing.
It's very difficult to know what a governor is doing while you are still in office.
Look,
because
his governor, his predecessor is telling us everything. A lot of people, politicians that came from that state to talk on the TV, they are all speaking.
You mean his successor?
His successor, I'm sorry. His successor. His successor has spoken. He has given us the state of the finance of the state.
Simba, sorry, but quick question. Sorry, Simba, please, quick question. That's Cardinal one. How much are they spending to finance their loan every month?
Let me tell you this.
No, do you have the number?
He has collateralized both the IGR and the federal allocation against debt.
Wow.
So what they are getting in, what they are getting
in net return. So
it cannot even pay the salary. It cannot even pay the salary. It cannot even pay the 1/3 of the salary of the workers in the state.
Wow. Is that bad?
But let me tell you, that was the same situation. What's the name of this former governor of Osun State? Found himself when he succeeded Aregbesola. You understand what I'm saying?
Buhari gave them money. He helped them with emergency loan or something like that, to stabilize the state, But you remember that COVID was responsible for the low income for the state because
it was not only COVID. You remember the Bajele Koko that I think Aregbesola left in 2014 or so.
Oh,
no, was it 2014? I can't remember when he left, but by the time he left, he was not unable to pay salary. He was paying half of the salary to the state workers. You understand? Then when this guy came in, actually before he left, he started paying full salary, maybe just for them to win an election. But when this guy came in, he was able to pay up to date, and he paid a little out of what he actually owed. But he didn't do well by offsetting the backlog, and that was the grounds of the civil servant against. I've forgotten his name now. The one that is the minister now.
Oyetola.
You understand? But the one that is there now, Adeleke, is paying the debt. Regularly. Though he's very lucky because most of the debt has been offset. You understand? Because what they used to do is that federal government used to do is that when they borrow money like that, federal government will be deducting the money from their allocation. So it affects the allocation of the state. So they might not have enough from the federal. But it's still like Kaduna should be able to generate enough IGR to take care of. Kaduna has a lot of industries. And you cannot compare it.
What the governor said is that they are.
But let me finish. I don't want us to start following this guy that is there. I hope he will not be another. I hope he will not be
the chief executive of the state now. Everything that he has said is not been debunked.
I hope he will not be another Otum that will start giving excuses of not performance. And then when he now leaves, that's when his own back will also be exposed.
But what we have to, what we know as of today is that this guy had borrowed so much, collateralized the IGR, like the 3/4 of the IGR going towards loan repayment.
Okay, that will be internal loan. You can only have that arrangement with local banks. If you borrow money from the local banks, it's okay. Once the money come in fact, that means the one of the banks that they are using, actually they borrow money from the bank. Because you can't collateralize your IDR against a foreign loan, internet generated revenue. So
The foreign loan is paid
by the
via
federal government.
the federal allocation,
Mm.
and substantially about 80-something% from this thing is going towards that. So they are left with nothing. So even if we want to renegotiate the loan, the internally generated revenue, if you want to renegotiate that, it's going to cost you a lot too. You understand that? You are going to pay more fee, to renegotiate to extend it. It's not going to cost. It's not going to come by free of charge. It's going to still cost some money. So, but the bottom line is that, look, too much debt against revenue. So how would you function when you have too much? And we know what is going on in Nigeria now. The present economic situation, a lot of businesses are going down. A lot of businesses are not doing well. So the internal revenue is even threatened with the economic reality in the country now. So, man, this kind of people, they should just let him go and get him out of the political space. They are not good for anything. He's not good for. This is what I've seen about him, that he is not capable of managing resources. He's not capable of managing people as well. Within this party, every political leaders in that state have spoken are all against him. Why must it be like that?
Okay, but okay, the other one, the other question I want to ask is about what Babati was saying about. Okay, is you now that you said okay, it is interference of Tinubu that made the Edo youth to, have gone against him during the election that they lost to Obaseki.
Yeah.
And then King was saying that okay, that what they did was good because they don't want the kind of godfatherism. And yes, I would have accepted that. Okay, it's a nice step, but the problem I have is that even the so-called youth that we have, can they choose and choose where? Are they not also corrupt like the politicians? That okay, they can just do things not because they cannot even vote for the best candidate. They can only say, okay, because you said it, we will want to get at you, and that's why you voted for back.
They are more of anti-establishment voters. They are more anti-establishment, but they don't know how to.
But the good thing of that is that
Okay, because if you see what is happening in Kogi State now, it's not the same you that are now. If you now look at the reaction that we are getting for Kogi, can we say that okay, the youth were okay with the performance of Yaya Bello, or because they are bought, they have been bought, they have been given money to be staging those demonstrations?
I think
obvious.
That's a political mobilization by the governor, just to showcase that the people of the state are still with Yaya Bello. No, the people of that state are not with him. If they conduct election with today in Kogi State, free and fair election, no vote buying, no intimidation, voter intimidation, they will defeat him. They will defeat him flatly.
In his own word.
In his own word, gone, they will defeat him there. But all these kind of people, they should just get them out of the state. They are not good. Look, the good thing that the Edo State have done, what Edo State youth did that time, I wish it can happen across the country. And we have it at every election cycle. Time will come when we will get somebody that is fit for that position, that will be sincere to the people, will attain that position of governor, and they will serve to the best interest of the people. So we have to eliminate this godfatherism. Is not good. So they did good. I think I
it's
really
a good
commend.
step.
Eh?
A very good step by the Edo
It's
people.
a
Very
very,
good step.
very good step. I wish we can do that
But
every state across all the Western states.
let me tell you, what about the states whereby they have been changing and be changing? My state is a good example. Anytime people have grounds against any governor, they will vote the present one out. But have they been getting it right? That is the question.
Remy,
No,
Simba,
it's
let me
not the
ask about
news.
Jale Koko. So, about Jale Koko, the godfatherism in Lagos that Tinubu did, that brought Lagos where we are you against that?
Let me tell you this. Look, godfatherism is never good. Tinubu,
Really? So,
yeah. Hold on.
okay, go ahead.
Tinubu corner the resources of the state. He using politics of that state to favor himself more than the interests of the people.
Okay, let me ask you. Would you have preferred? Okay, would you have preferred? Okay, finish.
Is little to what the revenue they generate. They generate revenue that will have transformed that state to a top-class state in the world than what.
Okay, I get the point. So, would you have preferred that when Tinubu did his term in Lagos, a PDP would have came in, some unknown guy that's not aligned would have came in and rule, and then after that, another unknown guy would have came in. Do you think if that would have happened, you think Lagos would be where it is right now?
It might be better. It might be better than this. If you have one political party governing a state for a long period of time, I think what you set in, corruption will set in, favoritism will set in, a lot of things will set in that will not make that won't make it possible for the government of that state to deliver well to the people of that state. So just let us, even in this America, hold on. In this America we live, you see the way we change government from one party to the other, and that have helped this America to grow.
Is it not the same Republican and Democrats? Two kind of the same.
Also?
Okay, go ahead.
Mike, what did you think Tinubu did in Lagos?
Sorry,
Huh?
I think we have to look at the.
Let me answer his question, Remy. Hold on. Well, he set the blueprint and they kept with the plan. He set the master plan and they kept with the plan.
Why did they remove Ambode from office?
Well, exactly because he wasn't going along with the plan. And do you see the result now?
If Ambode was to be in office, Lagos might have gone better than this.
No, I don't believe you. It's a lie.
Why you don't believe me?
Assumption now. It's an assumption.
It's not an assumption. It's not an assumption because we see.
Wait, the question is Ambode 4 years and Sanwo-Olu 4 years. Which one was better? Which one was more advanced?
It was one of Ambode now. How can you say Sanwo-Olu 4 years? Sanwo-Olu 4 years was only touching roads that was done before now. There is no any. Have you seen Sanwo-Olu flagging off any road from beginning to the end since he come to office? Show me one road, major one. This is the road that Sanwo-Olu went to flag off from the scratch and built it with drainage.
Did you enter the blue line rail? Did you enter?
Blue line rail, four coach over 25 years old. What are you talking?
Can we?
You are talking about four coach, I mean three coach. Three coach are only one lane, only one train they have. The blue line is only one. Four coach. It will take you there, it will take you back. It will take you there, it will take you back. My brother, we need to open our eyes, man. When this guy was doing things, he no show the there. The monument that guy built, he no show the there. They've left the thing to condemn. If that boy was to be in office, the whole of Oshodi might have been like Europe today.
It's a lie.
Because
it's not so easy. And
it would have gone further. There are lots of roads that guy started from scratch. They are still there like that today.
Can we interject you a little bit? Can I come in a little bit? Sorry. That is your opinion, to be frank.
Not my opinion. Stop saying it's my opinion. I'm on ground. I'm saying
Remy,
this
who
thing.
go live in Lagos now? Who go live in Lagos?
I'm saying this thing. You are telling me it's my opinion. What opinion do you have?
I also live in Lagos, and I have a lot of family members. They are living there. If I can't there, they are
Oh, living in Lagos now. Be Finland long way, but you are living in Lagos.
I need to do my jelly to let them know.
Can you finish? Can you finish your food? Don't choke on your food. Though.
Actually,
my brother, my brother.
Let me run choke about Jali Gugu.
My brother, let us tell ourselves the truth. Let us tell ourselves.
Sorry. What you don't know is that a political party does not consist of one person. It consists of so many people. Actually, Lagos is the only luckiest state in Nigeria. They have people in terms of sound in capacity, intellectual and everything. Ambode was there. It's not only because it deviated from the plan. There were so many people in Lagos that get contract to clear the road. It jettisoned them in anticipation of bringing his own. The one he brought, they were not working. It still becomes so dirty that
is not true. That is not true.
Let me finish, because we also allow you to talk. So when we just opposed 4 years of Ambode with Sanwo-Olu, Sanwo-Olu was able to manage people and also manage resources much more better than Ambode. Ambode was too arrogant, thinking he knows all and he can do whatever he wants. It's not easy like that. This guy, Sanwo-Olu, is a better politician. It's a better resource. It's a better manager of resource. So as you can see, he was able to put. Let's assume that Ambode have finished that blue red line under his 4 years. Don't you think by now we should have completed the red line and probably started green line again? He stopped them, and so without even federal government assistance, they were able to build 2 rail lines. This guy can see what is going to happen, and it's opening up a lot of corridor in Lagos. During Ambode time, it was not opening a lot of corridor. You can go to Lagos State now, most of their corridor, they have international hospital being built. They are opening up new road, like you said, that's not opening up new road. My brother is living in Baja, in Surulere area. He showed me what they did, cover all their drainage within 4 years of Sanwo-Olu. He showed me, video calling me, showing me everything. And you are here telling us it did not do nothing. The people in Lagos, if we make a sample opinion of people in Lagos today, I'm very sure that they will raise Sanwo-Olu much more higher than Ambode.
That is a lie. That is a lie from the pit of hell. It's a lie. The reason be that you are telling me now that your brother showed you drainage. Listen, as Wike was demonstrating his kind of leadership in Port Harcourt, you were seeing everything on screen. When he's flagging off any road, you will see it on screen. When Ambode was here flagging off road from street to street, people were seeing it in the screen. I said, show me one time you saw this man, Sanwo-Olu, in any road flagging it off, that I'm starting this street from here to here, or this road from here to here, and the road has started and been completed. Show me one. Mention one from where you are now. Tomorrow I will drive down there and see it. I said, all the road that was touched by this man are roads that were built by Ambode.
To say we have other people that live in Lagos in this panel today, it would have been better, because I'm not living in Lagos, but I have family there. But people that are living in Lagos, if they're on this platform, then you can now toe and toe with them. That would have been better, because you are the only one here living in Lagos, so you can do whatever, you can say whatever you want. But let's say if some people come on board and are also living in Lagos, like GD or whatever. GD is living abroad. I don't know. Somebody is living in Lagos.
You don't need people to be in Lagos before you
No.
That
is true, because you said I'm lying. You said I'm lying.
No, you can Google it. You don't need to be in Lagos to know if somebody flag up a new way.
You said I'm lying. That means you are telling me that my brother that bumped the same father and same mother is lying, showing me.
Tell him to give you a video of a road flag of Ambode, please.
So he showed me and he said it's someone that but now you said I'm lying. What can I can't say.
I said the information they are giving you is a lie. I didn't say you are lying. I said the information they are giving you is a lie. Because why?
Opinion.
I am on. It's not my opinion. You should be telling me that if I'm telling you this from US. If you have
But
anywhere tomorrow,
do
you
you
know that
have
this place
anything?
was flagged off.
King,
If you have
King,
anywhere tomorrow that you know that this place was flagged off by Sanwo-Olu from the beginning and did it from the to the end, just call the place. I will go there tomorrow and record the place, video it,
no,
and
King,
put it on
King.
the
I want to ask you a question, King.
And living in Lagos does not give you monopoly. Where exactly?
I beg you. What is it not giving a monopoly? You are.
Hey, can you calm down, Mr. Rational Mind? I'm not talking to you.
Come on. Stop this. Your.
Can you calm
always
down?
come here. You want to silence other people talking.
You have started calm down. I'm not asking you any questions.
Can I say something? You've been talking now, and I've been listening to everybody here. Ego has been telling you here he's on ground, whether true or not. But sometimes you want to superimpose yourself on other people. I don't know why you always do that, Remy. I know you guys are having a conversation, but he's trying to tell you that he's on ground. He saw what is on ground. I mean, we were here. We saw what Ambode did. Every one of his projects that he did. He invites what's his name, Buhari, to come and commission for him. How many have you seen? This guy. What's his name? Sanwo-Olu. Besides the rail project, how many other ones have you ever seen? This is a guy.
I don't want to have
he was commissioning.
with you
He was
because
commissioning. No problem. They can learn. What's the problem? I'm not asking you to talk, but the point is that everybody can speak here. Not that you come here and override people. Like I see people's opinion doesn't really matter here.
I'm not overriding him. He said I'm lying.
That's what you've been doing. I've been listening to the way you've been carrying that conversation. He was even barely making a point, but you just cut him off. He said because he's been talking and he hasn't even barely said anything. Come on.
What I said to this guy is, you don't need to ask me. But this whole thing is online and this whole thing are live. When Ambode was in office, he will go and flag off 12 different rules at the same time. He will stand in front of them. People will be there. Everybody will be saying it. I said, just show me only one occasion when you can see that Sanwo-Olu was so road that he flagged off and he want to fix it to the end. Just show me only one.
Oh, and I responded back to you. I'm not. I said it's my brother that tell me this too, and he said he's lying. And I said, okay, fine. If that
you say your brother said they did drainage, you said they cover all their drainage in Surulere.
Let me. Do you know Love Garden?
And then I say, show me just one single road that was flagged off by him.
I'm asking you something. Do you know Love Garden? I want to be precise with you. Do you know Love Garden?
Love Garden at where?
Do you know Alayaki Street? Not very far to Suenu Road.
What is Alayaki Street? Call the name of the area, sir.
Do you know, first and foremost, do you know Baja Market?
Baja Market?
I'm talking to the king, not you, Rational Mike. Can you keep quiet?
Baja Market at where?
I think you thought you know Lagos very well. So you don't
of course, I'm in Lagos. There are lots of markets in Lagos. We have the Tumota Lagos. We have the what do you call it, Badagry Lagos. Where this Baja Market is?
Relax.
Not that area. That's where?
I will tell you to make it easier for you because I thought you said you know Lagos very well. Now listen carefully. Do you know Teslim Balogun Stadium?
He talked to Surulere here now. Talk where these things are.
So if you know Teslim Balogun Stadium, if you walk back a little bit, you are going towards Suenu Road, and Suenu Road will probably lead you to Baja Market. And Baja Market is not very far to this big hospital they are constructing in Surulere. It's a very big hospital that everybody always go. So Baja Market is not far from Baja Guest High School. And if you walk towards that area, Alayaki Street, Love Garden is a place where they used to play football. It's a dusty field before, but now
there are lots of Love Garden in Lagos. There is Love Garden in where I stay. If you want to,
so I thought you know everywhere in Lagos, but
there is Love Garden in where I live, Mr. Man.
Besides an exact location, and they show me what transpired there. But you thought you know everywhere, and I mentioned all of these places. You said you are not aware of them.
Don't say you are talking about
rational mind that is here.
Mr. Man, listen. Let us not contradict. Let us not contradict things here. See, Mr. Man, I know so please. Where Surulere? Victoria
giving
Island,
you the
Lekki,
street. I give
Apapa,
you
Ikeja, Ogba. You mention the name of the area before you mention the place. You can't just come now and call
I asked
somebody.
you, do you know Swanu
know,
Road? Swanu Road is a big, it's a stretch.
what do you mean by Swanu Road? Is Swanu Road the name of an area?
If you are talking about area, you're talking about the whole of Surulere then.
Of course. In Surulere, so was done by. What you should be saying, is that in Surulere, so things was done by this man. In Apapa, so things was done by him.
No.
So you stay first. You mention the area before you begin to talk about the streets.
Okay, I mentioned
You will just be in Atlanta now. You will just ask me if I know 22 Street without telling me where the 22 Street is, what area it is in Atlanta. Do you know how many 22 Street we have in Atlanta?
Hold on. Babajale Koko, do you know National Stadium? Not there.
Yes.
Babajale Koko, do you know Baja area where there is one famous hospital in that area? Do you know?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you know, maybe you don't know Suenu Road or Alayaki Street? I'm bringing you to the exact location to show me. Thank you. So if the back of Alayaki, there is 2 roads that leads to that Alayaki. You saw this low-cost housing estate. There is Suenu Road. Through that Suenu Road, you can go to that Love Garden, which is a dusty big field. Sanwo-Olu turned that field to a synthetic field and constructed a community center for them. And the third road that was there, he constructed a tar road, tie it for them, and do all the drainage. They cover all the drainage. And my brother showed me the video of everything. And I'm trying to ask the guy does not know those area. So if you are conversant with Lagos, these are places that people know easily.
But hold on, Oremi. You know, what he is saying is that when you mentioned, what do you call it? Baja Market.
Yes.
You know, it might not really very well, and the way around there, it might not know the name. It might even know that market. It might not know that they call it Baja Market.
Actually, I'm not disputing anything with him. I am just trying to tell him that this is what one of my family members showed me and told me that it's Sanwo-Olu that did everything for them. But he came here that said that Sanwo-Olu never built any road. And I'm trying to tell him, I'm not on him to a particular place. It's so simple. I don't know why we are
the Baja that he's talking about is my area. I know that very place very well.
Are you sure you are from that area?
Farabale.
Ibi tí rational man dàgbà sí nìyẹn o.
Okay, bóyá mo tiẹ̀ máa mọ̀ gan pàápàá bóyá mo bóyá máa sọ̀rọ̀ bóyá
he's talking about. I mean, the distance. Hold on. The distance is not even up to it's not up to even half a mile.
Yeah,
and then you're coming here talking about this. Just hold on. You're making lecture, man. Lecture. That Baja you're that Baja you're talking about, that is Baja Biamila constituency. Baja Biamila office is on the House of Rep office. Toman Desi, whenever I come back from Abuja, would you not see Suenumbe? I mean, back of Suenu Lower. I forgot the name of that street. His office is there. So that constituency, that whatever project is being done there, I know should be about Bajabia Miller's project. Either you come and commission it.
Okay, Sheikh, you want to respond?
I will tell you, there's a Catholic church there. Catholic church, Catholic church here. There's this new medical center. All these people, I mean, I'm going from memory.
Okay, Jackie decided for anyone respond. Let me just quickly respond.
Hold on.
No, just 1 second. Jackie, for any response,
don't respond.
Jackie, for any
allow
response.
him to finish. Don't respond yet. Allow him to.
No. I want to respond so that.
No, don't respond. Let rational mind finish.
Listen, we can feel the same way he accused me. Now I can tell rational mind categorically that you are also not living in Lagos. And that means what you are speaking from your mouth is also a lie. Because
what's the lie?
That is what you accused me, and that is what the guy also accused me of. Because
I did not accuse you. I don't understand what you mean by accusation.
The project is from Bajabiamila, but it's not from Bajabiamila. This one is Sanwo-Olu project. And you are saying it's Bajabiamila. So even Bajabiamila project that last year, I guess, he commissioned
That's a
lot
street
of
project now. That should come under the purview of the Surulere local government.
I'm telling you, it's not Babamila project. I'm telling you.
Let me give you guys one good example. Sorry, rational mind. Let me give this guy one good example. If you pass Ojota, when you get to Ketu, you know Ketu is a very big area, right? Ambode has already graded the whole of that. Is there is a tipper, there was even sand and concrete there to date. Drainage, everything is done. This guy has been in power for 5 years, 6 years now. This Sanwo-Olu, he didn't go to that area. The place is just like that. Yeah, the front of Jota here. If you see the whole of the road, very massive road connected and link almost from this K2, you can link by 12. You can link the other way. You can turn around and go to the express to the Third Mainland Bridge. The whole road is just there. This thing was done by somebody 4 or 5 years ago before they removed him from office. This guy did not even near the place at all. You understand? That is not the way to develop a state. At least what your predecessor left behind, you should start from those ones. I said, these guys, as he came to office, he's only putting quota on top of the road that we had done before and just trying to, do some pushing. Not that he has gone to, say, okay, this is 1 street, 2, 3, 4, this 13 road, we are doing it in 1 year. We have not seen any of such from this guy. And you say I should not tell you what I know.
But King, I could remember vividly. When before May 29 this last year, that he was commissioning projects across the local governments in Lagos State. Are you telling me that all those projects I was commissioning were fake, or they belongs to the senators?
I am not saying it's fake. What I'm saying is that some of those projects you see, they were already done, maybe time to finish. I said, show me one project this your man started.
No, this thing that you kept on talking about, do you have anything against continuity?
See, the guy is my man, he's trying.
The question I asked you is what you just kept on talking about one point that he started. Do you have anything against continuity?
No. I don't have anything against it. I said it in this platform.
I
said the whole of Lagos is being lighted up.
Not start any road at all.
I said all the bridges in Lagos are being lighted up. You understand? But when you mention the name of this governor, I said no. Not that he's not doing his best, but he's not doing enough based on the things that I think about. Now, I'm now referring you to some roads that are not completed by somebody, and these roads are still there. It's not supposed to be like that. And these roads are linked with massive roads, linked roads. They just abandon them like that. A lot of economics are in that roads also. You understand? It will lead to many people economical improvement or what also. But these things are abandoned. And I said, show me just one road that you know that this guy started from the beginning to the end. A real road and commission. Then the area were praising him that you are the one that did this one. Just show me one. And then you are there arguing and dragging and talking and talking.
I'm not arguing. You are not factual. What you are saying too. You are not factual. The whole of Lagos State does not mean Lagos mainland or not. We have Ikorodu, we have a lot of Ekpa and the rest. And you say all the Lagos State. What are you talking here? It does not flag any road. What are you
saying? I said I did not say it's not flag. You said you are developing. You are here this.
You do not know the place. It's like you are coming here that you know of Lagos. You know everywhere in Lagos. And I mentioned places that you do not even know. And you're telling me a particular.
Where did you mention? You are calling Baja. It's of you to talk of either you talk of Kasim Balogun or you talk of National Stadium. You are mentioning Baja. Is Baja popular? What is Baja?
Who tells Baja is not popular?
What is Baja? Talk of Kasim Balogun. Talk of National Stadium. People will know where you are going. Not Baja. So you will go to the public. So in US now, so wherever you are now, either US or Finland or wherever you are, if they ask you that they want to go to where you stay, you will tell them to go to Baja.
You will not measure
I'm
Surulere.
giving you an example of what they show me. Real life.
You don't need to give me an example. I said, tell me the name of the area. Tell me it's Surulere.
It's okay. It's okay. Remy and King. I think let Olajibe also put some things. It's okay. I think we have read the two of you.
All right.
Remy, please. These things are not things that you should be arguing with people. Okay, the facts are there. You can easily Google it. Search for all the roads built by Sanwo-Olu and the ones rehabilitated. It is very simple. Okay, I know very well that as at 2021, the man listed 51 roads that he started and he completed, and he listed 632 that was rehabilitated when he was addressing the state. And even his commissioner for works, was engaged on this topic, and they were mentioned. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
And they were mentioning a lot of roads that they built. For me, I think Sanwo-Olu has dwelt more on, easing the pressure on the major roads, like all these flyovers, trying to create diversions, trying to look at what happened around the Ikeja alone. That bridge was not existing before, that they did to pave way for the rail, and that bridge is a massive project that can even finish. If you are to lay it down as a road, what they used in making that bridge should make kilometers of road.
What
Since
that
it's
led
just
to
called,
Yanopaja and all the rest.
brother, that they didn't do it in your environment doesn't mean that they are not working. Okay,
No, of course,
and
I know
that's
the
what.
bridge you are talking about.
So that let's not put too much labor on this thing. Every government has its own strategy, and every governor has his own focus. If that man, what he has done, like what he did in Ikeja, what he did in this environment again, where the train is passing through, you know that he's developing the state in another direction. Okay, so let's stop these arguments. The man has laid out the facts. You can Google it. You might say it's not enough, that the number of roads he has built is not enough. But I just pointed out to you that every government has their own focus and their own direction. And if it's not according to the master plan for Lagos, I'm sure that the people that put him there will have pushed him out. So Ambode tried. He did these inter-street roads. Fine, we still have some of them there, and the ones that are bad, Sanwo-Olu is still maintaining it. And I think that is what we need, continuity. So while we are arguing, he's not doing roads, he's just doing roads. If you want to know the number of roads he did, let's Google it. It's not like
I just Google some now, and in Oshiomhole local government area alone, he commissioned and executed 34 roads. Just one local government. Throughout the state, it's about 917 roads. And we are talking about year 2000. This is the guidance.
Olajide, beg and make you can do a job. That Ojo don't become the trap. And that Ojo, you cannot tell me that Ojo is not a major road. That Ojo was done since Fashola. Ojo road to Mude.
May 2023.
This is I don't know why government is doing road. Why they should neglect that environment. That environment is becoming a death trap
So
now.
why are you asking him to do it?
From Fos to down to Mude. From Fos down to Mude. That road. In fact, if Sowole is hearing my voice now, let him hear it. That road is becoming a death trap.
Don't
I don't
worry.
know why government should neglect such. That road is not a. It's not a major road to be neglected in Lagos.
Don't
So,
worry.
but I don't know other places he has done, but but this particular one that I know that we are using every day, and the marketers and the majority of Lagosians are using it. I don't know why they should leave it to be going down every day by day.
We got in touch with some
so
of the rich
if you know how to reach him, Or
no,
he should go and finish. He should go and finish the K2 Alakbere houses road.
Come on.
The K2 and Alakbere, he should go and do those roads. That area is so massive. And the roads are just there like that with concrete. They just grade the place one kind, use tipper to do the road one kind. Massive connective road like that. They just abandon it. I hope he's listening to us. You should go and fix that K2 Alakbere road, inter road. It's a good link. It's a good business arena also. You know, people are suffering in the country. There are lots of roads that are left untouched.
Is that your area? I think.
Not really my area, but I do pass there once a while. I live in
because
my area doesn't have problem. My area is well tagged, well packaged, well arranged.
Okay, good. So the beauty of democracy is that if another government comes in, those uncompleted ones, like Sanwo-Olu did to somebody, that person will also continue. If the road reconstruction or TAP does not reach your time, your area where you are living now,
the next government will do it.
The next government will do it. So there's not a lot of shout about Ekene. You can relax for the next 3 years, and after that, another governor will go and carry for you. Or maybe
why would
Remy, if that road should wait for another governor, if we come to Ojo, we will not pass through Ojo again, though. We are not even talking about Badagry again. Badagry is an abandoned area, but that Ojo is if no Lagos state government should abandon Ojo now. Ojo major road down to Mude. It's a major road. You know, at least if you come there every morning and every evening, you see the crowd that ply that road every day. You know that it's not just a road that you can abandon.
Yeah, it will come to your turn soon now. At least just another 3 years is there. It will come to your turn. Don't worry about that.
We're waiting for that 3 years now, because even when he did his campaign, that road he used it to do campaign in the first term. The second time he came to Alaba, he was doing.
Did you vote for him? Did you vote for him?
But he won Ojo now. He won Ojo whether by crook or by voting. He won it. Whether he won Ojo, whether by crook or by whatever. But my own is that he used that road to do campaign in his first time. Second time when he came, our chairman told him categorically that, Oga, this road you promise us to do it if you win the first time. And that first time, I believe a lot of people voted for him from Ojo because of that road. Up to today, he didn't do anything. Then now you come second time and tell us to vote for you again.
I want to ask you one question. Like you said, when we talk about Soludo here, you said Soludo does not do nothing, no road. That most of the road were done by rich Anambra. You are a rich businessman in Alaba. Why don't you go and do it? At least now, to show that you also contribute to the development.
That's how you put them. Let me go do road for Ojo. It's not a small project, you. That Ojo road is. I'm not a rich man, no, to be doing road. And that road is not it's not even a small project that an individual can embark on. If you travel from Ojo if you are traveling down to Mude, that road is just needed. That road doesn't need. He just if he can do it, just to maintain it. If he cannot do, let him just come and maintain it, because the first attention that road received was during Fashola up until today. No other governor. So if this one should wait till maybe next governor, man, people will not go to pass that road again.
I am just joking.
I'm not saying that he's not doing anything, no. I'm not saying that he's not trying, but at least that road is very important. If he's able to do that road, it's very important.
Okay. Let's hope that
the only thing I understand about this governor is that the guy connects with people. He's a nice guy. That is it. He easily connects with people. He's always on ground. He always talks to people. He always.
Nice with one job now. We're not talking about nice here.
Yeah. That's development.
Remy, needs to be all right.
What is development? Regional mind.
Hey, rational mind. Do you have a nickname when you are living in Ibadan? Do you have a nickname?
I cannot review that, even if I have it. I cannot review that because of privacy reasons. Should be recently that got DMI a journalist recently for how many for almost 6 months, how many months? Not
Nigeria.
Farabalẹ̀, no, oh, lè máa sọ fún mi tí bá wọlé, mo máa wọlé, èèyàn ṣe problem. So kí n máa fún ẹni kí n máa fún láwọn information tó ń béèrè bẹ́ẹ̀ gbogbo yín náà bẹ́ẹ̀ DSS ni gbogbo yín wọ́n ní kẹ́ wá bá wípé kẹ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa èmi ò ráyè gbogbo yẹn so ìgbàlá tí kájọ ọ̀rọ̀ àti bíbá náà. So yeah, I mean that is your Tinubu civilian government acting like a dictatorship where people are not free to make reports, to write articles anymore. They about criticize the movie by now. So what are we talking about? So so my point is that I forgot what I want to say. I know I wanted to say something like that was in response to what Ego was saying.
You have lost your thoughts. But lose touch. Mr. Gomez now. Mr. Gomez just so yeah,
I was talking about his niceness.
Yes, so thank you so much. So not be nice with one chop. Then you see, when we come here, we promote these guys. But I understand the APC Agbados. I know their politics. Anywhere they go, it's just to promote APC, promote Tinubu and his shenanigans and his crap that he does in Lagos. How can a governor be commissioning a street what's it called? A street road? That comes under the purview of a council, a local government. You see, when we say these people don't,
you guys are.
Remy Johnny, I
did not tell you commissioning.
So my point is this: is that when we have governors acting like a councillor, I don't get it. We've said it many times here that these people are just criminal enterprise. They're not running a government. They're just running a criminal business-like enterprise just to enrich themselves, make their name for themselves. How can a governor relegate himself to the position of a councillor? And now, but also even be brandishing this thing like as if it's some kind of badge of honor, because you tar the streets, and then you feel you can go and show yourself and make it look as if you've done something extraordinary. And some people will come here and start promoting them like as if they're like.
Can I respond to you now?
Rational mind.
So now we're talking about, you said 51 project they did, which I don't even know where that 51 project is. You said tell me to go online now. I've been searching online for that 51 project. I can't even find it. So I'm wondering where you're coming from. And now,
website Samuel Ekpa ni National Mind man lo.
We're having a cover.
Obedient website.
No, obedient. Well, 51 and I've been searching.
One bed. Daily Times, Punch.
So post here, sorry.
What about the post time we see him?
So mo see.
Ba mo ṣe fẹ́ post there. Ṣé mo wà nù See, okay, wait. I can give I can even give you the newspaper. I can give you the newspaper and the dates.
Okay,
báwo lẹ ṣe máa ń tẹ nǹkan sí Google náà? Báwo lẹ ṣe tẹ nǹkan sí Google? Ṣé máa ń fòbí sẹ́yìn ẹ̀ ni? Ẹni tí ẹ bá ti fòbí sí latrine ló máa gbé wá.
My brother, I'm sorry to say, are you not in Nigeria? So now what is newspaper write for you when you won't come show us here? Newspaper.
What are you saying?
Newspaper.
What are you saying? So
I will bring you thousands of newspapers.
No, sorry. Excuse me. This is where we start getting it wrong. When Obi says something,
The newspaper carry it now. You read it and you believe it now. How
Why
come
will I
now that
believe it? I'm not obedient.
why will you not? No.
Why will
Either
I
you're
believe it?
obedient or not. Either you're obedient or not. This is the truth.
Why will I
I
believe
don't.
it? See, we are all
We.
Nigerians. We understand the
See
policies
me,
they are playing us in this country. Newspaper is not enough for them to tell us anything. It's not enough.
Okay. Let me now tell you something. I'm a Nigerian and I live in Lagos. Okay. I'm on my way. If I join motor to my baby lobby sharing, I live in Lagos. I see what is happening. At the same time, I built my house in Ogun State. And anytime on this platform, I always come and say the governor of Ogun State is not doing anything. But you know, one thing I find in this country is that it is easy for us, people like Rational Mind and you to go to that Lagos that is even doing something that everybody can see. When Baba Janle Koko went to Lagos and he came back, he said, wow, that they have done so many things. That place that is even progressing, you will come and rubbish it at all. So when a governor that is even trying to do his best is listening to you, you are not criticizing constructively. You are not saying okay, or like Ekene came in and said, okay, let's do this place. But by the time you start saying, no, I'm coming. Let me land.
Come here. No. You won't make us come and sing your kumbaya like you want to sing kumbaya.
No. Rational Mind, you don't see anything good. You don't see anything good in them. So if everybody is like Rational Mind, if everybody is Rational Mind, as long as that thing is tied to Tinubu or something, if everybody is like Rational Mind, then they can just as well fold their hands and do nothing. They can fold their hands and do nothing. What are we saying now?
Come here, kumbaya like them. And
they are not saying good. Nobody is saying say kumbaya. When Ekene was saying his own,
I said
that's Ekene's perspective. So you cannot come here expecting to be.
I said that the entire bridges in Lagos, they are all lit up. You understand? Solar panels everywhere. You understand? Nobody will see good thing and refuse.
No. Please say that to Rational Mind. Say that to Rational Mind and see what Rational Mind will reply you with. He will tell you that don't come and tell me that. What is there in doing this thing? Somebody went to commission a street road.
Why?
Do you even know if it's the local government that?
Enough. So you don't have to blame us too.
Nobody is saying they are doing enough. Listen.
And still 800 billion. Take it easy,
Mr. Kings, nobody is saying they are doing enough. Okay, this is the point. Somebody went to commission a road. Shebi has done that one. Even if it's a street road, maybe it's the local government that even did it, because I know local government functions very well in Lagos, and they invite him over to come and commission it. And now Rational Mind is talking and is condemning him for going to commission a road, a street road. Did Tinubu not leave Abuja to go?
I did not say that.
No. Did Tinubu not leave? Did Tinubu not leave Abuja to come and commission rail in Lagos? Was it his project to build? Was it the one that built it? Is it not the state government that built it? Is it the federal government that built it? How many projects like that do presidents go to state to commission for them? And you know that Nigeria is.
He said,
then why are you complaining?
Hold on. Remy said someone who was the one who built that Baja Road, that Love Garden area. That's what I said. I said, why would they be building road on the streets when we have bigger roads, state roads there?
I am giving Rational Mind. You don't know. Try to.
So what did you say? What did you say?
I said.
Did you hear what I said?
I will repeat. Please repeat. The guy said, King said that Sanwo-Olu never started any road project in Lagos. And I responded back to him that I used to live in Lagos, and my brother sent me a video of Baja area, which they have Love Garden. They changed it to community center, and all their journey road, he did it and cover all their drainage for them. I did not mention a commission it. I said that is what my brother showed me. And he's trying to tell me, I know it's a lie. It's not what my brother is telling me is a lie. And I'm telling and I responded back to him that you are telling me that my family member is lying. Okay, fine. And I don't know. And I started to tell you exact place where that thing is. And the guy did not know. And you came in and Rational they knew you know the place. I never tell you that Sanwo-Olu go there and commission it. And
what
later,
he said was that
I
the
was the
guy.
one who said he commissioned it, that he went to
Yeah,
commission it.
what he
I
said
did not
was
say he
the guy
commissioned
is
it.
doing
What,
several
what
roads.
you
National
said,
Majority
what you said, you said he built that road, that it was part of his project. And I said no.
I did not say, oh, go continue solo conquest.
Remy, we're all here now. We have you now.
I did not mention.
What was the argument you were having with Ego?
I
You
did
said
not mention
Ego said
something
there is
like
no
that.
project. You correct me later.
Yeah,
If I'm wrong. Ego said there is no project that these guys like Ambode did. He start from scratch and he finished it. And he said there's none that this guy has done at Sanwo-Olu. And you were trying to use an example of the Baja, that Sanwo-Olu was the one, your family member said Sanwo-Olu was the one who did the Baja home. And I was saying that, why would Sanwo-Olu be doing a street project? And you'll be telling us that it's something.
But I did not say Sanwo-Olu commission it. And
either I commission it or not, but I said that's how. Okay, fine. You did not say it. But I'm saying I said he commissioned it because if he was the one who built it, then of course.
This is not for this one, man.
He said what?
I bet let's move ahead. At least the link you asked for, I already sent it to you.
Okay, I'll look up your link.
Please, National Man, check the link. Check it, please.
I will check out. Come on, hacking, you know.
One thing I want you guys.
Oh, Premium Times. This guy, what's his name? Tinubu's what's it called?
Rational mind.
You see Rational Mind now. You see Rational Mind now.
These guys. You see this guy? I bet. Yeah, no, I don't understand.
What's that guy's name? I said let this be the last time that Igbo people with.
I'm recording your voice.
What's that guy's name? Tell me.
I'll go and play for them.
Onokoya. What's that guy's name? Igbo. What's that guy's name? Who can tell me that guy's name? He's the one who owns Premium Times. I mean, at least it was last.
Rational Mind, don't worry. Obi will start reporting things about Lagos. Then you will believe it.
It's okay.
Obi will start reporting things about Lagos.
Rational Mind, I'm recording your voice.
I'll
go and play to them in Baja. They will fish you out. And when they fish you out, I'm going to handle you as we handle
Remy. I will have everything that Rational Mind used to preach on this platform. I will have believed him if he is not supporting any politician in that country. But for the fact that he's supporting Obi, Alex Oti, anybody against Tinubu, he will support the person.
I mean,
that is why I don't believe in his. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. You just have a personal hatred. That's what you have.
Hold on. That was during election.
That's the fact.
If you've been listening to me in the past few days now, I've also been talking about Obi not being the panacea. I don't see Obi as even the.
That is glaring now. But that is glaring now. Are you just seeing that one? What is glaring now?
Farabale. I mean, I will tell you. If you're telling me it's glaring, sometimes in life you have to do a little bit of introspection. As at the time when the election was on, I see him as let me say viable, more of the best for me. That is in my own opinion. He's among the three thieves. At least he's the lesser thief. He's the lesser evil, like I use the word on this platform. So I would prefer somebody who's a lesser evil than the major evil that will come and do state captures like they've done in their own locality, like Tinubu and maybe the other one that call himself vice president. So we don't want people like that. We don't want criminals like that in government. That's why I opted for not as if I believe that he's going to come and solve the whole problem. Let's get it right. So right now I don't have anybody, so I can criticize anybody now. I criticize Obi, I criticize Tinubu, I criticize anybody I have to criticize.
Ọwọ́ tí bàbá àṣírí ti tú nìyẹn o. Àṣírí òbí ti tú nìyen o. Àwọn dáyà tó fi ti ń change o.
People like you.
No. Listen. I mean, I've said it.
Baba Jale Koko, are you on this platform? Àkàrà ti tú dépò.
No accepting to show a group.
Ta ló tú àkàrà dépò? Lóru ọ̀gọ̀dọ̀. Ta ló tú àkàrà ẹ̀ sépo lóru ọ̀gọ̀dọ̀
Baba Jare Koko, I remember the day you were abusing Tinubu for not actually giving El-Rufai ministerial post. I remember that day you was castigating Tinubu, that the guy helped me, he did a lot of things. So you have a change of mind now. Hello?
National mighty cool.
Hello. I have a change of mind because of the new information that came out against.
Okay, so could it be that maybe those people they have more information than us, and because we don't have information, we just rant sometimes, we just talk anyhow sometimes.
Who are those people you're referring to?
No, I'm talking about the people in government. I'm talking about the president and the people that actually did not, in our own view, we saw him that time like as a traitor, that somebody that really fought for him, that did a lot of things for him. And we, even that time, we all believed that El-Rufai will have performed very well as a minister. But I was marveled by what you just said this morning about the guy.
Yeah, because like I said, because of the new information that came out against him from the governor. So as at that time, that information was not available. So we didn't know. And I'm not sure, and the governor haven't came out to tell the people about the state of finance of the state. So what we had at hand back then, was that Tinubu was playing bad politics. Why he didn't appoint him, haven't worked for him to get to the position of the president. So, but with the new information that the guy failed the state financially, no, I will not support. I will not support such a person. I don't even want him in space anymore. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
You are the only true opposition on this platform. The truth is this. We said this when we were discussing this matter.
Giving rational mind a chance.
We said this when we were discussing this matter. We said that probably there are some internal informations, and from some snippet of what we had was that it was even the northern sect that was against El-Rufai. So the northern sect could have been people from the state trying to point out that you cannot absorb this guy. Maybe they don't want the immunity to cover him again. They want to drag him seriously because of what he has done in the state. But now it's coming clear. It's becoming clear to everybody.
If Nigeria is not a banana republic, why would the minister have immunity? Immunity will now. You know, because Nigeria is a criminal enterprise. They're all criminals together. They transfer immunity to themselves, like idiot from Kogi State.
No.
Why you saying he has immunity as a
No, what I'm trying to say is this. It depends on.
I understand what you're saying.
It depends on your political power. You understand? Somebody like Betta Edu now, was she not taken? Did they consider if she was a minister or not? No. Somebody of El-Rufai's political power might be difficult to just pick like that. You understand? Once he gets that power, it's like you say you want to go and arrest, say, a Wike today now. It will be difficult. That's what I'm saying. It's not that really like ministers have won immunity or like that.
Why will it be difficult to arrest Wike? Yeah, correct.
Are you going back? Are you going back?
Who is saying they should arrest Wike or what? What did they say?
No. I'm just giving an example that somebody like Wike, considering the political power he wields, and the fact that he is also a minister, it might be difficult. I never said it's impossible. I said it might be difficult for him to be picked just the way they picked somebody like Betta Edu. You understand what I'm trying to say? This is just that's what I'm saying.
That Betta Edu does not even have brain at all. You have not even sat down at all. You started stealing over 500 billion. That one doesn't have no brain.
We look.
She will be regretting it now. She will be knowing
that's the end of our
She
political
even
career.
go and give Thanksgiving. She even go and give Thanksgiving. Now that Thanksgiving on that girl herself. One go give Thanksgiving. Say God don't open door for you.
They will give Thanksgiving and still pay tithe for
you
the money
for
that they
church,
stole.
Yeah, wherever you
People
see anybody giving
don't use
pastor
God
money,
play for this
they
country.
don't
Well.
work for that money. Trust me, they didn't work for that money. Because there's no way you go sweat for money. You're gonna go give pastor, and you go school. So it was obvious now.
Abi now.
Not only
Mike,
about literate kind of people, when you say and they go work for money, they don't know left from right. They will carry money, go to give pastor. But anybody who goes school like better, there's no way she goes sweat for money. You can't carry go give pastor for Thanksgiving.
Mike, is Yaya Bello, is he hiding in government house in Kogi? Or where is him?
He says in his village. They should come and catch him in his village.
They should go and arrest him wherever they is it not he has been declared wanted.
They cannot arrest him. Forget all this where they do.
No, there is a court in junction.
That one don't go. That matter don't close.
No. That matter never closed. Okay, they will. There's a court injunction, and after the court injunction, he will surely face the music. That is the end of his political career. Also, how come? My God!
Dino Milai will hunt him, man. I don't think guys are around. Trust me. Dino Milai would have found him.
No, it taunted him now. It taunted him, showing all his own vehicles. He is also afraid now. Because you started too much, they also pick you up because he has a lot of space on his neck also. So
my brother,
Olajide, I still want to know what's the cost of high cost of petrol in Nigeria today. I've had a lot of, and I'm not getting the right information from the news. I want to hear.
Go yesterday. Spent
900.
We don't hear you. Don't tire. You still won't go back to
today in Lagos.
I never get full information.
You spent 3 hours here.
Olajide will have a better information. At least you said it's Lagos.
Najide, if you want to argue with it, you was now somebody else. You spent 3 hours talking about the same petrol.
No, it was Remy. Remy didn't give me the right information.
Remy and somebody.
Monday it was 900 naira per liter.
Today is 1,000 something. No? So, but I don't know that I don't know. The argument is that the government want to reduce the price of petrol. Some other people were giving a different argument. So I don't know the want to follow. So Olajide, what's the cost?
You know,
what I know,
it was 900, but today now we don't know.
They say it was logistic problem, and then later we also know that they are doing a lot of renovation where they used to pick the refined petrol from Europe, from the factory or the plant. So we don't know.
Let's discuss the topic of today anyway. What were the topics today anyway? I know that you guys have some interesting topics today. Anybody remember?
It's about the Erufai. It's about the ministers that they want to redeploy, and then ministers that want to deploy Erufai, and then Simon Ekpa versus Seun Kuti. I think that was the subject of the day.
I bet let's just put Simon Ekpa and Seun Kuti beside Gary.
They want to give Erufai appointment.
Kenneth, so we started then. Seun Kuti started there now. I don't say you don't like Simon Ekpa at all. So now you say Seun Kuti started with that, have you?
I don't tell you. I don't tell Seun Kuti. I don't tell Simon Ekpa.
You know.
Those was my.
Well, you don't think I like Ekpa. I like Simon Ekpa, right guy.
Those guys, those ones Naibo smokers. Naibo, they give them inspiration.
But honestly, I think the highest than Seun Kuti will strike. So
I love the comment that Enigmatic made the other time. He said that guy called Simon Ekpa should be in the forefront of the war. He should not go and hide somewhere where people are dying. That's not how to lead people. A leader does not lead from far. You cannot be in one man and telling people go here, go there.
But me, I would discredit Samuel Ekpa. Samuel Ekpa didn't start it. He inherited it. You understand? He didn't start the whole thing. Yeah. Ekpa, my guy, man. The guy didn't start it. He just inherited the problem now. Nobody people can't carry the problem over head. Nobody start the whole movement now. They just put up your head now. So every responsibility. Like I can excuse the guy. Why? But the guy actually declared Biafra, so that's why I respect him.
Why he was the, you know,
prime minister now. He's the prime minister of Biafra now.
Once something happened in the southeast, you will hear his voice. That's killing that
That's the
happened
prime
in Enugu.
minister of Ekene.
He's not my prime minister.
That's the Ekene prime minister.
I know they even follow that guy, yo. I know they follow him. If I just tell him,
are you not a
anything we
Biafran?
get in logo. I know they follow that guy.
Ekene, are you not a Biafran?
I just love my people. Anything where I just love my people. So, but all those nonsense, I know they follow them. They do. I know they follow them. But I just love my people in the southeast and Nigeria entirely. So, I know they.
But I believe
that one
Nigeria should still be the best of country. This kind of division, I believe that one Nigeria should still be the best of country. This kind of division, rhetoric of how to destroy the country, and I don't think all these things matters. I don't think after all, our forefather did not scatter this country or divide the country to 3 or 4. So I don't think there is any basis. We should think of how to build this country together. That for some people,
but the problem is that they're not thinking of it. They're making it. They're making it worse. They're making it for people to believe that separation is the best every day.
One just come from nowhere. He just declared president of Oduduwa Republic. So you see that the country is turning into a jungle. Somebody can just sit somewhere and declare himself president of the whole nation inside Nigeria. And the next thing they begin to make noise. No, these things will not work. If you look at the Northerners, for example, if you go back to history, you understand that the North, not that the North are bad people, the North are very good people. The Northerners, you see that they are very good people. The problem they are having in the North is even the Southerners, where they try to betray them from the earlier stage. If not for the North alone, we'll remain one country and we'll go run this country properly. Those are that I say that they are segregating their mind, they are doing this, they are doing. If you are complaining that they are segregating the East, what do you want the minorities there to do? Those that they are burning them in their land, killing them in their own.
The problem of the North is that it's very hard for not to believe somebody, but once they believe you, forget it.
They are very peaceful and nice people. The North.
Yeah,
they are
that's their problem.
They are one of the
you go tell them, now which are they come here, they come 5. They tell them every day, they don't want to hear me. They go to describe Northerners. I say now the Northerners be the worst people for Nigeria. Their
leaders, their worst pass.
The only thing that the Northerners need, the only thing that the Northerners need is
the whole Nigerian leader that's bad.
Hold on, Ekene. Now their leaders. Now, them was passed for that country.
But the leaders across the board are bad, man. The leaders, the whole Nigerian leadership is bad.
They like political.
Their leader is the most corrupt in the whole Nigeria.
They
don't more corrupt than Southeast leaders.
They have they love political power. They want
not a leader more corrupt than
they don't know how to use it good for the betterment of their people.
Southerners try in education as some part, but this one they deprive their people everything.
Which both education? Nobody. Now governors send you go school. Nobody have access send you go school for South. Nobody our parents they send us go school. And I go the only time we send our Southern governors they send us go school. Now our parents now because our culture was South, so we can't attribute education in South to governors.
Family but at least in the South, if you don't have a public school that is working, you will see a private school that is working perfectly. But even their elites,
so now Southern governor build private school.
I don't know why. I don't know the reason. I don't know.
The leaders are all useless across board.
Mike.
All the leaders are useless.
Mike, yeah.
All the leaders are useless. I
want to say what you have said is right. All the leaders are useless. But like Babajale Koko said, you see, if you look at the antecedents of these northern leaders, they are extremely greedy when it comes to their own tongue. And I want to say this: if you look at the era when Southerners were there, most times the Southerners try to do everything just because of the political power that these Northerners will. They try to do everything to sort of cut them, you know, to bring them to the understanding that I'm still with you, something like that. But when it comes to their turn, they really don't care. They really don't feel they need you as a South, so they can do anything they want.
But Jide, if you look at the cabinet,
Let me give a clear example. Okay, look at what Umahi just said. I was shocked, and that statistics is still making me angry. Okay, the federal government wants to, fix roads, federal roads across the nation under Buhari, and the man shared it 20% south, 20 something percent southeast, the northeast, 20 something percent southeast, 20 something, and he shared everything 2020 up there. How many 20s can you get in 100? And now came to the southwest and gave southwest 4%, gave southeast 3%, and he gave Niger Delta around I think it's a double figure too, but not up to 20. Just to maybe because that them they give us the oil, just give them this thing. This is what I'm saying.
Wait. I didn't understand what you said. Wait. The number again. Repeat that number. He gave where?
Dave Umai was analyzing the number of roads that they have going presently, federal roads that have been awarded that during Buhari's time, and was analyzing it in terms of percentage, per location. And he was saying 26% not this, 20 something percent not this, 20 this not everything, not 20 something. It now came to the southwest.
Did they build them?
You said?
Did he build them?
Yeah, no, he's talking about ongoing repairs and construction. Okay. The way they shared it. Now he's now saying southwest 4%, southeast 3%. I was shocked. I was like, how come?
Now, I don't understand. Are you saying federal roads? Percentage of the roads or what? Percentage of what? Is it percentage of money?
Yes, percentage of the road. Percentage of the road to be done, to be worked on. That Buhari sign that they made.
So that Lagos Ibadan Express Road, now 2%.
No.
And what about the second Niger Bridge? I mean, I thought they were.
The major project, that's the only major project that's in the south now. That Lagos Ibadan.
But when I went to, even some Southeasterners are telling me, a lot of the federal roads in the south I saw in the south where they were worked on. I'm sorry to say, almost every federal road I saw in our south, except maybe towards that, people were telling me maybe towards that on those side or something. But that I saw, I didn't see everything, but they were worked on. Fashola was
No. Have you traveled from Ibadan to Oyo, Ibadan to Osun State?
Yeah, to Ondo. Yeah, they worked on all those roads. Trust me. I go from Lagos all the way to Kwara. I go through Osun, everything.
Which work did they work on it? Road where
they work on all the federal roads. I'm telling you, man.
Road where I still travel, which day where my brother they do wedding. I beg. They didn't do anything.
The federal road.
Yes.
Federal road is good in Nigeria. From Benin to Auchi down to Abuja, if you travel to that road, you will cry.
Oh my God!
And that's the federal road. Going to Abuja. From Benin to
Abuja.
Going to Abuja. If you travel to that road, man, from that road you will just cry.
That is what I'm saying. They just share everything to favor themselves. Because they don't care.
But that's what they tell us, man. A lot of things we hear a lot in our south. I'm not saying you are wrong, but nowadays it's very hard for me to swallow because, bros, let me say this. The reason why I'm saying this is because for a long time I hear so many things, man. Like how they will say about they had the cheat us, the this and that. But after a while, I begin to investigate. I started discovering a lot of things that was propaganda, And that's how I begin to change my mind. When people tell me anything now, I have to see before I believe it.
Mike, I can tell you that during Obasanjo's
Mike,
regime,
he's talking
there are
about
several routes.
rehabilitation, not
Yeah, but he say she say you because I'm most of the time. And you're going to say
but I
and
think
people
that
do
that should not
Oh,
really
wait
work.
we do it
now.
to each other a
Wait
lot in
now.
Nigeria. I'm not saying it's lying, but I have to see it. I'm not saying like so many things we say about each other in that Nigeria, especially
Mike.
3 major regions. I'm on Paramore.
No. Wa Amusoro Paro Lele. See,
I'm not saying you are
there's
lying, but
nobody
at
that
least you two you heard it from somebody now. In your color software.
No, what I'm trying to say is this: if that figure is right, which I know the man would not be lying, because these are figures that you can verify on the Ministry of Works now. On the Ministry of Works page, just go there and say, okay, let's say, okay, go there and say federal road projects that are ongoing and see all the locations. Do you understand? What I'm trying to say is this: when Obasanjo was there, the major project Obasanjo did in the southwest, major that he did in terms of construction, was drenching of the Ogunpa River and doing that wall by the side so that it doesn't overflow again.
That was a major route.
There was no other major project. There was
That
no
was one
other.
thing he did.
So
That was the
Obasanjo
only
didn't build
thing he
anything
did.
across the country.
No.
No, just
Mention one. Mention
I know
one
Obasanjo didn't build
federal.
shit now. That's why I don't like the guy now. He didn't
That's
build
what I'm saying. But
anything.
no, you were saying he doesn't. He did not build shit. But in the
Not the
north, he
Obasanjo
did
built bypass.
everything.
Not being built Benin bypass.
Yeah.
Not the Obasanjo built Benin bypass.
No,
Benin
Obasanjo do
bypass.
Benin bypass. So. Then that Benin bypass is still, and that's his project up to today. Nobody, the place is still
No,
standing.
I'm talking of the southwest. I'm talking of southwest. Now that is the only one we saw. You understand? But in the north, because he wanted them to vote him again for second time, he was doing so many things in the north. And this is
What did you do in the north? Give me an example.
Mike, I will give you an
I
example.
did so many roads
You
now.
travel from Abuja
Did so many roads in the north.
to Kaduna and all those roads in the north to Mopa and the rest, they were good roads.
Obasanjo built them.
To Mina.
Yes, they are lucky. Their roads are far better
Most
than
of those roads were built by Babangida, brother.
Exactly. Anything around Abuja,
No.
Mina, Niger. Those
Most
Babangida
of
that
those
built
roads
them.
were built by Babangida.
Okay. Wait. Those roads were built by Babangida. So since Babangida built it, they will not touch it again. You know how many times they've rehabilitated Tomiland Bridge that Babangida built before this one that Mai did? What we are saying is that you just leave something that like that, and you is only Benin bypass, the only federal road in the south or southeast.
If you want to give it to president, you can give it to Babangida for construction. He built a lot of things
No,
across
I'm
this
not
country.
talking about Babangida. We are talking about. I'm talking about our own people now. I'm talking about southern people that we tend to want to gravitate towards the north, trying to, I don't know, maybe because they are seeking for another term, they do everything in the north. You understand?
Do
And
you
now,
know why,
at the end of the
Jide, do you know why they will continue to play second fiddle? Because we in the south, we are not as cooperative like the people from the north. They always vote in block. They find a way to always come together. Look at what transpired after the election. We are still fighting our safety today. So at the next election, we also kowtow to them because they always vote in block and they will continue to win. So until we in the south put our senses in the right direction, that is when we have a good say. If we still continue to play this kind of policy we are playing among ourselves, they are still going to continue to play that second fiddle.
Simba, thank you very much. That is the point. Out of how many states in Nigeria, how many are southwestern states? So, or southeastern states, south. Let's add everything together. How many more do you need? 25% to get your to touch and win. If the south can come together like that, then the political power will shift. The political power will shift. Then we will not be peddling and seeking for their approval all the time, all in the name of we want to get a re-election done for us. You understand? These are the issues, and you will now see that they will abandon everything in the south and now go and fix almost everything in the north. Look, now Tinubu is doing something again that I really don't like, but because it has not started, that's why I'm not talking. Now they are talking about solar power stations that they will be building, and the Indian company wants to be like 200 solar power stations across the country to push down this thing. Now they are saying it's going to be for rural environments, rural areas that are like towns and villages, so that they can take those ones off the national grid and supply them electricity. Do you know that when they were mentioning the north again? And I was like, what is all this nonsense? Don't we have rural whatever here? But I know it is because of this re-election bid. If only we in the south can come together and we know, okay,
but
from
the
the
north
south
is
alone,
part
we
of
have
the north is part of Nigeria, and a gentleman.
no.
The north
What
is
I'm trying
Nigeria.
to okay. The best
The
roads
north
in
is Nigeria.
wait, the best roads in Nigeria. Where do you find them?
They're also in the south now. Not be your south of one bill coastal highways.
Oh my goodness. When do you know that coastal highway, this is why I'm saying what Umahi said. Umahi was saying this to justify coastal highway, saying that they have to do that coastal highway to join up all the south. That was what the man was even pushing, that they want a situation where the south two will be linked together. And when the man from was he Arise or the channels was asking him, he now said, do you know that the project I met on ground, it is like this, that they shared it. So the man was always saying it to justify it, which I like. If that is his own approach.
You notice you don't see any northern crying that they want to build coastal road in the south.
They are
Well,
not
we will just be
crying.
crying about
this.
coastal.
I have seen them complain. They have complained on Mike. They complain.
They are not going to cry like us.
They are not going to
because
cry like you are
they
crying.
have it. Most of their roads are good.
Yes.
So
Most of their roads
you
are
went to the
good
north
now.
and you saw their roads good. You
I
went
have
there.
been
Oh
to
my
Kano and
goodness.
Kaduna before.
And Mike, I lived in the north. I was born in Kano State.
So
I
their
have
governors are
vested.
doing good job then. Their governors are building their roads for them.
It's not only governors. I'm not talking of state roads. I'm talking of federal roads. The roads you will travel, federal roads. Go and see roads in the southeast. You cannot even move 60 kilometers per hour before those guys will come from the bush and will lay you.
Well, who do we blame now?
No,
The
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
Who
We are
has
talking
been in
about
power?
federal roads.
Okay, I
Yeah,
have a
not
question.
a state road. Mike, I don't know how you talk sometimes.
But wait now,
Talking
may I
about
talk
South
now? May I
is
land
a
now?
federal road now.
You go allow
Or
me
you don't
land?
know there is difference between federal road and state road.
Bro, you go allow me
No,
talk?
the state governors,
The
they
question
do
I want
federal
to ask,
road now.
Hugo, let me answer this question. Since 1999, who has been in power the longest? The Southerner or the Northerner?
Southerners.
Okay, so they sit down here, they tell me, say, Northerners, they marginalize them. Don't be only bright on roof for 8 years.
Mike, you are not getting it. I'm not saying they are marginalizing. No, you do the mathematics. Before you can win election in Nigeria. Okay, now Tinubu won not because the South voted
Southerners
for
do
him.
complain. Southerners, they do
No,
complain.
We do complain, man.
That is not the point. Let us
Obama don't serve 8 years. Jonathan don't serve 6 years. Why you only serve 8 years? Now, another Southern don't come enter now. Well, we are still blaming these Northerners for all our problems. Leave these people alone now.
Nobody's blaming them. We are talking what Simba has said is what I'm trying to point out. When Obasanjo was going for first term, we all knew that the Southwest did not vote for him, right? He got there on the back of the vote of the Northerners. So if he's doing everything he wants to do 20 projects and he gives 15 to the north and he gives the south 5.
So who do we blame then? Who do we blame then?
That is not what we are talking about. That's what we are
So
talking
you
about.
blame Obasanjo now. You don't blame Northerners.
No, that is what we are. Have I blamed Northerners here?
But
I'm
what is
saying
wrong
that
with that? 15 to 5. What is wrong with it?
What I'm saying is this: that trend will continue until, which is what Simba has pointed out as well, which is what I'm trying to point out, until we the Southerners can see it like, okay, because of this political number, the numbers that these people have, which you would always need to get votes to win elections. Now, we have always been peddling and trying to, cut their favor too much at the detriment of fairness. That's what I'm trying to say.
Wait. Are you telling me Northerners don't pedal? Wait. Are you telling me the Northerners don't pedal to the Southerners to get votes?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Didn't Buhari will come all the way to the south to come and beg people and then for him to win after running 4 times, after running 3 times, losing. Everybody have to go somewhere. The Northerners have to come to the south to win election.
Wait.
Same way you two have to go to the north.
This is what I'm trying to say. That's not what I'm saying. When you talk about numbers, either you want to say this, either you want to see it or not. Okay, even in the House of Assembly, where you are, everybody goes to protect his region. This politics plays out because it's a politics of numbers. Okay.
Okay, tell me that number.
Okay, let me ask you a question. When you talk about local government representation, where in Nigeria has the highest number of local governments?
You want to say Kanu, Ari?
It is mostly the northern states that
Okay, wait. Okay, let me make one correction that we all make. Okay, for example, a lot of those middle belt delta states like Kwara, Kogi, Benue, we call these people north, but these people they see themselves as more Southerners. You understand? Like even Southern Kaduna, those area. Benue people, Benue people, they are more like Southerners. You see that they are more like Akwa Ibom and Southeast. I'm telling you, but we regard them as north. So their number, they are local government candidates. Oh, the north, and then we start to shout that the north has bigger number than us.
Mike, that's not what we are saying.
No, I'm just trying to say about that number that we always say. Those senators, they have more this and that.
19 states is from the northern part of Nigeria, south, north, central, northeast, and northwest.
But that's what I'm saying. Okay. Not have
more than us. They have the number more than
Okay. Remy. Okay, not as 19 states. How many states do we have in the south?
17.
Okay, 17. So among that 19 states, don't forget that Kwara is northern state too. Kwara is the northern state. You know that, right? Wait. Kogi is a northern state. Benue is a northern state. But if you go there, those people wait now. Let people talk now. I allow you. But if you go to those places, those people still themselves as Southerners.
I disagree with
Mike, are you really? Who go? I beg. Who go? Who know Nigeria very well?
Mike, when it comes to the politics of it, those people gravitate towards the north more than the south.
Kwara people, do they regard themselves? Do they see themselves as Northerners or Southerners politically?
No, they see themselves as Northerners.
Northerners.
Believe me.
Northerners. When
No. Hold on. They see themselves as Northerners, but what I'm saying is that, like, who do they relate
even
with
politically,
more?
they align with the Northerners.
All those South Yoruba people in Kwara.
Politically, yes.
No. Okay. That if you excuse me, if you look at Kwara, you understand. You discover that the Ilorin Emirates, which is actually the one controlling the state, has about 5 or 6 local governments. Kwara has only 16 local governments. You understand? Then the Kwara North, all these Baruba, the Nupe people, and they also have like 5 local governments. So the people, the South, the Kwara South people, the Ofa people, really, all those Maron, they are the one that we can say. That can say okay, they have an
okay. Let's say we divide, we split it, right? We can fair.
It can be. It's not. It's like 2/3 of the Kwarans believe they are Northerners.
Okay, what about Kogi?
Kogi, the Yoruba Kogi are minority now. They're minority.
No. I'm not saying Yorubas. I'm not saying the Yorubas only. No. People of Kogi, the
Igala. Let me tell you, the Ibira people, the Igala people see themselves more as a Northerners.
Come on. Simba, I know these people very well now. I know these people. I know these areas very well.
Don't be Yaya Bello people. Don't be Yaya Bello people. You want to tell me that Yaya Bello will believe he will see himself as a Southerner?
But those people don't see themselves as Kanu people. Are you saying those people relate with more of people from Kanu, Sokoto than they relate with the South?
Let me tell you what happened. Especially Kwara, I can say more Kwara. I've never lived in Kogi, but Kogi was actually part of Kwara before. You understand?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you. Even
are you telling me Benue people? Benue, where the
hold on,
two-face,
Mike.
two-face people.
You know what? We know why they prefer to be. They think that if they are with the Northerners, they have an advantage rather than being with Southwesterners. They think that by the time they are part, but they are part of Southwesterners, they're like they will be marginalized in terms of everything because of education and everything. Because let me tell you, the first lawyer produced by the in the North was actually Kwaran and a lawman. You understand? So they have that advantage that they are in between the Southwest and the North. They have that advantage in education, which favor them to be part of the North because it gave them a lot of advantage.
Okay, let's put it this way. Are you saying, okay, let me ask you, are you saying they are in bed with the rest of the North to marginalize the South?
Even the politics that they have been playing, look at their political leaders. Where did they align more to? Look at Saraki.
Saraki, Abi. But when it comes to the greedy, when it comes to the greedy of it, those people say, let's say, want to vote issue of North, South, those kind of things. When it comes to the greedy of it, those people are not going to join them in marginalizing the South.
And that is your own imagination. But what
and even okay, look at election. Okay, now you know where I will get you. How come the Southerners have always been winning those states and the Northerners?
I don't understand. What do you mean by the Southerners winning those states?
For example, Tinubu defeated Atiku in all those states now.
Yes.
Exactly. So that proves my point. Tinubu and Obi defeated Atiku in those states. Those Benue.
No, Tinubu doesn't just defeat now. The northern governors has already made it declared that they're going to.
Forget that one, man. Forget that one.
So where they go towards
even Jonathan was doing.
Let me tell you this. If you look at the middle, the north central states won by Tinubu, especially Kwara and Kogi, we know the reason why Tinubu won those states. If you look at the present governor of Kwara State, what is his name? He's actually helped by Tinubu. Tinubu helped him to have defeated the Saraki dynasty in Kwara. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that one actually favored Tinubu to have won Kwara State. Kogi, Yaya, I don't know what the role that Yaya Bello played during that election. Yeah, so that one is not well clear to me. You understand? Even Benue was close between Obi and Kini. And we know the factor of Benue because they are predominantly Christian. You understand?
Exactly.
Then
but we can Simba, what I'm trying to say, we can agree that that middle belt is neutral.
Unrest that is going on in the states.
But we can agree because too, I know Nigeria very well. So I know that area, that middle belt, that Abuja. I live there. Like that area, those people they are more. They don't see themselves. They are neither here or there in a sense. You understand? They don't see themselves as Northerners or Southerners. Just as middle belt. They kind of like in between. Like if you go there, you don't feel like.
Okay, let me give for example. This man Sanjay Awoniyi. Do you know Sanjay Awoniyi? He is one of the Yoruba leaders in Kogi State. He was in fact, I think he was the chairman of PDP at a time. You understand? He's a Yoruba. He's from the Okun, the Yoruba speaking part of Kogi, but his allegiance is to the north.
No. When they're doing Northern, I think Simba, you have to understand something. They're doing Northern Governors Forum. Of course, you're going to be in the part of the Northern Governors, whatever. Yeah, we get that. So they're doing regional meetings and things, but does it mean that they are all kind of like together like that? It's not really that case. So when people are saying that,
you think that if they ask them now that, okay, where do you want to belong? You want to belong to the south or you want to belong to the north? You think that they will say they want to belong to the south?
Are you saying Nigeria is splitting?
No, I'm just asking you because that's
if Nigeria is dividing, they are coming with the south. They will pick the south. Who wants to go and join the poor north? Are you kidding me? These people are more with the south. I'm telling you, I know them very well. I know this area.
No, I understand your argument. I think what our leaders, let me tell you, what Jide was talking about. I think our political leaders in the south, should try as much as possible to penetrate, especially the North Central, and see if they can woo them and match them with us politically. I'm not talking about this geopolitical zoning that with somebody have put up for us.
Yeah, that geopolitical thing is just, geopolitical. It doesn't mean that the people. Okay, for example, when we say South, like really, like the
issue.
hold on. Let me say this.
Mike.
When we say South, for example, the Edo people, they don't relate very well with the Cross River people like that. They are far apart from each other, but we just play in geopolitical.
But I understand, Mike. I want to understand. I understand what you are saying because it is easy for a Southerner to convince the Middle Belt.
Yeah, exactly. Because those people, they relate more. I mean, they relate more with Southerners. I'm telling you, they are youth. Look at Two-Face now. He's from Benue.
Very easy to get him. If you
Like
can
so
convince
many
them.
other areas, but they regard those areas not. But then we start to say, oh, they have 19 northern states. The north is bigger.
Actually, even politically, they have suffered. They have suffered in the hand of the Northerners. Believe me.
Yeah.
They are marginalized. They are marginalized by the Northerners.
Yeah, even if people in Southern Kaduna, they complain now. I lived in all these. I lived in that middle belt area before.
Mike, this is what I'm trying to say. Up until the advent of Fulani, herdsmen, and all these things, these people gravitate too much politically towards the north. That's a fact. The middle belt. You can verify.
I don't know why.
No, that's the fact now. No, Mike, you cannot dispute that one now.
I'm not talking of Two-Face. Two-Face does not have any political distance. Two-Face is like a flavor in Lagos.
I'm talking about the Benue, the TV, the Doma people. Culturally, those people are Southerners, man.
You know, let me tell you, if you look at the history itself, most of their leaders, they pan towards Northerners. So
give me an example.
They have been there even right before independence. If you go and look at history now, people like Solomon La, people like all these.
But that's because they are put together with the northern region, regarded as northern region. So of course now you are in a northern region. So when you meet in the middle, when they meet, they have to meet together now. But it doesn't mean they see themselves culturally as them.
No, culturally they didn't see. But when you look at it,
it's kind of like before, for example,
culturally the Northerners penetrated, because when you get to most of these states, look at Plateau State. Go to Plateau State, they speak predominantly Hausa. Go to Nasarawa is Hausa. Go to you understand now?
Jos? No.
You go to Jos, go to Nasarawa today. If you speak outside, everybody will understand what you are talking about.
I think Mike, you don't understand Nigeria very well. I'm sorry to say.
You will never go nuts. You never left the Southwest. You're telling me I don't know Nigeria very well.
I've been to Kano and Kaduna before. You say I never left Southwest. I served in Enugu State.
Well, have you spent time in the Middle Belt?
I spent time there, not a lot of time, but I passed through that place. Politically, the North Central, they align very well with Northwest and Northeast, more than the South. But when you talk about religion, and 3 states in those 6 states in the region, Plateau, Benue, and Nasarawa, because they have a huge chunk of Christian, they can align with your southern part. But Kwara, Niger, and which one are Kogi, predominantly Muslim, they can align with the with any Muslim also. But when you talk about politics, forget it all. They align with the rest of the North, and they have their own chunk of power. Babangida, Gowon, Abu Salam.
But that's really closer to you are talking about more of a Niger. That's still kind of closer to the north.
Mike, what you fail to understand is this. See, the way that thing is the Middle Belt. Well, let's take for example, Kwara State. The people that controls and wield the power of Kwara are the ones that are aligned with the Fulanis. The Lawrence, those people that have Fulani lineage, those are the ones that are controlling politically Kwara State, not those ones that are towards the south, closer to us. Okay, and those ones that are closer to us, because I actually stayed in Kwara State for a long while. I have.
Okay, maybe we can put it this way. We can say maybe their leader are aligned, but the people.
And see, well, that's what I'm saying. Politically, that's what we mean when we say politically. And you know what their leaders control when it comes to power. Do you know how many years it took to break the jinx of Saraki, and his father in Kwara State? You know how many years?
I will put it this way. Let me put it this way. People like those in Nigeria, right? People that are seen as minority kind of people, they want to align with strengths, right? Where if you are somebody standing alone, you look at two sides of a divide. The one that looks like they're more organized and functioning is the one we want to align with. So don't you think because when they look at those people in the middle belt, when they look north and they look south and they see how well organized northern politicians are, they have reason to say, okay, let me just align with these people they got their things together. Then these southerners are just confused, just a bunch of liars, they don't know how to be honest. Maybe that's where the reason why you see them more like, sitting on the table with the northerners. Because they still not call northerners as people that are well organized in their politics and they are more honest. But when the south, a middle belt are now looking the south. Where does you want to allow the southeast? Would they even or you want or the southwest are just so maybe that's why. I don't think in their hearts they really just
Mike, like DJ point out. Let me ask you a question. I want everybody this time. Do you think if Dino Malay is from Oshun or from Oyo or from any of these Yoruba speakers, do you think he will become a senator?
What do you mean?
Do you think Dino Malay with his attitude and everything? Do you think they will choose that kind of person if he's from any of these 6 southwestern states? Do you think he will be able to become a senator?
Will become a senator? I don't understand your question.
Do you think the Yoruba people will let people like Dino Melaye to become a senator in any of the southwestern states, which is where?
Why not? Because which is what?
He won't get it. Let me.
So how did the dancing senator become senator?
Let me put it very well for you. If you are from Kwara and you are well educated, your chance of rising in a position, whether civil servant or politically, is much more better than from the West. Because this southern part of Nigeria is all about, I have to say, the politics is not so straightforward like that. They always backbite. And the northern people are well organized. So
you're making my point then.
What I'm trying to say is not only about well organized, it's also about where you think you have a brighter chance. If they stay
exactly, that's how politics works now.
So
whenever you see any smart politician, when you look where you see a brighter chance, you go there.
Not follow south at all.
If I'm in a position with the middle belters, however you want to pronounce it. If I look, as much as I like the southerners, I want to align with the northerners politically because I know that's where I can flourish. Because looking at the southerners, you can't flourish aligning with any southern politicians now. First of all, they are so divided. They don't even. They are not honest.
When you talk about their culture, it's all a little bit similar to the other Hausa or whatever.
Who is snoring? Dalon Horn. Who is snoring?
I can.
I mean, talk say one go shop. Buying the snoring.
Ugo is the one that's known to snore. I know Ugo for a long time.
Call my name.
It's not Kenneth doesn't snore. We know Ugo for that snoring behavior. Ugo, you see there.
Sorry,
I know it was 2 years ago. He always snored.
Mike, I want to tell you now. Say if you get family for UK, this time if immigration grab you, they go East Africa, you straight away Rwanda, deportation.
That is asylum seeker now.
Well, either asylum seeker or whatever.
Most of them, they already ran to Dublin.
I've never seen such a policy.
So that Indian guy become prime minister, I can't deport people.
Because his chances of winning election is not bright. So he has to pan to all these nationalistic movement. Immigration is our problem. And actually, if you come to Europe, it's already aged society. So they need people. You even going out of EU, it affects them a lot. And you still need people where an average age of Britain is already more than 55 or 60. It's an aging society. So I just think if our leader can get a heart very well, well, these people, they don't mind, they also go follow you to Africa. They don't care. So the problem of Western world, well, I don't know. It's not easy also out here. There, so many bills, so many things to do at a time. So some of them that are smart, they are moving to Dublin already, seeking asylum there.
Isn't that what they've been doing so before now?
Mm.
They've been going to Dublin.
And Dublin need people. And before you know it, Dublin people already started protesting too, that we had enough. We don't want any more.
What are you people talking about? I don't understand.
There is, you know that in England, they don't want to
in
receive...
UK or England?
UK, sorry, UK. They don't want to receive a lot of asylum seekers anymore. So they strike a deal with Rwanda that they will move them to Rwanda. So some of these asylum seekers, because they already know that they will move them to Rwanda, some of them that have money, they just cross over to Dublin, and there they can seek their asylum.
It's not due to the economic situation that they are doing that.
Apart from economic situation, political move is also there, because you have to.
But this is not the first time. Is that not what they did when they went to Australia sometimes ago, when they started shipping prisoners to Australia?
Yeah.
Prisoner.
Yes, now that's what they did to Australia. Now. They shipped prisoners to Australia.
Yeah, it's true. They ship them there, and part of.
Is that how Thomas got to Australia?
Thomas got to Australia from Nigeria, not from England. I know. You know, that was how the whites actually now became the predominant destiny in Australia. Now. It wasn't they just, you know, it was their former destiny. They just shipped a lot of their prisoners there, and because they now became the citizen in Australia against the original people who are the Aborigines. It's like everything that has advantage has a disadvantage. If you look at it, yes, if you are working in Western society, the way it is structured, it makes you to work because you have a lot of bills to pay. And then it actually now restricts people from having a lot of children. It's not as if anybody plays embargo on the number of children that you can have. But if you look at the cost, you understand, nobody will help you on your own.
So they also ship to Nigeria to Rwanda. The question I have is, so I'm trying to understand something. So the Rwanda, the so-called people that they don't want there, is it just Africans or is it just anyone?
Well, anyone for now.
So if you are from Jamaica, if you are from India, if you are from Pakistan, you are going to Rwanda. So if you are from Jamaica, if you are from India, if you are from Pakistan. Who's that? Simba, mute yourself.
So with that now, is that not another plot to whitewash Rwanda?
So I don't understand. So all these people now in Rwanda, what they will now become a tribe or what? It doesn't even make sense. Where would they be staying in Rwanda? What would they be doing in Rwanda?
Working now.
I think
there's job in Rwanda.
Rwanda signed agreement with them to take all those people in. I
know Rwanda, they will just enslave them.
And Trump is trying to do the same thing in America. That was
yes. I heard Trump wants to do the same thing too.
Trump wants to do what? Send people to Rwanda?
No, Mexico.
Who is this?
But seriously, kí ló máa ń ṣe àwọn African leaders wọn iná? Kí ló gbárù nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ fún? So you turn your own country to the prison yard for another country.
Another country.
Annex another country. Then you can.
Àwọn puppets.
Annex gan tẹ̀ sí dá. Owó náà ni ó ní nǹkan kan tó náà jọ sáìn ni. Ọmọ kàtìkàtì tó ń ṣe àwọn pípò. A kàn ń sọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà ni ó worse lára àwọn pípò yẹn. Worse lára àwọn countries bíi Gambia and so. Very, very, very bad.
Kagame has been in power since God knows now, as a military officer, and then they transition himself to military.
No, that guy is a life president too. He will not leave that country until he dies.
That's why I look at Nigerians like we lose the election, we are crying. Some countries don't even have chance to run.
If you look at that East Africa, Rwanda is not even East Africa now. Okay, look at Rwanda, look at Uganda. Uganda, since I knew a country called Uganda, Museveni has been ruling them.
Oh, yeah. Since the Idi Amin, he took over from Idi Amin now. Museveni, he took over from Idi Amin and he's been ruling since then.
You know, but they are notorious. That region is notorious for that too. You remember Tanzania at that time, Julius Nyerere was there for only God knows the number of years. Kenya at that time, Arap Moi was there for only God knows the number of years. Museveni has been there for only God.
Before Arap Moi, the father of the incumbent, the former president of Kenya.
Kenyatta.
They were both
Uhuru Kenyatta.
They were both in trenches then before the independence, and his father was the first president. So when they took over, Arap Moi took over. Arap Moi didn't stay too long there. You know, they also had military intervention as well. Their own was just not that much, but they had their moment of struggle too when they were trying to get independence from the UK as well. You know, but Museveni continued to perpetuate himself in power.
Even Kenneth Kaunda in Zambia.
No, Kenneth Kaunda was democratically elected and he served his term. He was not a dictator. Kenneth Kaunda just died not. I believe just died not quite long ago.
Yes.
Yeah. Those are the people that struggle for democracy in Tanzania. So we're talking about people that actually I think it was the first president of Tanzania. I want to believe so.
No, Nyerere was Tanzania. Kaunda was Zambia.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, Kenneth Kaunda, yes. Yes.
I think this Rwanda guy, he signed a pact with Britain, and I think they gave him some money. That was why he's doing all this trouble.
There are the same people that are enabling him to perpetuate himself in power. Nothing more, nothing less. If you see,
there's no voice. So it's like you can't. There's no freedom in Rwanda. Now everybody's just talking
about him retaining his seat as a president. They are the same.
No opposition. No opposition.
I said this foreign government are the same people backing him up. So it's like saying, "Leave our boy. This is our boy. Don't touch
is how they roll. That's how they roll.
Even up to Nigeria as well.
You guys know.
Adewale, do you think that this foreign country did they really love us? Anybody that is ready to do
they just want their interest. Yeah.
Because
they tried it in Nigeria, just didn't work for them. They always look for that one guy.
It's baffled me when Nigerians will now carry play card in UK, US, and say, okay, come and save
America to come and save them. All these they say the UK should come and help them conquer their government.
Brainless idiots.
Simba, the reason why they're able to succeed with that is because we depend on them on everything. Everything. Tell me that thing that has been provided or produced in Africa that is mainly in Africa. Nothing. Zero.
Yeah, but we can always go to Asia now.
you know, the Asia of people, if not now, they were not, their foreign policy has never been about making, you know, having an extension of their government outside the shore of their land. They were not like that. They didn't want any controversy or any confrontation with the Western world.
Ẹjọ ṣé good wà ní ọmọ ẹlẹ́dẹ̀ ni àbí born again wà ní ọmọ ìyá ọ̀fọ̀n ó ṣe tí ò ń ṣolè nínú gbogbo wọn. Even the so-called China and the so-called Asia, are they not the one causing trouble for us again? You know, just they are even more barbaric in terms of the way they treat people. Just they take your mineral resources and they'll be flogging your citizens. Àwọn yẹn ò ní wá flog yín, wọ́n máa jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ máa kó fún wọn ní ọ̀ǹtí tó bá tó di kó dogun ẹ fẹ́ fún wọn ọmọ náà máa tó kó bọ̀ wọlé. So who is even more civilized láàrin àwọn méjèèjì? So for me, it's just a matter of knowing that they are all the same thing. And this is what I was telling somebody. Russia is this, BRICS is that. Oga, Russia is not different from America. Not new.
Mike, do you have access to the platform?
Yeah, well, I'm using my phone, so I can't. Well, you want me to play something? Or?
No, not playing. I want to quickly do something. Go out and come back quickly. That's what I want. Because Thomas is no longer here.
So
Yeah, I have access.
If you know anybody trying to seek for asylum in Europe, I mean UK, tell them they are going to Rwanda straight up.
You know, I was going to say something. You know, the reason why they really find it difficult to impose a dictator on Nigeria that will rule us for ever is because we have those three major regions where will the dictator come from? You understand? Is it one Yoruba man that will make a dictator and the other region will just be looking? Now this one Yoruba man will rule us forever, or is it a northerner where the southwest and the southeast will be looking? I mean, you know, so it's just not possible in Nigeria. They try to do it now. We just frustrate their life. They try to use maybe one northern guy to rule us forever. And Abacha tried it. Babangida tried it. See the way we frustrated Babangida out of office.
Obasanjo want to try it also.
You Obasanjo want to try it. Is it the northern that we still have been looking, or the southeastern? Like Yoruba man, you want to rule us forever?
You know one thing, Mike. Honestly, if not because of the southwest part of the country, we will still be ruled by the military or by one Hausa, one Fulani. But because we are the one that we are too sophisticated, and that was the reason why it seems southwest was the only part of the country that was in the forefront of the struggle for democracy in Nigeria. The rest of the country were not really bothered. They didn't care. You know, some collected license, and they even got appointment with the Abacha. They didn't care. You know, they were just doing their own. Is it the northeast that will go and tell Abacha that it doesn't have any mandates, or is it those who are benefiting in the south or southeast? No, south was a little bit in turmoil at the point.
Yeah, south and southwest. They want to pull up a struggle.
It was south and south.
No, the southeast. Those one they were still licking their wounds from the Biafran war. So they just
they were the ones collecting left and right.
They are using the southeast as a pawn to dabaru everything.
Yeah,
that's what they use.
I mean, I don't blame them as well, because sometimes when you're in a minority, it becomes a little bit harder. You just have to do the bidding. You guys will remember Daniel Kanu, 1 million march.
Yes.
Abacha, youth earnestly has for Abacha or something like that.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Yeah, that's what
people started making fun of it.
That's what I'm talking about. So they knew that.
Yeah, they just really use the southeast a lot. A lot of their people,
they knew they're the majority, and they had no choice, than to comply and do their bidding.
Yeah, it was the southwest. They were really like, we can't take. I mean, if it was this generation of southwesterners, they probably would have just overlooked it. But because no, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why the southwest couldn't swallow it. They couldn't stomach that being ruled by someone from somewhere, because you have to think about it. We're one large empire for a long time. You understand? Like your empire, we're this one big empire. And we have this our tradition. All this. So now to become all of a sudden, because Nigeria is just a new something, a new entity, 1960. So around that 1980, 1960 wasn't too long ago. So they're looking at themselves like, how do we come from this big empire of people to be ruled by someone unknown? We don't even know him, you know. So we just couldn't stomach it. We couldn't stomach just being ruled by, you know, somebody from the north or somewhere else like that. So that's why they have to fight it. Like, no, we can't take this. Nah, no way.
And
Yeah.
apart from that, I think the Southwest, that Babawolowo really helped the Southwest. We must call it spade a spade. Look at all those
we've always been sophisticated. It's very rare to see a
Yes.
Yoruba man being dominated. It's very. Is it the people of Ogun State or Lagosians are always been known as a socialite, but Ogun State are very, very known to be a shrewd business people, and then educated as well. Is it the old Ondo State people that will be writing petition and writing all kind of?
Adewale, I was listening to a documentary by a white man. I think it was last year. Do you know what they called the Southwest? They said there is a new set of intelligent black people created in the southern part of the Africa. In the southwestern part of Africa, and they are predominantly Yoruba. And because through the state you can find them in other part of North America or something like that. That documentary, they really document very well that they say you can see them in every field of human endeavor. And that thing has helped us to today. And that is why you guys living in America, you're also giving a good example of Yoruba man. The white people want to know, why are these in Nigeria? Why are they so excellent in whatever they put their head in?
Because the Nigerians always send their best to America. That is the point. How do you see?
Apart from sending your best to America, an average Yoruba mother, they don't want to hear that no. You must do it right. You must pass it. If all your mates are passing it, why are you not passing it? Why are you not doing very well? Even if I don't have money, you still have to come out good. You can say, okay, I don't have money, but that is not an excuse for you. If Gary only I have, I give you, but still you must give me that good result. And they continue to pass that thing from generation to generation. That is a good thing, because if not, we'll have turned around. It will have been totally miserable something. And unfortunately for us, it's started to creep in little by little. Look at the generation we're having today.
You know one thing. If the southern part of the country had been, as vocal as the south,
you see all these mumu comment, all these South people always make, and some Southeasterners. Fulanis are using you. They are using you. How are they using us? How are they using us? Because we are winning in Nigeria. You say they are using us. You that they are not. These people, they don't have sense, man. They are using you. They will be saying things among themselves. They believe because we don't do this chest beating, so we are coward. They don't know the way we do things is different. Yes, the way we fight is different. So we don't fight with mouth and chest beating.
The problem with Southeasterner is that they see the Southwesterner as their major competitor, and they want.
No, they always see us as weak because we don't beat chest. They don't know that we are the toughest. We play the game with intelligence, not with chest beating and you know.
But unfortunately for them, Mike, if they can stay in their region and develop it and do whatever the Southwestern are doing, they can beat their chest more. But unfortunately, they still have to go outside of.
No. See the comment this guy is making now.
I don't want to it's always like that. So
that's what I'm saying. Also, Fulanis are using you. How Fulanis using? Please, somebody explain to me how Fulanis are using Yoruba.
Look at the last 16 years now. The last.
One Nigeria calling and come and explain to me how Fulanis are using Yoruba. Just come and explain it.
Mike, don't argue with Fulani are using. The problem is anybody that is ruling Nigeria is Fulani that is using it.
Yeah. So exactly. See. Wait. These guys don't have sense.
If it was Obi that was there now, who will be using Obi?
It's also Fulani now. They will not accept this Fulani.
They would now not want to accept that it's Fulani that is using Obi there. But anybody that is ruling Nigeria is Fulani that is using. I don't know. This Fulani that you are even talking about, that they are even in the minority in terms of
minority compared to the Hausa.
I don't even understand what these
They
people
say they are using. They are using. These people have become so. And listen to their conversation. Hold on. When they are talking, it's like they've given their power to Fulani. These people have elevated Fulani to the point that one Fulani guy from I don't know which country was on one panel was saying he said they rule Nigeria. He said his tribe rule Nigeria. I'm like, what the fuck? He said
because
Mike,
Mike, the funny thing is that they have been the one. They have always been the one voting for the North.
You
they have
know,
always been the ones
these people have
donating their
made Fulani
votes
people
to the
look
North.
so powerful.
And
There
they
is
are
Fulani
saying
guy
Fulani
from
is using
Gambia or
somebody.
someone the country like that was telling me that his tribe are the one that control Nigeria.
Mike, you remember the last military recruitment that they did some times ago? How many southern people were enlisted to Nigeria Army? How many southern people? Not that many now. In fact, there was a video clip that was shown on the national television where people from the northern part were asked to disguise as Yoruba man, simply because they wanted them to have, they wanted the northern people to have that number, so that at least it will reflect in the. It's just the way they will be able to perpetuate themselves in the power. When the southern people were discouraged or not showing interest in listening to Nigerian army or any military parastatals like that, the northern people were dragging their children from secondary school to join the military simply because they know that. I mean, I'm talking about the era where military reign was the in thing. So that helps Fulani a lot, or the northern part of the country, to have their people in or majority in the service. So till today is now that we are now trying to see if we can balance things and have people in the southern part of the country.
But what does that have to do with? I mean, the era of military is gone, man. You can have 100% anybody in the military today. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
If you want Nigeria to divide, anybody go and plan coup. That is the end.
No, what I'm saying is the military is just there. The military today, they're in the barracks. So we can have 100% Igbos as soldiers. It's irrelevant.
Mike, let me put it to them this way. You vote somebody all the time. Give your vote to this particular region all the time. And that particular region has never deemed it fit to give you the power to control the center. And there are some people that when they vote like they are playing chess. Okay, this one, so that this one will not say I didn't give him, take small. This one will not say take small. But this is where
we can't hear you. But at the end of the day, the Southwest, we are winning. We're winning in Nigeria.
You understand what I'm trying to say? And then, Baba, do you understand?
Yeah. You were out for a minute.
You understand what I'm trying to say? Even the South, even the South South are even playing the game better. Look at what Wike is doing now. I'm telling you, what I believe.
It's only some of them, but most of them are mumu, especially those.
Yes,
they're those.
I believe what Tinubu is doing.
This one Nigerian guy here, so
just do me. Leave it.
Apart from Oshiomhole,
leave them. Leave Edo people. They are always controversial. You understand? They don't even know where they come from.
So sometimes when they think they are Igbos, they be kissing Igbo people's ass. They be kissing Igbo people's feet. They just wonder. What is Igbo people have to offer you?
You remember?
Some of them even call themselves Biafran.
You remember we argued that origin on this platform that somebody was quoting necessary this today. And you know one thing that is funny is this: there are a lot of letters that former Edo kings wrote to the Ooni of Ife regarding him as our father. So I don't know who did that thing. They just started throwing that thing out on the internet. And coupled with the fact that internally they have this issue with the Ogiso people, those people are trying to claim back that their land is like the Oba of Benin has encroached into some land that belongs to them. So those people now started exposing them. Now the truth that they have been trying to hide now is coming out. When they saw that they fall,
Can we be petty? Let's be petty for a minute.
let's be petty, yeah.
Mike, did you see the Lagos should now be celebrating Yoruba Day? Yoruba Week now. Every September.
In Lagos,
did you see that
Lagos State government.
Yes, now. Yes, for 1 week
That's
every
good,
year.
man. Yoruba people are starting to impress me now, man. Honestly, we need to focus on ourselves, man. Leave all this.
The last week of September every year will now be Yoruba Week now. It's for 1 week, not 1 day. 1 week
we need to get back focus on ourselves, our territory, and just leave this mumu, because like the disrespect is too much. All these mumu southeast and all these, just leave them alone.
No. I don't even have issue with the South. You see, the South people are.
Some of them, I know half of the South people are cool. The other half are just complete dumb.
Yeah, they are cool people. It's just the Edo people. And you see, it's funny. Something is funny, eh? You say you are, even if you say you are a kingdom, you are a Edo kingdom. As big as you say you are, your territory does not enter into Oyo kingdom. And do you know how big Oyo kingdom is? Even as far as thou know. That's how big Oyo kingdom is. Now you say you are the one that you are the origin of those other people.
Did you see their chief?
How come you give birth to a son?
Jide, I heard their chief even in front of Oni that was saying that no, even their chiefs were saying that we admit that we came from you, that they were admitting to the Oni that we came from you people, that their king came from them. So but they are politically they are making the mistake now. They are aligning with the wrong.
They are aligned with the Igbos. Igbos that have nothing to offer them. Igbo people that don't care about anybody. Those are always even insult them.
You know one thing. Frank, you know one thing. Everywhere, nothing back.
Those ones always insult them. Yes, they will still be pandering to them, still kissing their feet. This one saying Yoruba people are kissing their feet. This I don't get here in the comment section. He say we have Yoruba kissing his feet.
Don't mind them, you know one thing. They were supporting the Igbos to become presidents. When the Igbos turned to them and started abusing their Oba, they turned again. They say, no. We are not part of them. They are their roots. They are this. They came back again to where they are coming from before. You know what? The lovely thing I love the most about Awolowo was letting those people just go. When they wanted out
just
of
cut them off, man.
Just let them go. It doesn't matter.
And Igbo people deal with them, man. When Ojuku invade their land, Ojuku invade their land, man. He put flag there. He make it. You know what Ojuku did? Jide, he took over their land and he called them a new republic. Something I think the Republic of something or something like that. And he made an Igbo man president.
No, don't mind them. And so they will now start talking. I now ask them, I said, when the colonialists came, they only recognized two empires in the whole of Nigeria. There are only two kings that rule over empires, and that is the Ife Empire and the Sokoto Empire. So every other king, as far as you are not considered an empire, forget it. You are under the rest. You understand?
Empire.
So
Ife has an empire.
It was your empire. Well, anyway, I don't know. That's a whole different this thing. But here's the deal, though. Here's where I get confused with something. Right?
When they are talking, sorry. I think my network keep deep in. I think when they are talking about kings in Nigeria, they only have two paramount rulers in Nigeria that is recognized everywhere.
Actually, no.
No, I'm not talking about. No, I'm not talking
Nah,
about
you
being
must
recognized like
way.
that. When you say by in terms of what the colonialists meant, it's only above Ife and the Sokoto Caliphate. Forget the rest. Even there's a documentary on this, their bronze and brass casting that they were talking about. Very like that. They even recognize that they learnt it from the Ife Empire. That they
Nah, it was
consider that they
this.
learnt.
It was not. Let me tell you the history. It was Oromiyan from Ife. It was one that established the Benin Kingdom, the Benin Dynasty. It was Oromiyan
No,
now.
you know they keep shouting.
And Oromiyan, you say Oromiyan was the one that also left Ife to establish Oyo Empire. So that's the simple history is there. Their forefathers know that history. All of a
They say
sudden,
that them
because
get a
Igbo
book
people
of
started mocking them, they want to change it. They will say, they argue that Oromiyan came from Ife and established Benin Kingdom. But what they will now say is that Oromiyan's grandfather Udua was once a Benin person before he came to Ife, and then his grandson that he sent people from Benin to Ife that they need a new king, that they want Udua to come back, and then his grandson now came back, Oromiyan. I'm like, what kind of story are you guys making up now? Are you kidding me? Man, Nigeria people. You know what I was trying to say, Babati? Babati is there? Babati still love you, but anyway, what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to say is this, right? The South, when I look at them, I laugh. I just laugh because, of course, the somehow the Southeast just somehow pick the Yorubas as their rival in Nigeria, their enemy, right? And unfortunately, we are both in the South. So, and the South people are like kind of caught up in the middle, right? And they start aligning with the Southeast. And when you look at the history, the Yorubas have everything they've really got from that country, like that's positive. It was the Yorubas that helped them to get it. For example, the 30% derivative they get from that oil. It was Obasanjo that put it now, that created it for them now. Even the NDDC, Niger Data Development Commission, it was Obasanjo that did it now. In fact,
It was Mike. It was a replication of Petroleum Trust Fund of a thing. That was what brought that 30% derivative. Because you
but who
remember
was the head of state?
When the PTF was scrapped after Abacha. I think no, it was after. It was after Abacha that it was scrapped, and then there was an agitation or something like that. You know, that has
No. Wait, whose regime? Under whose regime they create that?
It was Abacha.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Were they doing allocate?
It was Abacha, during the Abacha, that the PTF was created. You remember
What was created?
A PTF,
which is
Petroleum Trust Fund. You know,
I'm not talking about Petroleum Trust Fund. I'm talking about the sharing formula.
Yeah, it was what necessitated that because of the agitation for resource control of a thing.
They were doing resource other Abacha. Abacha that will kill you if you even try anything. Okay, let's look at when
what was the likes of Kansararua fighting for them, if not because of resource control and all that. And that was what negotiated for them to.
Let me look at when the DC was created.
You remember is it Ompadek or what does they call it? The one that was headed by this man, this Dr. What's his name? I forgot his name. They were just replicating the same thing over and over. Nothing more, nothing else. The same thing DDC was created to, shut some people down and just to get money across to some.
Okay, I just look it up now. It says NDDC, Niger Delta Development Commission, established June 5th, 2000. So what are you talking about? Who was the president?
NDDC. I didn't say NDDC. I didn't say. It's an offshoot of even the PTF that was just.
Dude, let's not complicate things, man. I'm talking about whose regime did they create NDDC? The Niger Delta Development Commission was all about Obasanjo. Was Obasanjo that created
see, when the PTF was scrapped, Okay, that was what necessitated for that. Before then, they've had numerous agency or numerous commission that oversees that space. I'm talking about, is it Umpadek they call it, during the time what's his name? This guy Buhari was the Minister of Petroleum there. I want to remember the name of the agency. They just kept
I don't know what
renaming.
you're talking about, man.
It's the
Let's not
same
forget all
thing
these other
over.
things you're talking about. PT, all this. I'm saying their region, no one cared. Like the Northerners didn't care, even the Southeasterners didn't care. In fact, where I was even going is that most of the things they lost, even in the beginning when we're doing regional system where they could have had control of for example, even these Edo people and the Delta, they were once their own region. I will let them go and give them their region. The Southwest supported them to have their region. They had it. They were in control of their resources. Who destroyed it for them? It was not. It was the Southeasterners. Now it was the Iranцы that destroyed it for them. He handed it, took their power from them, and created a unitary system. So the point I'm trying to make is that, and even the rivers, all those areas, when they were part of the eastern region, when they wanted to have their own freedom to control themselves, their resources, the Southeastern crushed them, took what belongs to them. You know, so throughout the history, the Southeast have always never given a shit about them, always crushed them whenever they cry for they wanted what things for themselves. But the Southwest always supported them, giving them things they agitate for, they wanted. Even when Kesariwa was being what's it called? Was being hanged, was being prosecuted. It was a lot of the Southwestern that were the one agitating for him, and they showing cars and all these people. So the Yoruba have always stand up for them, but they just hate us. Like I don't even understand where the hatred come from. You know, how come they just have this hatred for the Southwest? And I'm like, dude, what can you point out the Southwest has done wrong to you people in the South? Nothing.
Well, resource control has been in forefront of agitation of this people of the South.
Yeah, no, the agitation is there. But I'm saying who now created, who gave them that? It was
Okay, that this
Obasanjo. That's the point.
Obasanjo Yoruba man administration. You're right, Mike. You're right. Anyway.
You telling me you're gonna tell Northern that you want something? They will hang you. When Sariwa was talking to Abacha just hang him now.
No, that man that real Chris man.
You gonna tell Northerners you want to control your resources. They will hang you. Yeah, it was only when the Obasanjo was one that listened to them. Now he said, okay, we'll create. It's true. It's not fair. You have the petrol, the hell, and it's okay. The sharing formula. We have to increase the one that goes to the oil producing states. Obasanjo was one that gave them. Now give them all that stuff. Can anyone one thing the Southeasterners have done for them throughout the history of Nigeria? Nothing. Those ones always crush them. In fact, those ones I'm telling them that listen, you must be Biafra. And those ones once they get at Biafra, they will rule over them, they will dictate to them. Anyway, sir.
Mike, ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn people yẹn, ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn Southeast yẹn, ọ̀rọ̀ wọn dàbí ọ̀rọ̀ ìgbà tó máa ń fún wọn lálàá o, wọ́n máa ń sọ di allowances. It's just a normal thing. Knowing how to respect your bounds, knowing how to respect your bounds is not something that it's normal to them. It's not normal to them.
Dìde rí tó lọ gbé mú ní estate yẹn wọn ti gbọ́ yẹn lẹ́ka the Igwe of Ajawa estate is still in prison.
Oh, that Igwe guy, they're trying to invite iPod to Lagos.
Ti gbọ́ yẹn lẹ̀ is still in prison. Ti fi lẹ̀.
The guy he thought you were a coward. You were trying to scare us.
No, the problem is just because we are not always the aggressive type.
Don't beat your chest and all those things.
You know, they always feel that that they are very, very tough. They are very
but apparently that Yoruba weekend in September, is been approved by other states in the southwest, except for Lagos, until this body button happened. Yeah, no. We need to do this.
That's one of the problems. Those people that own Lagos, àwọn ọmọ Èkó gan fúnra wọn, àwọn gan ń try àti play game wípé neutral kìíní làwọn tẹ́lẹ̀.
But
So ìgbà tó ti wá dúkú mọ́ ọ lọ́wọ́
ní kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá fi lè tẹ̀rí sí ìdè wọ́n wá divide wọn from the other Yoruba people, they will be weak in numbers and they
Don't say, let's not put it on indigenous of Lagos. Libra Yoruba, just Libra.
but
Dele
there are some
Faruti, even on this panel, they are too liberal. So it's not really Lagosians. I will Lagosians. I'm going anywhere. We don't, it's the liberal Yorubas that migrate from Ogun State, all these places. They just.
Àwọn Dele Faruti mi yẹn, àwọn yẹn, mo máa ń wo máa yẹn bíi pé fine, you can.
Even Afeni very. I was there. They say they are Yoruba social cultural group, and I asked, asking what's their mandate. They say their mandate is to. I asked Onjale Kukoye, and he told me that their mandate is to stand for the interest of Yoruba. And I'm like, okay, so why were they standing for the interest of Obi? If your mandate is to stand for the interest of Yoruba, why are you going to stand for the interest of Obi? He's Obi a Yoruba man.
I don't even mind.
Jide mi ò mind yẹn, but see Bobodele yẹn, he said one thing one day to Bamilero, and if they want to offer draft to be the next leader of because one groom money to Bamo.
Who?
The guy said, Dele now, that's what they are grooming him for now. Oh, one groom they are grooming him to be in that level now. That's the whole plan now. But this is my concern. These guys said, call the move indigenship code in the Nigerian constitution. We're supposed to be residency. We're not supposed to have indigenship at all. So you can just move anywhere and you have the same right as everybody that live in that area. But this guy is very dangerous. This is a very dangerous man. And
that's why we the Yoruba conservative, we need to value ourselves and start dealing with these liberals, man. I'm telling you, we need to start dealing with them because these guys they are just terrible, man. They're dangerous.
Yoruba will travel that much or I will move that much.
We don't even go to other people's territory to say you want to go and pump chest. They won't allow you now.
I think what is happening is Dele Faruti for boy econ hatred for Tinubu because that's the fact. I begin to look at
so
exactly ó ti láwọn ibi tó wà ní Tinubu jọ ní ìṣù tẹ́lẹ̀ ó kàn fẹ́
But Jide, what does that have to do with now saying you want state what is it you don't want state of origin anymore? What does that have to do with Tinubu now?
Ó ní nǹkan tó ń wà because bó ṣe wà yẹn they feel like Tinubu owns a firm grip on Lagos. Lagos yẹn dẹ̀ ló ń bí wọn ní. Generally, I don't know if you take away Lagos from the southwest. Let's say Lagos today is removed from Nigeria. I'm telling you, half of the problems, even southeast, don't need to southwest. Because one of those things don't be none here. One of those things don't be none here. Do you understand? So Èkó yẹn ó ń bí wọn nú gidi gan. Èkó yẹn ó ń bí wọn nú
I see your comment. Is that true?
No, I've heard that him and this other guy. Let me put the other guy's name. That they are both there. That's what allegedly. I don't want to say it in public, but that's what I heard. Let me put the other name there.
And who's the leader? Is he the party? Who's the leader?
Yeah, Wani Uno.
àti máa
Monsignor,
mọ̀ náà because bí bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn ṣe
mo
máa ń
ní
ṣe lọ́wọ́ pọ́ ọmọ
ara
mọ́mì
fún mi náà pé èmi
ọmọ
náà fura
mọ́mì
pé
tí wọn obìnrin ló
ara
máa
fún mi
gbé
náà.
díẹ̀ dànù
Oh,
ó ṣe ń ṣe
let me
gbàgbàgbàgbàgbà yẹn.
let me type this comment. This away. No, no.
Money no one that be call it confirm it, but I've heard that those two of them they are half and all. She so that's just what is boiled down to. Today, I don't understand. I subscribe not to the Yoruba Elders Forum now.
Oh, Ribi, away. Anything we type here. That to mama what you am bam you gbé mi.
Major problem gangan nìyẹn o.
Àti bẹ̀rẹ̀ mi ò get it, but nígbà tí mo mọ̀ ẹ́ mo ní abájọ.
Now, to them you are tó máa ń ràn wá nìyẹn náà gbé kó wá bá mi jà.
Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ gangan la ṣe ń sọ yẹn and ó dìgbà tí àwa generation wà ìlànà ìgbà because in the next 50 years if we continue to show this line of liberality wọ́n máa farabalẹ̀ pa ìran Yorùbá run wọ́n máa pa ìran Yorùbá wọ́n máa parun pátápátá náà ní mísè náà máa yẹ kéèyàn wá di ẹrú ní orí ilẹ̀ because ọ̀nẹ́kùdì àwọn táwọn sọ̀rọ̀ wọ̀nyí wọ́n ní ta plot kan kí lorúkọ ẹ̀ minister for power ń sọ̀rọ̀ kan jọ o ó ní lára àwọn problem táwọn ní tó ń béèrè pé kíní kan kò hàn ṣe kíní kan sí south east wọn ṣe ó ní lára àwọn problem táwọn ní ni pé káwọn fẹ́ rí high tension lásán ó ní high tension kan tó ń fẹ́ rí tẹ̀yẹ pé láti days láti gba Ọbásanjọ́ ni project ẹ ti wà lẹ̀ tún only just because pé ọ̀rọ̀ right of way téèyàn kan ní ilẹ̀ bàbá dájú òun pé wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ níbẹ̀ táwọn governors wọn kó wọn dẹ̀ fún wọn backing wọn dẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń fa wàhálà so that is the kind of people tá à ń bá dìlò àwọn ẹ̀ náà máa sọ fẹ́yìn bíi pé káwọn kẹ́yìn gbórí yín sílẹ̀ káwọn máa gùn kẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ máa sọ̀rọ̀ that is just it èmi ò mọbi táwọn tiwa ti ń rí gbogbo àìjíà òṣì tó ń rí o liberality human rights kí ló ń jẹ́ liberality àti human rights wọ́n fẹ́
ọmọlúwàbí
generation ọmọlúwàbí ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀.
You see all these liberal, yeah, Mike. If you look at them very well, they are not full-blooded Yoruba. Honestly, trust me. They have, yeah, that's the fact. You see, Shemo, you see, táwọn èèyàn ṣe DNA yìí, ó dáa gan. Àìmọye àwọn èèyàn tó yẹ kó lọ ṣe DNA ẹ̀. You understand?
Gani ṣé o rí di private comment mo fi bẹ́ẹ̀ ni orúkọ tí mo fi síbẹ̀ ni ó yẹ kó o rí nígbà tí mo fi síbẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan.
That's what I will leave. Now comment there.
Wọ́n ti rí ayé ẹ̀ abájọ lọ ara fún mi èmi náà sọ pé gbogbo ta kan torí èmi gan ní ìsìn tí wọ́n bá yàn agé nísìn I need to find out from them to know where they stand on some issues. Once you know what they are into láti yẹ pé don't even waste your time. Eléyìí ó ti ní kọ́
gúrùmù délé fárútì nìyẹn Yínká grandson wà bẹ́ẹ̀ tó lè kú fún Yorùbá wọn á lọ gbé irú délé fárútì.
Because it's not that polished, it's not educated, it doesn't speak fancy grammar, we Yoruba we like the fancy grammar. Kàwé yìí ó máa ń jọ wá lójú gan. So
Yínká grandson kàwé.
No, not to the level of the big daily as a lawyer. It's not. But it's not. You know what I'm saying? It's not like a radical. Oh no! This is what I'm saying. It's not threatening. It's very. Even if you don't like him as other people, you will still listen to him. But Glasses comes across. No, wait now. It comes across very confrontational, which is not appealing to the wider Nigerian space. So they won't like him to lead that space.
Okay, hold on.
When you listen to the likes of
Wait, let me tell you something about that Yinka grandson. At the age of 26, ó ti ṣe PhD ẹ̀. Tí Délé Fárótìmí gan ò tí ì ṣe torí àwọn nǹkan tó ń kó sí ló jẹ́ kó ti parẹ́ till now. Ṣe rí ìgbà tó ń ṣe kéèsì ẹ̀ ní London bíbá ẹni máa ń lọ sí court ẹ̀ dáadáa. Ìgbà tó dé level kan, òun fúnra ẹ̀ nínú prison bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ka gbogbo lọ́ọ̀tọ̀ ni ó wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní òun ló ń ṣe lọ́ọ̀yà ara ẹ̀. Before because gbogbo àwọn lọ́ọ̀yà tá à ń gbà tẹ́lẹ̀ ó máa ń compromise. This guy ó fèsì judge several times tó jẹ́ pé òun ló ń present case ara ẹ̀ tó máa court lord.
Yeah, but why get the question I have is this. The question I have is this. How can a reasonable fellow, a reasonable person, and knowing fully well that what he's going to be talking about or getting involved is going to bring some liability, all right? Civil liability or criminal liability. Why would you? I mean, a knowledgeable person who I believe is an intellectual like him shouldn't have engaged in a situation that would, landed them in prison. So many times on this show and in other places, I'll caution people, look, name dropping can easily open door for legal issue. And that is why we need to be cautious. We get so passionate about to the pay in Australia or me, that person cannot be sued. Anybody can be sued.
Do you know the case to gbé bọ̀bọ́ ẹ̀ dé prison? Kì í ṣe nítorí àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ yẹn, wọ́n kàn dẹ̀ lò yẹn wọn ó ń pẹ́ cause wàhálà. Ìyàwó ẹ̀ the case to gbé lọ sí prison. Ìyàwó ẹ̀.
Yeah, that was a woman or terrorism. I know that they added that one.
No, wọ́n charge for terrorism, but later wọ́n drop ẹ̀. Wọ́n drop case terrorism.
You know this guy used to be best friends with Maegu before. They used to do shows together back on Facebook days now. Before that one saw the money in that space. That guy used to be a very radical Yoruba, whatever. Now it's all anyway. Just go back to your grants.
Babati.
Yeah.
When I listen to the people like Dele Farotimi, people that have this gift of oratory gift, of which whenever they don't think about what they're gonna say, they just say it because they are so good at it. Example of it.
It sounds good. It makes you feel good when you listen to them. Yeah.
Yeah. People will assume that these people are knowledgeable. That's why they're talking like this. But not really. If you actually think deeper, some of them don't really have deeper knowledge of the society called Nigeria.
There's no substance to it. It's linked with emotions, not need. There's no substance to what he's saying, not need.
They have no idea. It's either they have an idea, but they pretend that this shouldn't count. This is the way it should be. Because look, I always look at the fact that how do you assume that one person will capture the entire state, run it with fair freedom, and then people will now be doing a KBC to him? It's not possible. You may have grievance against an individual, but there's no way Tinubu will be the only person.
They are PDP Lagos. They are PDP. They won't say it in public, but they are PDP. If we go back, they are PDP now. They are more buck days here now. PDP now.
Control
care about Nigeria now. Care about Nigeria.
Control. So wọ́n dẹ̀ feel pé ọ̀gbẹ́ni yìí gbogbo nǹkan làwọn ti ṣe àti yọ agbára ẹ̀ kúrò ńbẹ̀. Ó dẹ̀ máa difficult láti yọ because bàbá fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lé ní Nàìjíríà tó máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ state gbogbo state náà ló fẹ́ dàbí Èkó náà fẹ́ fi compare Èkó. Olóṣèlú máa ń bí nínú táwọn rational mind tó jẹ́ pé bóyá Ọ̀ṣun ni rational mind ti wà àbí bóyá Ọ̀yọ́. A máa lọ máa condemn Èkó gbogbo state bí tẹ́tí wá gan ọ̀dà tẹ́kọ̀ọ́ pẹ̀lú the major problem tí mo rí pẹ̀lú Èkó is the fact that population ti pọ̀ jù ńbẹ̀ yẹn. Ó ní ò jẹ́ kí ó easy fún ọ láti manage
basic tí national máa ní
jíde ó ní kí ló tọrọ bẹ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn tó ń pè slum yẹn àwọn arábí tó wá ní ẹ̀sìtà yẹn ni wọ́n wá kọ́lé káàkiri gbogbo wọn ràn bẹ̀ yẹn ìdè ilé fix Lagos yẹn gbogbo wọn máa kó bẹ̀ àwọn náà kọ́ gbárí gbogbo.
tó máa ní kán lé ògbó at least irú àwọn tó máa ń dúró sábẹ́ bridge gbogbo àwọn tó ń tọrọ títí tán kán lé gbogbo wọn kò ní Èkó gbogbo àwọn tó ń jù dọ̀tí sí tó ń dà dọ̀tí sílẹ̀ ṣe public defecation àwọn.
wọn ń ṣe ọmọ Èkó náà wọn ń ṣe ọmọ Èkó they're not from there but don't fa gbogbo yẹn they're not from there. You show up in Lagos from nowhere you go and just set up shanties anywhere when you go home you start complaining of tribalism. I mean Boreri. Oh, you didn't pay for it though. Just put one shanty there, start living from the middle of nowhere. Leave the place, you start screaming they don't like you because you're not from there. And start going on TV, propaganda kaki, and people start buying into what you're saying. Everybody it's not for everybody now.
Àwa náà tó máa ń sọ àwa máa play game victimization ni kò yẹ kó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀.
Leave them alone, poor people. If you want they know they are poor. Government to take care of them. Click on Lagos, say government the federal government ni.
Àwọn tó tún wá ń sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn àwọn náà tún máa padà wá pè ní slum. Irú àwọn èèyàn bíi rational mind àwọn náà máa ń sọ pé slum ni kí ni wọ́n ti achieve ní Lagos ṣébi tó dàbí slum yẹn tọ́mádé náà fẹ́ lé gbogbo àwọn àti àwọn indie developer àti gbogbo àwọn tó yẹ pé wọ́n kàn wá wọ́n ká àwọn àbúrò wọn wá láti inú oko kọ́kàn á máa destabilize Èkó yẹn kọ́nà fẹ́ lé wọn dànù sí àwọn náà tún máa sọ pé what is he doing what is he ṣe kinní kan I don't understand sometimes mo máa ń wò bóyá rational mind bóyá ibi tí máa yẹn ti wá bóyá another planet because sometimes the arguments are just somehow adé máa check ẹ náà kó má jẹ́ pé the same thing náà ni pẹ̀lú àwọn tó wà common ní comment section. Ibo ní sẹ́ Ibo ní 100% ní national mind. Yorùbá Ibo ló máa ń sọ lẹ́nu gbà mí. Nítorí wọ́n bí mọ bí èèyàn ṣe rí bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Nítorí wọ́n bí sáàrin wa ni kì í ṣe kò ní anything tó jẹ́ Yorùbá bàbá ìyá Ìgbò confam ni tí ẹ wọ́n sì tó bá sọ lọ. Ó ní wọn ṣe máa ń fẹ́ dárúkọ rẹ̀ kó máa ń fẹ́ complain kó máa ti ní kó dárúkọ anything personal a máa cover báwọn wá yẹn ò dà náà.
No, Sherry, anything tó bá dárúkọ anybody ilẹ̀ Yorùbá rational mind will never support that person. Ìjọ tó ti
by the way,
inú ẹ̀ tó sọ pé Awólọ́wọ̀ wà myopic tó dẹ̀ sọ pé Nnamdi Azikiwe ó gbọ́n díẹ̀ ìjọ ẹ̀ mo ti kọ́ ẹ ní láti sọ èèyàn tó bá kí ṣe Yorùbá kò ní ẹni tí ń ṣe pẹ̀lú Yorùbá ó kàn bí sílẹ̀ Yorùbá ni. Ok, ọmọ Yorùbá ń sọ̀rọ̀ tó bá ní àwa Yorùbá ṣé mi lè máa sọ̀rọ̀ kí n sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ mi lè sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ because mo mọ̀ pé Yorùbá.
orí láǹfààní tó mi bú yẹn tí mi àtẹ̀ jà yẹn.
ìjọ yẹn inú mi dùn bàjẹ́.
kíní ọjọ́ yẹn kíní wájú ẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ ń bú Yorùbá ó ń bú tribe wa àwọn náà bú àwọn tribe à ń bú tribe wọn náà ó dẹ̀ wá national máa dẹ̀ dé ó dẹ̀ join ju ẹ̀ ó wá ń bú wa ó dẹ̀ ó pé Yorùbá.
Ìjọ yẹn inú mi dùn o mo láìkí bá ṣe kó bó ṣe wọlé ìjọ yẹn kàn sáré wọlé ni ó tiẹ̀ mọ nǹkan tá à ń sọ lọ gbúrúgbúrú kọjá owó ẹrú ni ajé ló dé ṣó mọ nǹkan tá à ń sọ lọ ni.
mo já wọlé ni.
ayé ẹ o. máìkì náà ó lọ́ọ̀ṣì ẹ̀ padà ni pé kò sí nǹkan tó jọ níbi I don't understand. ọgbẹ́ni ò ń ṣe Yorùbá.
Why tó ṣe máa rò bóyá òun ju everybody lọ́nà why.
And the funny thing is when he talks he will talk to people in àwọn demeaning way kan tó yẹ pé and he feels it's okay. Sometimes I just take it because one man is on the show àti bí àwọn baba Jale pé ọ̀rọ̀ pé ká má kàn dá ṣòro ni. Sometimes the way he talks to me nígbà mi ó máa ń bí mi ní èmi kẹrin
mo ń pa àwọn ọmọ Èkìtì inú mi ni tí n bá ṣò ẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan àwọn pé mi gan mo burú gan. Anything tó bá ti kàn mọ́ Yorùbá bá a máa sọ̀rọ̀ a ní Awólọ́wọ̀ ò dáa kò séèyàn tó dá nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ó máa sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́nu ó ní first tó máa ń kọ́ sọ ni pé Tinubu yẹn tó yẹ pé kinní kan ni kò sí leader náà political leader náà Nàìjíríà I can say ten political leader ní Nàìjíríà tó ní foresight Tinubu ní tó ti ṣe nǹkan tí Tinubu ti ṣe ó yá kan name ẹyọ kan ó lè ní kò sí èyí tí ò jà nínú wọn Obi gan ja olè gbogbo wọn olè ni wọn but ẹni tó ja olè tá a rí nǹkan tó ń ṣe tá a rí ibi tó ń lọ tá a rí pé ibi tó bá yẹ wípé Tinubu ní bó ṣe ní grip lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yẹn kó ní irú grip yẹn ní gbogbo south western state irú èyí táwọn Dàpọ̀ Abíọ́dún ṣe tó yẹ pé.
Jíde but nǹkan táwọn complete with Tinubu ṣe yẹn they want it in their own state that continuity yẹn they will say they don't want it báwọn ọ̀fẹ́ but they say but we like the continuity in Lagos.
nǹkan tí mò ń sọ náà nìyẹn
you can't want both now if you want one you must want the other too.
Prosperity yẹn gangan ló ń bí wọn nù ẹwẹ tó ṣe Jídé ń jọ wò Abia yìí kí ló máa sọ I'm not competing with Lagos I'm competing with mo wò pé ibo ló ti dé ìwọ tó yẹ pé village ni ẹ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ Èkó tí ń sọ pé òun compete pẹ̀lú America ló fẹ́ compete you will know that obviously jealousy àti ìlara yẹn ó wà ń bẹ ń pa Èkó yẹn pé báwo lè kó ṣe di báyìí nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ gangan lára gbogbo wọn nìyẹn kó tó dẹ̀ fi dùn mí ni pé àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ wa tó súnmọ́ Èkó sì ní irú Ògùn state tó tẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n súnmọ́ Èkó.
Jíde máa pé we are having a good discussion don't let me get angry with you know I'm going to get angry with you.
No, I feel like he should ó yẹ kó rub lórí wọn ó yẹ kó rub on them.
We should be bragging about Ogun. We should be bragging about Ogun and Oyo right now. The same way we are bragging of Lagos. They should be on that level. Those two states. With the kind of opportunity, they should be at least close to what Lagos is. But still not saying that. Nothing, no.
Nǹkan tí mò ń sọ gbọ́ngbọ́n nìyẹn ó yẹ kí nǹkan tó yẹ kó jẹ́ yàtọ̀ ní Èkó àti Ògùn kékeré ló yẹ kó jẹ́.
Ẹ̀rí nǹkan tó ń ṣe ń Kwara ni wọ́n pe Tinubu wọ́n ní kó appoint èèyàn fáwọn ìgbà tó fẹ́ dìsún àwọn Sàràkí yẹn nǹkan tó ń ṣe nìyẹn náà.
Sàràkí ó ti gbárùkù bàbá ìyẹn lu yẹn bọ́bọ́ yẹn ti tẹ́ lu yẹn ó ti kò ní PDP tó lọ́sẹ̀ yẹn kò pé àbúrò ẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ rẹ̀ kí gbé mi yẹn gbóbìnrin nìyẹn ó ní limit tó lè dé inside gbogbo nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ culturally in terms of leadership tó dẹ́ kó ṣe bí ọmọkùnrin tó lọ́ ń ṣe ọ̀hún ló mọ̀.
Wọ́n uproot ẹ̀ ní wọ́n uproot Sàràkí kúrò nílọrin wọ́n wù láti Ègbò.
Wọ́n ju òkú fún ni now don't forget wọ́n ju òkú fún ni now tí wọ́n ti gbà tó lọ wọ́n ju òkú fún ni now.
Wọ́n wú rúùtù ẹ̀ kúrò gbogbo rúùtù ẹ̀ kò lè ẹni tí Sàràkí yẹn kò lè dìde mọ́ ńlọrin mọ́ láyé wọ́n tán ṣe fún because ó dídì fọkọ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ tweet fọkọ̀ wọ́n fẹ́ kó gbogbo wọn kàn claim mú mọ́là ní ọmọ Yorùbá tó ń claim mú mọ́là ó lè oníjìrìtì ní gbogbo
pé gbogbo wọn ọmọ Ìgbò máa claim Yorùbá ọmọ Ìgbò máa claim Yorùbá.
In fact Jídé left me gan kan mandate Yorùbá sísọ ní Lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yẹn if you want to do anything official in that Lagos mandate it for you to pass for you to get any entrance into state school you must have your Yoruba at least see every Thursday or Friday everything that involves government will be done in Yoruba language. Yes. So if you want to live here, you must be able to speak the language. It's kind of tribal statement. In America, if you want to live in America, you must be able to speak English. Some other parts, if I go San Antonio, you must be able to speak Spanish, at least learn it. Yeah. That's the way it's supposed to be. If I go to the East, I must be able to speak Igbo. That's the way it's supposed to be.
Yes, because how do you want to address the locals? How do you want to interact with them? Mo feel pé
No. Jide, assimilate me, but really, anywhere you move to, you're supposed to assimilate with the people there. That's what we're supposed to be. But you don't want to assimilate with people.
Ṣebí tí rational mind assimilate ló fi wá ń fire wá ń sìn tó ń claim pé ara wa lòun báyìí. Àbíkò ṣe ètò assimilate àtijọ́ tó ti sọ ọ̀rọ̀ tí àtijọ́ tó ti sọ̀rọ̀ tí Ganiu sọ kó sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn ìjọ yẹn mo ti wò pé ọ̀gbẹ́ni yìí I take his word with a pinch of salt but tó bá ti sọ fínísì mo ti make up mind tó bá yẹ náà máa jù fún padà máa jù fún padà mo yẹn láì gbóyè wọlé níjọ́ ìwé ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí tí máa gbé kó fún padà báyìí mo ní wàá ṣeré èèyàn mi èèyàn mo like Mike kò gba nonsense one mind ọmọ afẹ́ máa tra àti irọ́ Mike kò gba nonsense tiẹ̀.
Àwọn Yorùbá lè Brian aláti wá àkọsí ń pa wọn mẹ.
ó rí ọ̀rẹ́ yín ní landmark lẹ́nu gbádẹ́wọ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́mísì olómọ́ fi kò fọ́rí ọ̀wọ́ ẹ̀.
Bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn be honest with you Mike let me say this bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn mi rò bóyá ọmọ àlè náà pé wọ́n gbé oyún ẹnìkan fún bàbá yẹn kò jọ bàbá yẹn rárá I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm telling you, something is wrong somewhere.
Yeah,
somebody get it more than cool.
Mike is your alive. After that fraud, báwo.
We'll do it now. We'll do it now.
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni ẹ bàbá la proof lọ́gbẹ́ni. Ojú ẹ̀ kan ojú èèyàn kan tó máa wúlò bẹ́ẹ̀. Ojú ẹ̀ jọ very irresponsible àkókò kan.
Kí ni work experience bọ̀ yẹn láyé ẹ̀? Kò internship fọdún márùn-ún kò ṣiṣẹ́ láyé ẹ̀ ẹ̀yàn running for office. Kí ló iṣẹ́ ẹ̀dá kí ló what does he do for a living tó wọ̀ mọ́? O gbọ́ company ẹ̀ ni.
Ara àwọn indie developer ni importer and exporter.
The guy died now. The guy said he worked for Louisiana something. I had to go look up his records in Louisiana. If you work for government in Louisiana or any job, your name will be there. Your company will be there. His name was not there. He lied. Paro now. There's no record of him working for government, any government job in Louisiana. He lied.
Èmi sì believe pé 2027 yẹn ẹ máa rí bọ́n ṣe máa ṣí ìdí àwọn èèyàn kan síta. Ṣebí rational mind ló wá sórí program nísìnyí tó ń sọ pé Òbí ṣe àwọn kankan tí ò ṣe kinní kan. Mímú sọ pé àkàrà ti tú sépo bàbá ti ń fọgbọ́n fi reverse sí díẹ̀díẹ̀. Wọ́n ti rí wípé bad market ni nǹkan tí gbogbo wọn ti rí pé bad market ni nǹkan táwọn gbé sórí táwọn rù sórí.
Wo record Obi when Obi was even there I had to go look up online stuff from people from Anambra. More like it now. I'm not kidding you. They didn't like it that much now.
Ẹni tó ń jump protocol tó ń lọ ń san owó tó máa fi tún school ṣe directly fún principal. Fi commissioner of education lẹ fún gbogbo àwọn tó wà downline yẹn ó fi gbogbo wọn lẹ̀ ó lọ ń ṣe kíní it only shows that ṣé ó lè micromanage Nigeria bẹ́ẹ̀. So a lọ bá gbogbo local government a lọ san owó fún àwọn school tó wà ń bẹ̀ directly a máa gbé bullion van kiri àbí kí ló fẹ́ máa ṣe. bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn no, I don't even know how people mi ò mọ báwọn èèyàn tán ṣe ń jókòó gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀.
No,
tí
we
máa ń
know,
gbọ́
no,
ọ̀rọ̀ máa ń
no,
dàbí
so,
ìgbà
no,
yẹn
no.
pé ọ̀dẹ̀
We know,
kan tí ò.
we know why. Táwọn kan fi ń gbọ́ tiẹ̀. Ìtí òye mi ni pé ẹni tó pẹ̀lẹ́ ní Yorùbá Libra kí lóun náà lọ ń gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn fún ní òye mi. Kí ló ń dùn mọ́ létí nǹkan tí mo bọ̀ yẹn sọ. Làkàì wo ló wà lọ́rọ̀ tó ń sọ báyìí nísìn. Àwọn èlò máa ń dùn mí fún.
At least tí Umahi bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ ìyá dúró àwọn òkè ọkùnrin lọ́pọlọ máa ń nǹkan tó ń sọ. Tí èèyàn bíi Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala bá ń sọ ẹ mọ̀ pé èèyàn ń sọ̀rọ̀ wọn eléyìí ohun ẹ̀ ò dáa akálòlò tó máa sọ̀rọ̀ bíi pé bíi mọ́tò tó ń ní seizure bíi mọ́tò tó ń jack tó bá dẹ̀ ṣe jack yẹn ó máa mú direction mi ni bó ṣe bóyá ṣe nìyẹn kò ní consistency ló tọ̀ tẹ̀.
Why are you abusing a man with speech impediment?
Kò ń ṣe speech impediment ní bọ̀bọ́ yẹn níjàre tó bá yẹ pé èèyàn tó ń ká lò lọ aṣámọ̀ òkè ó níbi tó ń lọ adé ní sùúrù fún kó parí statement ẹ̀ eléyìí tẹ́ bá ní sùúrù kó parí statement ẹ̀ ẹ̀kan waste time yìí ni because ibi tó ti ń sọ pé go and check Malaysia ló máa sọ pé in 1972 when I was in Anambra ibi tó ti ń sọ yẹn lọ ló tún ti máa padà sí wípé female
may get that mo ní kí ló bọ́ ẹ̀ ṣé kánì ni tó fẹ́ sọ ni.
Nígbà tó ti gbé picture ẹ̀ jáde pé kan náà àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ gbé trans ni kò ṣe é.
By the way ṣé òótọ́ ni kíní yẹn is it true?
Wọ́n ṣàgbé jáde àtàbí èmi ò mọ láìpẹ́ ẹ̀ ló lọ mọ ẹ̀.
I saw a picture of that person. Don't the ọkùnrin kan wọn offer them a picture might be like be very close kind of. It looks kind of like a place for the other thing. Sort of me here. That boy only the both play for the other thing. So and I can. They are waiting for him in on my dick pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ ní next 4 years. Pé eré yìí wọn fi bẹ́ẹ̀ ráyè ẹ̀ ni. But next time ọmọ aráyè ẹ̀ gan ní 27.
Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni wípé wọ́n á sì filẹ̀ báyìí ó sì ní purpose tó ń serve. Òun ni báwo ni wọ́n sọ òun ni ẹlẹ́tàn àbí Luciferi tí wọ́n fi tan àwọn kan wọgbó.
I'm looking at Babati. I'm going back to some of the publications that address that issue. So it was featured in a gay publication, which is weird. They show him
That's my point.
His picture and a picture of another white guy.
Yeah, you see
yes now.
How they almost
yes now. Yes now. Ẹnìyẹn náà fẹ́ kó rú Nàìjíríà kó lè wá fọwọ́ tẹ̀ wọlé pé kó máa ṣèrànù wọn tí ò lè bọ́mọ ẹ̀ wí kò lè bọ́mọ wí kò lè control party kò lè run state dáadáa kí ni ìwúlò ẹ̀ ó kọ́ bọ́ ó dàbí latrine kọ́bọ̀ ó dàbí latrine wọ́n dẹ̀ ń pọ́n yẹn lé. Kò ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé he is.
Because I want to look at some of the publication and the tweet.
Mi ò sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ o, we are quoting Dewale ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ o.
No, he is from what we have read about him. He is.
Online. Because it says that under the caption, it says, "Today was really special. UK Black Pride. It was unreal to see so many queer Black people feeling themselves and feeling free." So it was pictured in that Twitter this thing.
I wonder why that space you want to question about that. Somebody should have asked me that question at least to address it. Have you?
Obini Baba Bobrisky. Àbí ṣé kò máa jọ bẹ́ẹ̀ báyìí rí sí.
Dídí ẹnu ẹ̀ yìí.
Ẹnìyẹn ló ń sá lọ sí. Ẹnìyẹn ló ń lọ sí church tó ń sọ pé take your nation back. Àwọn tẹ́lá kan máa ń tanra wa jẹ́ country. Àwọn tó.
Nǹkan tó let me be honest with you. Because as a Yoruba man from the southwest, we always find ourselves in one thing, pé culture over religion. Tell me here. It's been our thing from inception. And for the first time, I saw my own people being divided across religious lines. Me really, in terms of Bidale ni Yoruba land, me really. Come and say the Barawa me boy Yoruba land.
But wait, there's also a rumor that Tinubu's daughter too might be one of them too.
Yeah. Why do you think they didn't go after each other on that aspect? Why? Because cancel that one.
Cancel around.
If they had been one with trust me, they would have used it. So they are both allegedly.
Oh, Joe, this thing is
even our VP gone from one year allegedly.
Which one of the VP?
Allegedly, me Daruko allegedly involved in activities to run for office.
Atiku now,
Allegedly, they were allegedly well.
No. Mr. Adewale. Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ lélẹ̀ ẹni tó bá súnmọ́ sáàkù àwọn military dáadáa máa mọ̀ pé àwọn generals they engage in so many nasty things. Some of them engage in so many nasty things. Yeah. Tó bá súnmọ́ àwọn top kìnìún they engage in so many nasty things. Wọ́n yẹn sọ pé northern elite northern kìnìún kan yẹn. Somebody was telling me, a major general was telling me a story. Because when I was ìgbà tí mo kéré mo ń try àti join LDA. In fact, mo tiẹ̀ ti join tán. Benjamin Adekunle Bar Scorpion ló sign form nígbà yẹn. Because my mom is an Air Force personnel, right? So gbogbo bàtà ń gbé Kano inú Air Force barracks là ń gbé. So ṣé wọn pé àwọn people yẹn máa ń ní tán bá lọ sójú ogun àbí tán bá dé wọ́n máa ń ní àwọn orgy and co yẹn, you understand? And bí àwọn táwọn Roman guys yẹn ṣe máa ń ṣe ní north I'm telling you of what somebody saw.
By the way, let's
allegedly story allegedly ó sọ pé òun wà shocked. Òun ní láti bẹ ẹni tó wà in charge because ìyẹn mọ̀ òun wípé gbogbo ìgbà táwọn lọ sí Liberia táwọn lọ ṣe peacekeeping mission ní Liberia kò pé wọ́n ń lọ lójú ogun pé wọ́n mọ̀ pé devoted Christian lòun so òun pé òun máa ń gbé sáàmù kiri ènìyàn fi wá bí post òun kò nínú mansion yẹn síta ó wá mú ẹlòmíì wá láti tà sínú mansion yẹn pé ó gbó wọn tán kàn kóra wọn jọ sí àárín mansion yẹn tán bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń ṣe so many things so ẹ mọ̀ pé lára àwọn problem ta ní Nàìjíríà náà is this cultism of a thing. Wọn ò lè go after àwọn ara wọn tó bá ti jọ wà nù kíní náà so nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn tó pé ó allegedly Mr. VP ògbó ní ó ń ṣerú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ìyẹn ò ń ṣe issue it's not today gbogbo àwọn kíní yẹn is eating and crawling gradually into our culture, into our system, and that's why I begin to say that the only thing that can save us now is a return to our tradition. Ṣeré ta àwọn tó bá dẹ́ṣẹ̀ kó sáré lọ sínú kọ̀rọ̀ yàrá ẹ̀ kó lọ kúnlẹ̀ bẹ̀ Ọlọ́run yẹn. Kò ń jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn fẹ́ live righteous life. Kò ń jẹ́ kó fẹ́ live upright life. Torí máa ń wò pé ìwọ tó múrí èèyàn tó bẹ̀ dànù tó gbé sí kòkò tó fi ń wa bẹ́ẹ̀ sí káàkiri ìgboro ó dẹ̀ wá expect pé wà lọ kúnlẹ̀ síbì kan secretly wà pray opportunity tó deny ẹ̀ nìkan.
Jíde ọmọ táìmù tí Nnamdi Kanu allege pé LP gan fún ẹ̀ gan bóun mọ boyfriend rẹ̀ you know that time it was when they said the people were laughing pé kò pé bí àwọn ṣe lé ní so wọ́n ti gbà yẹn.
LP.
Ó ní LP gan fún ẹ̀ gan pé òun gan sample ti bí.
Òótọ́ ni.
Ó possible.
No. The guy even he said that they even have recordings of him and they know where he meets those men. Allegedly, that's what he said. I didn't say it. LP gone by body shot to Sarah.
ọ̀rọ̀ bọ̀bọ̀ Nnamdi Kanu yẹn náà ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ náà kò yàtọ̀ sí ọ̀rọ̀ wèrè náà kò yàtọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ wèrè yẹn lè gba ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ gbọ́ totally but ibi téèyàn ti lè gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ gbọ́ ni wípé ṣáwọn pé LP gangan fúnra ẹ̀ ti sọ pé wèrè ará Gádàrà ni adviser wọn. So
was advised by the bad man. I got the advice from the mad man.
ó possible kò yẹ kí wọ́n níbi tó ti jọ ń pàdé ra wọn gbà yẹn. Ọlọ́run àṣàánú rẹ̀ oríṣiríṣi ló wà country wa yìí.
mo ní Jídé thank God pé wọn gbé kíní fóbi o Nàìjíríà ti go down the drain kò lè má rí kò lè he can't manage anything now kò lè manage Nàìjíríà bó ṣe wà yẹn.
àwọn èèyàn kan sọ pé George bullet ni bomb the main reason láti ilẹ̀ tí mo ṣe máa ń wò pé ṣé bọ̀bọ̀ ẹni right choice máa ń wò pé if Buhari with all the power he had tó bá contend pẹ̀lú Saraki political tí Saraki bẹ́ẹ̀ show ẹ̀ débẹ̀ yẹn mo rò pé ṣé Obi ló máa sọ fún Dino Melaye àbí kí lorúkọ ẹ̀ pé kó gbẹnu dákẹ́ àbí kó ṣó lè control ẹ̀ politically they will finish him kò ní lè control house yẹn ó dẹ̀ in fact bá ńlá problem ló máa cause fún wa kò ń ṣe bullet ládọ́jú àwọn tó máa ń sọ pé we judge the bomb landmine gidi lọ́nà gbé wa fún.
I'm seeing something on the internet. People are wicked. They show Peter Obi carrying Heroes beer, and they now made one Gorima pass with a lipstick and earring. People are terrible, man. Oh God.
But how can somebody come online and say, Governor Nwati Biafra to build and you have
By the way, the governor was in Cross River, or what is it? Is it Cross River and this another one? I'm not so sure it's Cross River. That said it's going to declare happy hour in the state. Has it declared yet? So we can go to is it Cross River? I'm not so sure.
Happy about drinking.
He promised. He said the local. We have to support the local bar. So he promised that whenever he gets elected, that he's going to declare happy hour in the state. He said it then. I believe that was a is it Cross River? Somebody made a picture of Obi as this man from China. What is it? Their former chairman. What is his name? Chow or something like that. Internet is crazy, man.
Sorry, they were you must be a strong man in the hard Nigeria. To banning the task of a strong man. Holy hands. They will variety now. Come out again. Who got to do Kinigori now? Who got to do only this mayor commissioner? Don't expect at that level only function. At that level of government Nigeria, don't respect it among my way.
Buhari himself was like trying to run away from the place. I'm running away. You remember when Obi visited Kuti family with the Charlie boy? But you were serious, man.
What happened?
He visited because of election. I visited Femi Kuti and Yanko.
Oh no! Late one Femi Tony.
Okay, now went to
yes, but you know that also happened with in Ghana. Our minion they will abuse somebody that they respect. He will now go back there to go and do damage control. Look at now. Guess who they abused yesterday? They abused Seun Kuti with all this Pan-Africanism, not to bullying. Next thing you see people will be begging that one again. So they will abuse all these people and will go and do damage control behind them or in front of camera. Oh Lord, yeah.
That's life for you right there.
Man, life maybe our babalawo won't think he didn't know what's going on. At the better. One in public or do in Germany. I don't work with don't boy. I'll be there, and you should have seen it coming now.
It's terrible.
Ó tán fún ìgbọ̀gbọ̀ yẹn nìyẹn. UK ló wà àwọn ọ̀dẹ fílẹ̀ kì í ṣe Nàìjíríà kò sì fá dọ̀ gbogbo gbọ̀gbọ̀ yẹn. How many years lọ fún náà? How many years lọ fún gbọ̀gbọ̀ yẹn?
Between 5 to 10, Nisha.
I think he was him and his wife, I believe.
I think
Yeah,
the
his
wife is
wife.
out. I think the wife is out. I'm not so sure. I think the wife is out. The guy that facilitated the whole thing was one that got the longest sentence.
So only 5 years left from Kurimadu.
I don't think it's 5. I think it's between 5 and 10. The guy that was
15 or something like that.
It's 15 ahead. The guy that
15.
did the guy that did the facilitation of the whole thing was one that was given the highest number. They gave his wife. You know, they usually serve half of it, just like when you serve a sentence in the county jail in Texas. Yeah. You give you half. If you have good behavior, they'll give you half of that sentence. But it's unfortunate. Unfortunate for him because tó bá jẹ́ pé PDP ló wà ní government.
And you know, do you know what's crazy about Nigeria, Diwali? He can serve his 15 years or 10 years, come back to Nigeria, run for office, and he will still win.
No, he can't run for office. He can't run for office. He was been convicted.
In Nigeria. Kashamu ran for office and won.
Kashamu's case, well, this one is a public knowledge. Kashamu's case is not public knowledge, right? But his own
Kashamu's case had happened way before, so and nobody knew it. But
Dakpo went to jail in Florida. He's our governor in Ogun State now.
He did what? He did what?
He went to jail in Florida now.
Okay, what do you mean go to jail? Was he convicted for felony?
Yeah, he went to jail for credit. He didn't know that. Like he went to jail. You can go online and type. You can see his record in Florida County Jail now. He went to jail now. Oh, buddy.
Oh.
Yeah, credit. Yeah, fraud. He went to jail for fraud. And he's our governor today. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh wow. Hey, but you know this guy case is public knowledge, so there's no way he will not be disqualified.
Nigeria lands on you. I don't know.
I can comment on millionaire and a billionaire and Kakwe. Maybe now it's not billionaire.
That means that's means Tinubu clean you snow law because what drag you boy go?
No, Tinubu was
what drag you?
No, the difference is he knows how to close the paper trail of his own thing.
No,
command take anything. You close with paper trail, so you can't chase him. That's the difference.
You know, American case is open case. There's no magomago you can't hide under any disguise. So what you saw happening, people are not familiar with 80s in America. You remember when this guy was the president, Ronald Reagan, and that was the era that was so much influence of drug, especially crack cocaine, right? And the African American were at the center of this because they are the one taking it, using it the most, and selling it. So it became a pandemic, so to say. So that was when the Ronald Reagan now they now pass a law that anything that have anything to do with drug money or whatever it is that the government will confiscate it. And during investigation, your money will be confiscated, property will be confiscated, and if found guilty, they will, sell that property. And that is even if you're yourself not going to prison or going to jail. So that was what Bona and him, of course, there's a chance that they will know about some of those family members that are into shady things, that are into that drug peddling, but because he himself perhaps maybe not involved, because I don't think somebody who is already, working for a bigger company like that will be. But we never can say because this was the era where drug was the supreme, right? And then they confiscated the money. You and I know, Babati, I don't believe the money belongs to him. Maybe those guys doing the drug. But I won't as it is right now, if you're going out of the United States with the $10,000 in your pocket, that dog will sniff you out if it's more than 10,000. And the moment that dog sniff you out and they found that money on you, you better have good explanation on how you come about that money. That is exactly the way it was. So he was not charged. He was
Yeah, no,
not
the only
convicted.
I'm with you, but I was actually talking about him running in office in Nigeria, not the Chicago one.
I mean, for him, it could because he was never been convicted in any court of jurisdiction in America. So, and that was what made that one different. I couldn't believe my eye that the likes of Atiku, who was the one digging? Who was the one digging? It was the obedient.
I think that was he was paying his
Uh-huh.
paying
Who
or whatever.
wasted his money for some stupid stuff like that.
But it was what I was paying for it, but it was the obedience that was making it. I mean, they were bullying people on LinkedIn, on governors on Twitter, university. I mean, it was embarrassing for Nigeria.
Oh wow!
It was an embarrassment. It just
Then we went to law. We went to his school. The school he graduated from. They said, "Oh, did you graduate from this school?" Talking about something more than 40 years ago. We're talking about almost 50. Look, not everybody are good in keeping record. Oh. There's a level or stage you get to in life, but you won't even know where you left your birth certificate. You won't even know where some of those documents are. Somebody will be the one handling them for you. So, and unlike America that keep record, people don't keep record in Nigeria. Even if you keep record, the heat, the weather will even spoil the whatever you're trying to keep at home. So, but I'm not trying to justify what happened, but that is exactly what happened. But because it was political, time, everybody just trying to latch out to something and see, I know some people there will say, you see what they've dug out, what they've seen, you will see, especially on that Arise TV. Oh, gbàgbàrí bí ìgbà ọtí báyìí gbogbo wọn,
It's my one idiot. Funny. Even about that supposed to be objective. I'm not going to see about anything.
Who pays the piper? But the funniest thing, people in Lagos don't usually watch Arise News. You know people that watch Arise News, right? You know who they are, right?
I'm foreign,
No, this is not Southwestern people. Who cares about Arise TV in Lagos? They don't watch it. They don't. I ask people that live in Lagos, they tell you now they don't have time for it. But because it's popular online more than most of the people viewers online. That's where they get their strength.
Because TVC and all those ones, MITV are established. LTV.
Local people don't watch it. It's we in diaspora that love it because they speak our language. They speak what we wonder. They are.
And they brought that all these Nigerians with fake accents all over the place. Yeah, of course. Why not?
About you, share our knowledge, jealous of mine.
I was the one I was here. I want to hear.
God bless you.
Yeah, playing Call of Duty. Yeah, playing Call of Duty. Yeah, Call of Duty.
Multiplayer saying
Battlefield now. Battlefield.
Try not to encourage violent game in the house. Just purely sport, and that's it. But once in a while, I'll bring it out. We'll play it, and I'll just go and hide it somewhere.
All right. Okay. Diwali Ekuri reti Yoruba di leko ní September. Ìyá kárí o.
Ṣé ọmọ invite Chinedu síbẹ̀? Èkó ẹ dìde, Yorùbá ẹ dìde.
Yorùbá kílẹ̀ pé Yorùbá wo lẹ pè?
Yorùbá ẹ dìde.
Gani, I want to hear is because he's going to say something about this, right? He's going to respond. So I'm looking forward to what he has to say about this Yoruba Day.
Yoruba Day, Èkó ẹ dìde. I have only a few hours to go to work.
Okay, now. Oga Mike, Gani Baba. Later,
Hold up, Baba. Yeah, take care.